Hey everyone, welcome to the show. So I have a really interesting one for you guys right now. A MAGA pollster who I've mentioned before, he used to work for Rasmussen, and he was recently on Owen Schroyer's show, and he told him something very, very intriguing. He basically said that because he was accurately and honestly reporting on how bad Donald Trump was doing and how bad it's looking for the Republicans in the midterms, he got shut down. He was being silenced by his company, so he left. So I'm going to show you a series of videos. I encourage you all to go watch the full video, the full interview with him. I think it was close to an hour long. Of course, I could, only have about 5 minutes for you in total, but really, really interesting stuff. So take a look at this. This is the first one, him explaining how he was silenced.
That's where I've been for the last couple of months, was silenced. I was the head pollster of Rasmussen Report for 5 years, and I did a great job rebuilding the company's business. I went into commentary. I made a YouTube channel, and believe it or not, our YouTube actually kept us in the black. It was touch and go there for a while, and I never had any bad feedback until my credibility got me to the White House. It got me to a situation where I was using the polling to help Americans get what they want behind the scenes at the White House. And I was also being critical of Trump because I knew that Iran would be a really bad mistake. And all of a sudden, there was a situation where the owners of Rasmussen Reports had a potential check from a Trump-aligned political action committee. And the message I was told, well, your commentary might endanger that check. So all of a sudden, independent polling for 23 years goes out the window, and I was put into a box. And I knew I couldn't do right by the voters with that. I couldn't have somebody sell my credibility to the highest bidder. And so I started making the honest poll. And finally, I'm free of Rasmussen Reports, and I'm going to be putting my first national tracking poll out this month.
Rasmussen, who I've talked about before, is very right-wing, very MAGA-friendly pollster. So anytime you see their polling results, just know that they lean hard to the right. So their polling cannot be trusted, number one. But number two, did you catch the part where he said that he was using the polling and his access to the White House to try to make things better for the American people? I'm sorry. I don't care how honest of a person you are. That's not your job as a pollster. You are not there to take in information and then go use that information to try to manipulate or change the politics and change the president's mind and what's going on in the political party that you favor. But anyway, they were silencing him, so at least he had the principles to take his ball and, go somewhere else. But anyway, he did admit in this interview that for a brief time, when we supposedly had this Iran agreement, the polling started to shift. The polling was starting to move a little bit more favorably towards Republicans and in their direction. But then something happened. So take a listen.
What's been going on generally in polling is that over the last 2 months, there's actually been an uptrend in the generic ballot. It went from, I think, about Democrat plus 7 or 8 up onto Democrat plus 5. So the Republicans have been gaining over the last 2 months. And that's what you said is, there are some leading pollsters, and I'm not in the field right now. I will be next week, but Emerson's a good pollster. Rich Barris is a good pollster, and they've come out with Democrat plus 10, Democrat plus 11. These are horrifying numbers. So what happened is you had people out in front saying, okay, it's not as bad for Republicans because gas price is getting better. It's July 4th. People are chilling out because of the summer. The entire industry herded there. But now the people who are the leading indicators in the polling industry, the good polls, are saying, it's starting to look really bad. And what do we see? We also see gas prices blowing out. We see a lot of people looking at the clock and saying, well, what's going to happen with the Strategic Petroleum Reserve? Wow, Iran's only got to really get it 3 or 4 months, and they could take out Bibi Netanyahu and Trump in one go.
Yeah. What do you know? So Donald Trump screwed it up. single-handedly started the war all over again, increased gas prices again because of the war. And yeah, just everything started to reverse again. And then he also admitted that something that I've been seeing with other pollsters and in other focus groups, that there is this enthusiasm gap. And it's not necessarily that Democrats are just doing so great and everybody loves them. It's that Republicans are just not enthused about coming out to vote. So check this out.
If the polling numbers say it's not that bad for Republicans, what have you seen time and time again is that Republicans are underperforming the polling in every one of these special elections because of the enthusiasm, the betrayals, all these independents and young crossover Democrats who are just like, I tried Republicans once and it was the biggest rug pull of mine.
Biggest rug pull. Yep. So again, Donald Trump just shooting himself in the foot over and over and over again. I mean, it's amazing that he has a foot left. And then he also touched on the subject of redistricting, because over and over, I keep hearing, and I keep seeing this in articles, that, Republican pollsters, Republican operatives are, and even some Congress members are saying, well, I think we still have a chance of doing better than what everybody thinks because we did the redistricting. So in other words, they're admitting, yeah, we cheated, we tried to cheat, and so that's going to save us. Well, here he explains why that is not going to save them.
Last generic ballot was Democrat +4, and people would say, well, based on redistricting with a Democrat +4, Republicans could pick up a few seats. Every one of those redistricting analysis is based on a 2024 turnout with Trump on the ballot. We do not have that, and we have demoralization. And so it's very possible with Act Blue. Everybody says, look, the Republicans have a massive fundraising advantage until you throw in Act Blue, and they've raised $2.4 billion since the beginning of 2025. They're going to put that all into ads of Trump counter-signaling his own base, and it could go really bad. I'm not ready to predict blue wave yet, but I'm just saying the potential exists for a major pickup in the House. If Democrats pick up a majority at all, I think what we're going to see is wall-to-wall show trials of anti-corruption cases against people in the Trump administration. They're going to go after antitrust. They're going to go after pardon sales. They're going to maybe go after foreign influence. They're going to go after a lot of things, which means not only is Trump's legislative agenda dead, he's political capital is probably shot as well.
What's really interesting is they go on to talk about that a little bit more. And Owen Schroyer, who, for those who don't know, Owen was one of the January Sixers. He's one of the few people that I think probably over prosecuted based on what he did. He didn't actually even go into the Capitol. He was just on the Capitol steps. But anyway, that's besides the point. They go on to talk, and Owen says to him, well, I think what we saw in the first Trump term was show trials. These are going to be real trials, because even Owen Schroyer and a lot of Trump voters recognize they are actually committing crimes this time. I mean, they were before, but now these voters, I won't call them MAGA because they're more America first. They've left MAGA essentially. They get it. They see the writing on the wall. They see the truth that Donald Trump is actually committing crimes, that he's grifting off of the presidency. So this is not good for them. This is not meaning the Trump administration, because even his own voters admit that, yeah, these are legitimate cases this time. Like, if they go after them, these are legitimate. This is not political persecution, as they said before. They also went on to talk about who this Mitchell guy thinks might be a shoo-in, who might, be able to get the nomination in 2028. And he specifically says, I think it would be wise, and Owen Schroyer said it as well, for J.D. Vance to sit it out. I think they should just let Marco Rubio run in 2028, let him, get his clock cleaned, let him get his ass handed to him. And then JD should maybe think of running in 2032. But Donald Trump has really screwed this up for him, and take a listen to why.
Have to redefine MAGA, because right now MAGA is like Ben Shapiro. It's just so drifted off of what it was. It needs to be something different. And JD knows this. I've talked to him. It needs to obviously have a strong component of economic populism, but they can't just say those words anymore. Nobody's going to believe him. I don't even think JD can win now on that platform, because people are going to be like, I don't trust you anymore.
Yeah. What do you know? What do you know? The guy who ran on populism and, oh, I'm just an everyman like you, and I grew up so poor and had to fight for everything, blah, blah, blah. And then he is just in here with all the wealthy people. There's reports of him having the Secret Service fly his kid to his soccer practice or something like that. Like using, government resources, our tax dollars, for things like that. Like the guy's out there buying something like a $15 million house. I mean, he is an elitist now. He cannot play this game anymore. And he's going along with this war. He's going along with all of Donald Trump's ridiculous policies. So yeah, he also has, Donald Trump has shot him in the foot as well. And then I want you to hear this last clip, because this is just the greatest. He admits which Democrat he found, the only one Democrat who head-to-head beats JD Vance.
Hate to say it, not as capitalist as your traditional Republican Party, because like current capitalism sucks and doesn't serve the people. Capitalism is losing to socialism under 50 now, under the age of 50. And capitalism lost 50% for the first time, like in our polling ever. And so like this is the problem. It's the entire system is broken, and Republicans just have their hands over their ears and are making loud noises. And very specifically, JD Vance was polling very well. He was, I think, a favorite between 40 and 50% to Rubio and DeSantis, like 10 or 11 for pretty much most of 2025. And last summer, he was winning matchups against every Democrat, but this is very important, except for Bernie Sanders. Bernie Sanders beat him by a couple of points. Bernie? People want populism. They are sick of failed capitalism. Yeah. And they're turning on capitalism increasingly, and the Republican Party is going to get steamrolled by this issue, because all they want to do is preach these boomer values that have failed. Capitalism as we have it has failed. It's financialization, it's rent-seeking, it's securitizations, it's usury, it's corporate welfare whores. Like, this is what capitalism is now.
What do you know? What do you know? So even a far-right MAGA Republican pollster is saying Bernie Sanders would beat JD Vance at the height of JD Vance's popularity. Not now. Like, we all know JD Vance now is not popular like he was. At the height of his popularity, when he was beating every single Democrat, the only person who outperformed him was Bernie Sanders. And yes, Bernie is not running. He has already said he is not going to run again. That's not the point. The point is his messaging is the only one that beats Republicans, that beats the MAGA agenda. And if Democrats can't get that through their heads, we are done. We're screwed. We will never win again. It's just so blatantly obvious. And you look around the country, and the candidates who are winning right now and doing the best and doing what people want them to do, like Zoran Mamdani, and yeah, that this is what people want. They are desperate. They are crying out for change. They are sick of the corruption, and mainstream traditional corporate Democrats are not able to do anything different because they bow to their corporate masters. So until the Democratic Party and the elites and the establishment gets this through their heads and starts actually backing candidates that voters would want and the policies that voters want, Democrats are just going to continue to tread water and then lose. And their popularity is going to continue to be in the dirt as it is right now. The party's popularity it just sucks. Absolutely sucks. And this is why, because they don't fight the right way. They don't offer any alternative to MAGA, to their version of populism. So, I mean, the writing's on the wall. It has never been more clear. And, people can take the message or not. And you can say, oh, well, Gina, did you see that DSA, party leader who was on Fox? Yes, I saw her. And yeah, I agree that a lot of what she's talking about and a lot of the policies that she likes are not for me. Not in a million years. Do I want to get rid of jails? Fuck no. Fuck no. No. When your family has been, involved in a crime and the victim of a crime, a family member, as I have, no, lock them up, bury them under the prison. I don't care. On that, I absolutely am not aligned with the socialists in this country and progressives. There's a lot of things like that I disagree with. I disagree with open borders. We have to know who's coming in for the safety of everyone in the country. Now, do I believe that we should make immigration easier, that we should have a more simple, cost-effective way for people to become a citizen? Absolutely. Do I think that we should be dragging people out of here who have committed no crimes? No, 100% no. But do I think, like she said, that we should just give everyone amnesty and possibly even criminals? Absolutely not. No, if you have committed a crime, you got to go. That's it. Either you're going to be locked up here and then kicked out, or you are just kicked out. I prefer to be locked up here so that we make sure that they pay for their crime and then kick them out. But yeah, there's a lot of things I disagree with in regard to the DSA platform. But people want socialist, populist policies to help them cover healthcare costs, to help them buy homes, to help them get ahead, to help them just live a life without misery and pain and fear and feeling like you're drowning every day. So anyway, guys, there you go. Hope you got something out of that. All right. Thank you all so much for watching and listening. Please like, share, and subscribe. Please donate if you can. Love you all. Take care. Talk with you soon. Hey, everyone. Welcome to the show. So yes, am back on air, but with my glasses. Hopefully I will have them off by next Monday. We'll see. The swelling is slowly, but it is going down. So that's what I'm shooting for. I don't want to do anything, put any makeup on my eyes that's going to make them worse. But anyway, I wanted to share something with you guys, though, that I think is absolutely infuriating and should be infuriating to you as well if you want the Democrats to win in the midterms. So Democratic House member James Clyburn was recently on a podcast, and he was asked about AI. And you will believe his answer, but again, it just pissed me off so bad. And I'll explain why in case you don't get it after you take a look at the clip. So check this out.
About AI, there's so much that it's changing in terms of the future of work and our economy. Do you use AI? Have you ever used an LLM?
No, somebody was telling me I ought to, but I never have.
No ChatGPT, no Claude for you?
Believe it or not, I didn't even know what that was until about a week ago.
Which one?
ChatGPT or whatever it is.
You didn't know till a week ago. Wow, I'm jealous. You've got yourself in a bubble.
That may sound strange to you. I don't know. I didn't know what that was.
Okay, have you been to a data center or anything like that? No? Okay. I guess I'm wondering, like, with the speed of technological changes right now, with how much people are anxious about the ways AI in work might change because of it, how do you effectively legislate as a member who is distant from some of those technological shifts that are affecting folks' lives right now?
I have a great staff. You know, I wish I could know everything.
Mhm.
I don't know everything. And I don't spend my time trying to learn everything. What I spend my time doing is trying to surround myself with people who do know stuff.
Seriously? Like, seriously? That, like I said, is so infuriating to me because number one, this is political malpractice. First and foremost, if we are looking to win in the midterms, this is political malpractice. AI, as I have shared with you guys, is one of the top issues. It is absolutely crucial in states like Texas, in states like Virginia, which Virginia is the #1 state where these AI data centers are being built. Texas is the #2 state as of this moment. And then, as I shared with you guys last week, Marjorie Taylor Greene, or maybe it was the week before, Marjorie Taylor Greene went down or went out, I guess, in her state and was interviewing this young woman whose family is having their home stolen by an AI data center, by an AI company, and they aren't even allowed to know who it is. And this has turned the entire community against AI and in turn against Republicans. She said, everybody in my community has always voted Republican, and we are now going to come out and vote for the Democrats for the first time because of this issue. The fact that James Clyburn is either too just checked out and doesn't give a damn anymore because he's been in Congress for so long, or he is just too old to understand or want to learn anything about new technology, or he is just lazy. I don't know, but it is unacceptable. This is absolutely unacceptable. This should be top of mind. This should be the one of the top 3 things that Democrats are talking about. If they want to destroy Donald Trump and the Republicans, actually 4 things. They should be talking about the economy first and foremost. They should be talking about how Donald Trump is hiding the Epstein files. They should be talking about people being murdered in our streets and how innocent immigrants are being taken out of here. And they should be talking about AI data centers and how they are destroying communities, how they are destroying the way of life for people who live within a few miles of these areas, of these facilities, because of the noise, because, and anywhere really, anywhere in the community, anywhere in the state, jacking up electricity prices, the sound that they make, the water pollution, the air pollution. I mean, these things are horrific. And the fact that James Clyburn didn't even know what the hell Chat GPT was until last week tells you that he is not fit for this moment. He is not someone who is ready to meet this moment in time. And it's these career politicians, these establishment hacks, the guy who helped to usher in Joe Biden over Bernie Sanders, who would have gotten 2 terms, guarantee you he would have gotten 2 terms, and Donald Trump would have been a memory, a fading memory from that one time that we screwed up as a country and elected him in 2016. But no, James Clyburn had to stick his damn nose in it. That's who he is. He wants to keep the status quo. He wants the establishment in charge. He is a donor, consultant classed, manufactured politician. So just utterly and thoroughly disgusting. I do have an article to show you guys. So this just came out today. Now, this is from The Independent, and this was literally just published this afternoon, but it talks about a new candidate who's running, Democrat Paige Cognetti, and she is highlighting AI as an issue. in her race. So she is running against Republican Rob Bresnahan. He's fairly new. He's, a freshman in Congress. So she gets it. The newer candidates get it. This is her right here. This is Paige Cognetti. It says she criticizes the common practices of developers, including the secrecy often used to obscure project details, the tax incentives frequently granted by states, and the escalating electricity costs in the mid-Atlantic region, driven by the immense energy demands of data centers. And she said, quote, "Big tech needs to pay their own way." Every freaking Democrat needs to be saying that. Every freaking Democrat should understand these issues. Every single one. Again, the fact that James Clyburn has his head up his ass on this issue and is like outsourcing it. Oh, well, I'll just let my staff figure it out. Who the hell are they? Nobody elected them. Nobody in his state elected them. And he's allowing them to come to their own conclusions. They could be bought and paid for. They could be on the take from AI data centers, AI companies. How the hell would we know? Right? At least we know who James Clyburn is funded by. We have to be allowed to see that information under our FEC rules. But we don't know who's funding his staffers. We don't know if they're on the take. So they could be going to him and filling his head full of all kinds of garbage about how great AI is, how great these data centers are, how much money they're going to bring into the state. And then he's voting on things based on what they're telling him, which could be totally false. It could be, or they could be idiots. They may not know any different or any better. It is absolutely, like I said, just infuriating that these are the people who have been in Congress for so long. Just ignorance, just laziness, and like I said, political malpractice. So anyway, guys, there you go. Thank you all so much for watching and listening. Please like, share, and subscribe. Please donate if you can. Love you all. Take care. Talk with you soon. Hey everyone, welcome to the show. So I have some videos to show you guys of Donald Trump. And basically, yes, it is a case of, lying, liar, lies. Like he just, surprise, Donald Trump is lying again. I mean, what a shock. But the reason I want to show these to you is because, number one, I think it's showing his weaknesses. I think it shows that he knows he has nothing good to sell people. He really doesn't have any great accomplishments to tout that anybody cares about. I also think it shows how in a couple of them, or actually one of them, that his supporters are not even buying the bullshit anymore. They're not like all on board as as much as the mainstream media or right, I guess I should say right wing and MAGA influencers would like you to believe, as you're going to see and hear. And it also shows that the press is finally starting to take issue with him. They're finally not just asking a question and allowing him to filibuster any longer. So without further ado, here's the first one. This is Donald Trump's answer. He was on Fox News, and I believe they asked him about the economy. And here was his answer. He totally pivots and starts talking about the war.
The tariffs it's a shame that I have to go a harder way for the tariffs because the Supreme Court, in a very close decision, ruled against me. Now I have other ways of doing the same thing, but it's a more cumbersome way of doing it. But the tariffs have made this country a fortune. It made the country rich, and I stopped 8 wars. I would say 5 of them because of tariffs. The threat of tariffs stopped India and Pakistan from going into a nuclear war. The threat of tariffs stopped numerous other countries from going to war. These tariffs, it's the greatest thing And only the really smart people or the people that are non-political and that get it talk about it. The Democrats know how good it's been.
Really? Really? Do the Democrats know how great the tariffs have been? I mean, one of his worst issues. One place where I could see things start to pivot. I could see sentiment start absolutely 100% start to turn against him in all of the focus groups that I watch and listen to. It was unmistakable. And in the comments online. All the FAFO videos that I do for you guys, 100% I saw that. So anyway, just a total joke. And then he was on Air Force One and he was asked about Venezuela. More specifically, he was asked about all of the money that we have taken from, remember how Donald Trump said, oh, we're going to take their oil and we're going to, use it and sell it and blah, 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 and we're going to help the country with it. Yeah, well, that money has just kind of vanished. And this reporter, to her credit, is very dogged in trying to find out where the hell is this money. So check out his answer.
The United States has taken in $13 billion from Venezuela. Where is that money going?
$30 billion from Venezuela. I think even more than Venezuela. We paid for that war many times over. And that'll happen with Iran also. We paid for the war many times over.
Where's that money going?
Which, by the way, no other president could say that for a long time. Okay? When was the last president that could say that? So we had a cost of Venezuela. We paid for it many, many times over. And now, as you know, we have a very good relationship with Venezuela.
Where is that money going?
Toward running the country.
No, the U.S., the money that the U.S. is taking in. Where is that money going? Yeah.
But running the country. It can't go to the military. Congress has to approve it. Congress doesn't like approving money for the military. They like giving it to things that shouldn't be done. But we're taking in a lot of money, billions and billions of dollars from Venezuela. That'll happen with Iran too.
Really? Again, really? Yeah. Did you see how many times he tried to pivot? How many times he tried to filibuster? He tried to deflect, talking about, oh, we're going to use it for this. Oh, and the Democrats, oh, Congress doesn't like using it for the military, blah, blah, blah. Never actually answers the freaking question. That money was going into supposedly, based on reporting, was going into a bank account in Qatar that only Donald Trump has access to, that we are aware of. So where the hell is it? What is he doing with all of these billions of dollars? Just imagine if any Democratic president had done something like this, had taken over another country and then taken their oil and diverted that money into a bank account that only he or she had access to. If Barack Obama or Joe Biden, any Democrat had done something like that, oh my God, there would be pitchforks, there would be torches. I mean, January 6th would look like a day at the Trump fair, like empty and nothing going on. Yeah, but he's fine. He can totally get away with it. Fox doesn't say a frickin' word about it. But this last one I want to show you guys, this is my favorite because, again, this just shows that even his own voters, even his hardcore Kool-Aid drinking base is not buying his bullshit anymore. So check this out.
We'll pass the Great Health Care Plan. That's what it's called, the Great Health Care Plan, to stop all payments to big insurance companies and give the money directly to you, the people, so that they can buy their own health care, which will be much less expensive and be a much better health care. Very simple. And the Democrats are fighting us on that one, too. They're fighting us as hard as you can fight because, you know what? They happen to be owned by the insurance companies. The insurance companies receive billions and billions of dollars a year. They own the Democrats. And the Democrats, they don't want to debate it. They just want to fight it. And we want to give the money directly to the people. And you go out and you buy your own health care. You'll get great health care and have lots of money left over.
So I don't know if you guys saw, the people behind him, and you can go and play this back again if you want to look. But even at his own rally, this is at a Trump rally. This is in the middle of the week. People who are willing to take off time during the middle of a week to go out to see him. And there's still only a smattering of applause in the background. Like the people sitting right behind him, there were some that clapped, but it was not at what you used to see. It was not, the clapping seals that we used to see in the background of every single one of them going ape shit and being so excited by every little thing that he said. Oh, the sky is blue. I mean, that's how they used to be, right? Every single one of them, like anything he said, like they would lose their minds. Now it's like a few of them are like, yeah, oh, great. Yeah, I'm stupid. But the rest of them are like, yeah, we've been hearing this now for 10 years and you keep saying 2 weeks. Like this reminds me of, I think it's the Shirk brothers in the movie The Money Pit. And how Shelley Long's character and Tom Hanks kept asking them, how long do you think is till the house will be done? They kept saying 2 weeks, 2 weeks. That's Trump. That's Trump with this healthcare plan. That's Trump with everything. Oh, in 2 weeks, we're gonna put out a plan. He's one of the Shirk brothers. So it just shows like he's desperate to spin something up out of nothing because he doesn't have anything else. So he's coming, pulling this great healthcare plan out of his ass. And that's a nasty thought. And even his own people, even his Kool-Aid drinkers are not buying it anymore. Even they're not getting excited because they know he's full of shit. But yeah. And to say, oh, Democrats are fighting it. Yeah, because your plan is ridiculous. I mean, the other thing this proved was that he is clueless and has no idea how healthcare works in our country. Because if he knew how healthcare worked, he would understand by just giving money to Americans, they still have to go out and buy healthcare from those same companies. This is why Democrats are fighting you, Donald Trump and MAGA, because that's not going to solve anything. It's not going to make prices go down. That's why Democrats, particularly progressive Democrats, want a public option. They want a universal health care or a Medicare for all type system like what they have in Japan and, the Nordic countries and everywhere else in UK and Canada, everywhere else in the world that, doesn't have to go bankrupt over frickin' medical bills and because they get sick. So, yeah, I mean, it's ridiculous. This whole notion of, oh, we're going to give the money to you and it's just going to magically make things cheaper. Freaking stupid, just freaking stupid. And he's a moron. And it just shows how out of touch he is because he's obviously never had health insurance in his life. He's probably never had to have health insurance. He just pays for everything out of pocket. And, from the money he grifts off of his followers and other people stupid enough to invest in him. And he doesn't get it. He truly does not understand how it works. So anyway, guys, there you go. Liar, lying liar, lies. Breaking at 11. All right. Thank you all so much for watching and listening. Please like, share, and subscribe. Please donate if you can. Love you all. Take care. Talk with you soon. Hey, everyone. Welcome to the show. So I have a new Trump defector to share with you guys. We have seen this so many times in the recent past with, Marjorie Taylor Greene and a few other people who are off the Trump train finally. This one, I'm a little suspect. I mean, he seems to be like playing the hokey pokey. He's got one foot in, 1 foot out. But we'll see. I'm going to play this video and see what you guys think. But this is Alex Jones.
The issue is how to stop Trump. And we have to have Congress go for the war powers. They've 3 times tried to vote war powers. They're supposed to authorize a war. This is a war. They're getting the draft ready. If this isn't a war, nothing's a war. I mean, this is absolutely out of control. And so I'm calling for it right now. 25th Amendment, impeachment, whatever needs to happen to get this front and center, to get control of our country. It's impeachable alone that the president's supporting the NDAA. I agree with Tucker Carlson that all of the people that voted for this to merge us with a foreign military, it actually says it in Section 219, clear as day, need to be in Nuremberg-style trials. They want us in a total war so they can censor and take our freedoms and nationalize everything and push us aside with AI, total liability, immunity, and protection. This is a disaster. We are facing tyranny, but the public's awakening. We've got to come together and transcend left and right. And we have to say no to an expanded war that will definitely destroy the economy, kill a bunch of our troops. They're preparing a massive ground invasion. It's all confirmed. This is going down right now.
Okay, so a few things here. He mentions that there's this draft, they're already preparing it, they're going to be calling up all these young people to go fight in this war with Iran on behalf of Israel. That we're doing a ground invasion, like this is a done deal. I have not seen any indication of that. Okay, you guys know I consume news literally from the time I wake up until I go to bed. That is not an exaggeration. And I watch right, left, and center. I mean, I get it from everywhere. So I have not seen or heard anything that indicates that this is absolutely happening or that it's even being discussed. I should say that. So I don't know. I don't know if that's true. The one thing that he is talking about here that is true is that this NDNA or National NDDA, I forget what the initials are. Anyway, it's the National Defense Act. That is real. That is very real. I talked about it before on the show, how our military is basically like trying to get more in bed permanently with the Israeli government and their military. And it would make it harder for us to know what we're actually doing, what our tax dollars are going towards and how much is going towards Israel. And it's a sneaky way for Benjamin Netanyahu to circumvent the American people, because he knows that none of us want our tax dollars going to that anymore. We don't want to be funding a country that is committing war crimes and a genocide. So that is very true. I agree with Alex Jones wholeheartedly. These people, everybody who voted on that and is going along with that, needs to be removed from office, needs to be held accountable. We do need Nuremberg style trials for more than just this reason. So I don't know where he's getting his news. Now, he is more, in with the Trump crowd, in more with MAGA. So maybe he's hearing things that aren't out there in mainstream media. I don't know. I wouldn't put it past Donald Trump. And Bibi was just in town, supposedly for Lindsey Graham's funeral. But of course, they did speak about Iran and the war. So we'll just have to wait and see. But it's very, very interesting that Alex Jones, of all people, is calling for right and left to come together and take down Donald Trump, and that he be either, hit with the 25th Amendment or be impeached or whatever. I mean, like I said, he sounds exactly like we have for the past 10 plus years. Like, welcome to the frickin' party, Alex. Little late, but and who knows? I mean, with this guy, you never know if this is just another grift. I mean, all these other podcasters who have turned on Trump are doing way better than he is. Because their audience is pissed off. Their audience sees the economy, the war, the Epstein files, how shitty immigration is. So, yeah, I mean, it's not what they bargained for. And so who knows if Alex Jones really means this, or if this is just his way of trying to, oh, I'm gonna move back, a little bit away from MAGA towards the America Firsters, and so who knows? Anyway, I will let you know if I hear anything about this so-called draft and all this other stuff. But until then, thank you all so much for watching and listening. Please like, share, and subscribe. Please donate if you can. Love you all. Take care. Talk with you soon. Hey everyone, welcome to the show. So I have some really good news. GOP pollsters, GOP operatives, they are freaking out. They are starting to really panic about the midterms because, we're less than 100 days out from the midterms, and Donald Trump just keeps screwing up. Donald Trump just keeps doing whatever Donald Trump is doing, and they're not happy. They absolutely think that he is just blowing it, and they see the writing on the wall. So there was this Washington Post article. Here it is here. So you can see it says Republicans see scary lack of enthusiasm among core voters ahead of midterms. And so here's what they actually say in this article. This is really interesting because this is not just like their feeling. This is not just coming from polling. So take a look at this. It says this dynamic is playing out in the red state of Iowa, where Republicans face open races for governor and a Senate seat that polling shows are surprisingly competitive. A recent door-knocking session in the Des Moines suburb of Urbandale with AFP Action turned up voters critical of the war in Iran and high inflation, with a handful saying they plan to support Democrats in the fall. So here's what they're saying. They're saying that this isn't just in Iowa, but they're finding this in Ohio, North Carolina, even Montana, like the reddest of red states. This is what they're finding when they're knocking on people's doors and when they're talking with people out in the community. So the Washington Post also went out and they spoke with a 3-time Trump voter who totally regrets this, totally regrets his vote. Take a look. It says, in Western Iowa, 3-time Trump voter Lance Salentik, a resident of Iowa's rural Harrison County, described the past 3 presidential elections as the worst 3 mistakes I've ever made in my life, saying that the president has failed to fulfill his campaign promises. Higher gas prices have been costing his family an extra $300 to $500 every month for their motorcycle and 4 cars, he said. And then he went on to say this. He said, we voted for Trump and he did the opposite of what he said he was going to do. He's a 56-year-old retired insurance agent, and he said gas prices were going to be $2. Food was going to be cheaper. Energy prices was going to be in half. We were going to get 2 rebate checks to the American people, and we weren't going to have any new wars, and we were going to build a wall and deport 30 million illegal aliens. And he did none of it. He said he would either sit out this year's election or vote for Democrats. So the GOP is right to be terrified. They absolutely are. And here's what else this article said. I want to share with you what these operatives and what these pollsters are telling the Washington Post. It says, the lack of enthusiasm is reaching deep into Republicans' loyal base, spreading to the party's most consistent voters who have shown up to vote in all of the past 4 primaries and general elections, according to an analysis done by Americans for Prosperity Action. That was the AFP that was mentioned in that first part. And they explained that it's a conservative super PAC affiliated with billionaire Charles Koch. This new issue with the base adds to the party's more enduring problem of turning out less frequent voters who support Trump but often skip midterm elections. And then they went on to write, about 1 in 5 reliable Republican base voters are at risk this November, according to Nathan Nascimento, executive director at AFP Action. And again, they mention all the different states, and they're saying, these are people who are just not either going to sit it out or they're going to go for Democrats. Because number one, they're not happy with what's going on. And number two, a lot of these people don't come out to vote when Donald Trump is not on the ballot. And he says at the bottom, this is a scary number. This is a big chunk. So anyway, Nascimento also told the Washington Post, we have this high propensity base problem, again, meaning, midterms versus primary or versus presidential elections. So a lot of these people, even if Trump isn't on the ballot, there are a lot of people in our country who just check out. They don't even know what midterms are, or they just don't come out to vote in the midterms. And so they'll come out and vote in presidential elections, but that's it. And then they're just checked out for another 4 years. Anyway, Washington Post also went and spoke with a pollster, a guy named Mitchell Brown. And he confirmed that, yes, there is this enthusiasm gap between Republican voters and Democratic voters. And he said, basically, this is on the Democratic side, they are as enthusiastic as they were in the 2018 midterms when Democrats had a massive blue wave. And he conceded, quote, it's not that the Democrats are outperforming a top line number that we'd expect. It's that Republicans are underperforming. So it's both, right? And then he cited men under 40 as a major issue, that they are most likely to not turn out and turn up to vote. And then, they got a quote from an RNC spokeswoman from the Republican National Committee. And of course, she's just totally huffing the copium. So here's what she had to say. She said, Republicans are united on offense and armed with our largest war chest in party history because voters are energized and understand what's at stake in November's election. So just, again, Cope doesn't want to upset the base, doesn't want to upset Trump, but it's all bullshit. And this is showing up in particular in Texas. So, these guys didn't mention the state of Texas, but this is 100% playing into the races that are going on down there, which is why I said the other day, this is probably our best bet. If we have ever on the Democratic side had a chance to win in Texas, this is it. So take a look at this. This is an article about a poll that was conducted by the Texas Public Opinion Research. And it says James Tallarico's lead over Ken Paxton widens in Texas Senate general election. So they were running neck and neck. They were completely tied, I think, at 47% each. Well, now Tallarico is up by 5 points. And check this out. This is a breakdown of the participants who took this poll. So you can see, for anybody who goes, oh, well, it must have been all libs who took this poll. No, 42% were conservatives. So a plurality of the people who were participants in this poll were conservative. And then if you look at this, so they asked, generally speaking, do you think of yourself as Republican, a Democrat, an independent, or something else? Again, a plurality, 42% who took this poll were Republicans. So, they can't use that as an excuse. And, the majority of these people also voted for Donald Trump. So take a look at that. So like I said, the majority, 53%, voted for Donald Trump. Only 42% voted for Kamala Harris. So can't use that as an excuse either. And one major reason why Tallarico is winning right now, or at least leading in the polls, is obviously because of the economy. So check this out. So they said, which candidate do you think better understands economic challenges facing working Texans? 42% said Tallarico. Ken Paxton, 35%. So, and then, the other question was, which candidate will do more to lower costs? Basically the same thing. 43% said Tallarico, 34% said Ken Paxton. So, and this is their number one issue. when they asked them, what is the biggest issue for you right now? Every one of them cited the economy. And then Hispanic Texans are really starting to turn on Donald Trump. And this is the second reason why. This is immigration, which I've mentioned before. But I want to show you guys this video, which just sums it all up. So, or actually, I'll show you this first. So this was an article. I think this was from Politico. So they said 1 in 5 Texas business owners say that they've had employees who have been deported. So obviously affecting their businesses. And then take a look.
Grew up in the Valley. He runs a construction company. It's been a family business for years. He voted for Trump in 2016, 2020, and 2024. Robert also lives in the Rio Grande Valley. Like many of his neighbors, up until recently, he was a Trump voter.
He promised a whole lot of stuff. And I fell for it. You know, oh, the country's going to get better. He's going to bring this economy back and we're going to be where we need to be.
Mario and Robert now think differently about Trump's success.
How much of what you've seen with President Trump's mass deportation policy has had an impact on you shifting away from the Republican Party? Oh my God. A lot.
I could not, in any good conscience, vote or support a Republican candidate.
We are a border town, and we have people that have been here for 15, 20 years that have been providing a life for their families. I believe that we need to respect that as a country. And unfortunately, when Mr. Trump started doing what he was doing, I had never seen the level of anxiety that I saw. I had never seen business owners call me at the level where it's like, we can't get people to go to work.
When we're out on the expressway and we're out there with our signs protesting and stuff, 96% of the response we get from people are positive.
What would it have been like, maybe during Trump 1.0?
Oh my God.
Would you even been out there?
Mm-mm. Mm-mm. No, and I would have laughed at the people that would have gone out there.
So my name is Efrain Gomez Jr. I'm from Donna, Texas, a little small town here in the RGB. I'm a construction owner. I'm here as a 2-time Trump supporter.
My name's Ruben Ruiz Jr. I'm a land developer, builder also here in the Valley. I've been doing this for 24 years now. I am a Republican. I voted Republican for many years.
My wife is a healthcare professional. Ask me if I have healthcare.
Do you have health?
I don't.
They just made a billionaire a trillionaire.
Yeah.
They just made that happen, right? So now Elon's going to go ahead and buy the rest of Boca Chica.
Meanwhile, I'm adding water to my soap bottle just to make it last longer.
1 in 5 Latino men regret voting for President Trump.
I think it's probably higher than that.
That's you? How did that happen? How did you go from being ardent Trump supporters to now not?
Everything he promised, he forgot about. So, yes, I regret voting for him.
But this is a conservative place, South Texas.
We're conservative, but when you start attacking our people, like you start attacking our family, we're such a tight-knit community that you're attacking our families.
They detain naturalized citizens, okay?
Yeah.
So how can you, they did the paperwork. They did everything right. Why are you detaining them?
They're scaring people, bro. That's the thing. And then because people are scared, they're afraid to go to the job site.
So you heard them, guys. They're struggling. They resent people like Elon Musk. They're planning to go for the Democrat, who was the guy who was sitting there with the journalist. That video, by the way, came from More Perfect Union. I would encourage everybody to go watch the whole thing. It's like 15, 20 minutes long. So, but yeah, they were sitting there talking with the guy who's running in their district and who's a Democrat. And they're all planning to vote for him now because they're just fed up. Politico, in that article that I showed you guys, they also went and spoke with some Trump voters, and they're also saying that they plan to vote for Democrats. Take a look at this. So this is one guy who said, "How can we continue voting for someone that is targeting our community?" Melendez said, "There's no way possible we're going to support that. No way." And then he also went on to say this, "I didn't like what Biden was doing on the border, But now with Trump, it's all the opposite, 180-degree change. He doesn't let us work. He's taking the best we have. They also went and spoke with a construction company owner in South Texas. He said that there was an arrest, I guess, that went really viral down there of a Catholic nun. And he said for him, that was the, quote, the final nail in the coffin. And he said for a lot of people in his community, it was as well. And then he went on to say this. He said, we're pissed off at the current administration. Everybody's pissed off down here in South Texas. The construction executive said, noting that most Hispanics in the area are Catholic. Remember, we're conservative. We're not far left. We're in the middle, conservative Latinos in South Texas. It doesn't make sense. And then other business owners told Politico that, you know, this whole thing that Trump and all of his people are pushing that, oh, you know, all of these immigrants are stealing your jobs. They literally called it bullshit. They said that is total bullshit. Americans do not want these jobs. Americans will not work these jobs. And I've shared that with you guys in the past from other people as well. And this is not just affecting the Paxton-Tallarico race. So take a look. This is another part of the video that I just played from More Perfect Union. And this directly talks about another race that's going on for a congressional seat down there. Take a look.
And he's running against Monica La Cruz. Why didn't they? I'm pretty sure people have said this many times. She should have stuck to sending insurances. That's what she did. I want a politician to understand who we are, what our community is built off of. There's not one building in the valley that has not been touched by an immigrant hand. We need representatives to understand that, and we do have some, except for one.
Despite broad community concern, Monica de la Cruz has continued to vote for funding increases for ICE and border security. Just last month, she voted to pass the Secure America Act, a bill backed by the Trump administration, which allocated nearly $70 billion specifically to ICE and U.S. Customs and Border Protection.
We don't want the chaos anymore. We don't want chaos, period.
Well, we have chaos right now. You know what I'm saying? It's like we went from one extreme to another.
So these guys are nervous about voting for Democrats, but they're, like you heard there, they're done with the chaos. They're done with, you know, Donald Trump and his lies and the crap that he's pulling. And this Monica de la Cruz is in trouble because she is not fighting the guy who's running against her. And I've mentioned him before to you guys. He is a singer. He's like a Grammy award-winning Latino singer or something. And he started singing at all of these, you know, Latino events. People were hiring him, or not even hiring him, just he would go and sing for free. So he could get out in the community and get to know everybody. And her only attack against him is like, oh, well, you know, this isn't just a comeback tour for me. I'm not, you know, I'm not here trying to like sing at your niece's quinceanera. You know, I mean, it's like, what kind of an argument is that? How about talk about the issues? How about address concerns from your constituents? But she doesn't have anything to say. She can't, because she is not fighting for them. She's not fighting for her constituents. She's fighting for, you know, the big oil. She's fighting for, you know, the private owned prisons who get to take all these people in and take their money. She is fighting for, you know, just big business, all the bigs, right? So, yeah, I think she's really in trouble this time. And I also think Paxton is. I think that's going to be a little bit of a tougher lift because it's a statewide race, because it's a Senate seat, and you do still have a lot of Republican support in the state in general. And, you know, it is very conservative. But I think Monica de la Cruz has seen her last day in Congress come the first week of November. Or I guess she'll get to, you know, be in there till the beginning of January. But anyway, all right. Thank you guys so much for watching and listening. Please like, share, and subscribe. Please donate if you can. Love you all. Take care. Talk with you soon. Hey everyone, welcome to the show. So we need to talk about the Michigan race, which is happening, well, the primary, I should say, is happening tomorrow. So this is the Michigan Senate race against Haley Stevens, a Democrat, and Abdul El-Sayed, who is also a Democrat. But Haley Stevens is the more traditional, corporate Democrat. She is an avowed supporter of Israel. She takes a shit ton of money from the AIPAC, super PAC and Israel lobby. And like I said, their primary is tomorrow. And El-Sayed is way ahead in the polls. He is up by almost 20 points, as you're going to see. It's just not even close. And some people in the Democratic Party are melting down over all of this, as I'll also share with you in a minute. So El-Sayed was on MS Now, and I find it so hypocritical. I find it just so annoying that he has asked questions about his anti-Israel stance when Haley Stevens is never hammered, never, has her feet held to the fire over why she is so committed to a foreign country instead of being, more focused on taking care of the people in her district, because she's currently a member of Congress. So I want you to take a look at how he was pressed and how they just, or I should say, this one host really just laid into him about this.
Has been largely and loudly populist, but also anti-Zionist. And you've sort of married those two things, equating funding for Israel with underfunding healthcare, for example. Are you worried that framing, juxtaposing the Jewish funding for the Jewish state against the needs of, in your own words, our own people, echoes an old anti-Semitic trope?
Let me just be very, very clear. You know who benefits from guaranteed health care in this country? Jewish Americans. The idea that somehow we are going to use the specter of anti-Semitism to defend what a foreign government is doing actually does a deep disservice to the well-being of Jewish Americans in this country. Judaism and the Jewish people are a light unto the world, beautiful faith, beautiful people. The contributions that they've made to this country alone are staggering. And I'm looking forward to standing with the Jewish community against anti-Semitism. After all, anti-Semitism and Islamophobia are one in the same, and we need to take them on. But we cannot sit idly by and ask, why is it that our $3.3 billion a year at baseline is used to fund apartheid at baseline, genocide over the last several years, a war we have no business fighting, with the attempt to annex the southern part of a neighboring country, and then wonder why our kids' schools look like they did 50 years ago? The reality of this is that we cannot
you haven't
continue.
made that same trade-off argument with regards to other items in the U.S.'s $800 billion
I have.
defense
You just
budget.
don't cover it. No, I have. You just don't cover it. I'll say the same thing about the money we send to Egypt, which is where my family comes from. So if you want to go ahead and call me anti-Egyptian, go ahead and do that. But the reality is that on principle, I don't think we should be sending unconditional foreign military aid to any government, because none of us actually pay our tax dollars.
On principle, then, are you against ethno-religious states writ large?
On principle, I absolutely am.
So, yeah, very clear in his stance that he holds nothing against Israel in general, nothing against the Jewish people, especially not Jewish people here in America. But he's saying what so many other people have said on the left and the right, that our tax dollars should be used for our services. And then if there is money left over, if we can afford it, then we can go and help other countries. And we definitely should not be helping other countries that are committing a genocide, that have literally been called out by all kinds of different organizations saying that they're committing war crimes. Why would we want our tax dollars to go to that? So very clear, very concise. And, you see her throw out this, oh, well, you haven't said that about other countries. Oh, okay, well, first of all, he has, as he pointed out, but are those other countries committing a genocide? I mean, It's so illogical. Their need to point to this and paint everything with anti-Semitism is just obnoxious, and it's just tired. It's such a tired old excuse. It's ridiculous. Like I said, nobody dares to ask Haley Stevens, why do you insist? And Haley Stevens, to be clear, has said she wants no barriers. She wants no limit on the amount of money that we give to Israel. She doesn't want any parameters. She doesn't want, any restrictions around it. So according to Haley Stevens, we can just bleed ourselves dry to fund Israel, to fund them going out and bombing their neighbors and committing a genocide. That's who Haley Stevens is. So, and I want to point out something else too. Last weekend, the Bulwark, they have their weekend focus groups that are, it's conducted by, oh my God, Sarah Longwell. So she did some focus groups on this Michigan race. I guess she's been doing them over the past couple months. So she just did kind of a summary of all of them. And this Israel and AIPAC issue came up in many of these focus groups. And Haley Stevens is winning over people. I mean, she is underwater by quite a bit, or she's, doing horribly next to El Sayed, but she is absolutely winning people over with a very deceptive ad about him. So I want to play that for you guys and then show you what a Michigan reporter told oh my God. I don't know why my brain keeps fading. Sarah Longwell, what this Michigan reporter said to Sarah Longwell about each point in this ad and why in his own words, it's one of the most deceptive ads that he has seen in a long time. But this is winning over. This is, turning women against him. So take a look.
El Sayed has a long history of disrespecting women. He called Michelle Obama's work with children uninspired and ineffectual, claimed Gretchen Whitmer was bought and sold. In a discrimination lawsuit, El Sayed was accused of telling a woman he didn't want to work with anyone over 40. And an employee said he was offered payment to keep silent after witnessing El Sayed disparaging women. A history of disrespecting women. That's the real Abdul El Sayed.
Not taking a position. This is not pro or anti any candidate, not pro or anti any issue that might be coming up. This is an incredibly deceptive ad. Really one of the worst I've seen in a while. It makes 4 points. The first is this time when supposedly Abdul was disrespectful to Michelle Obama, which beyond just sort of resonating with women in Michigan, it's really a kind of heat-seeking missile. It's something that I think Black voters are going to hear and care about. And here's the thing. That was an op-ed he wrote in 2010 or 2012. I can't remember what year, but it was an op-ed about her, physical fitness campaign. It was a respectful op-ed. It was about policy. It had nuance. He actually said it was commendable. He just said he didn't think it was going to work. You can agree or disagree with what he was saying at the time, but it was not disrespectful to women. It was not disrespectful to Michelle Obama. Then there's this example of him criticizing Gretchen Whitmer. Well, that's when he was running against her in the 2018 primaries. It was a heated primary. He was attacking her the same way he attacks, Mike Rogers today as being, connected to special interests. And you can agree or disagree with what he was saying there on the merits, but it was not disrespectful to women. It was an argument about money and politics. The third example is about a lawsuit that was against the health department while he was there. It was not about him. There's a fourth one, which involves a dispute with a former employee. I don't want to litigate that here. I don't think it's been fully vetted, but, at best is something that's not yet been, I think, sort of fully kind of aired out that we really know what happened. And so the idea, there are arguments. People thought his comments about Haley Stevens not stringing two sentences together was disrespectful in a way that sounded disrespectful to women. And he has a bit of a bro affect that I think, you can interpret how you want. And that's all fair game. But, this idea that what is in this ad shows him to be disrespectful to women, I just think is really unfounded. It's a really deceptive ad, and it is everywhere right now.
There you go, guys. So I want to know why Haley Stevens hasn't been questioned on this. Why hasn't she been asked, if she's Islamophobic, right? Because this definitely, that ad very much plays into the stereotype of the Muslim man who is, disrespectful to women, who wants them to cover their heads, and, Sharia law, and we're going to beat you to death, and we're going to drag you through the streets, and we're going to, put you down and keep you in your place. And why isn't she asked about this? Why hasn't she been pressed about why she's Islamophobic? Why she's playing into this stereotype? I mean, you heard, on MS Now, they're asking him if he's playing into anti-Semitic stereotypes. This is a 100% Muslim stereotype of Muslim men. So total bullshit. Anyway, the focus groups were really kind of a toss-up, but the polling is not at all close, like I said. So here's a list of 10 polls. These were all 10 polls from July. And I mean, you can see here, she is only ahead in one poll out of 10. And he is ahead by double digits in all but one. So at the very bottom, he's ahead by 3. All of the other ones, he is ahead of her by double digits. So doesn't seem like it's really close. And I want to focus on Emerson College in specific, or in particular, because this really tells the story. Zoran Mamdani in New York. So it's not always the case, the mainstream media and the establishment on both sides like to make it out like, oh, well, younger voters are just disengaged and they just don't turn out. And there is something to that, but they're also missing or maybe purposely underplaying the fact that when you give them someone to be excited about, when you give them policies that they are excited about, they will come out. They will make the time. But when you keep running the same establishment, bullshit, corporate owned, consultant class pieces of shit on both sides, no, that doesn't excite them. What do you know? They're going to find something better to do with their time. So as you can see, it's pretty much a lock. I would be absolutely floored if El Sayed does not win tomorrow's primary. And here's the thing. We have a bunch of spoiled brats in the Democratic Party who are vowing on Twitter to not vote for him, to not come out. Here's an example of one of them. So you see here, Jake Altman, he's in the trade union. He said he's telling Haley Stevens, if you lose, I am voting for Mike Rogers. And you need to cut it out. DSA and Abdul Sayed are dangerous. You know it. And a lot of other Michiganders know it too. So, Haley Stevens, I will give her a little bit of credit, was at least slamming Mike Rogers, which is the Republican in this race. This guy is saying, no, I'm going to go vote for him. I'm going to go vote for the guy who is going to put through the rubber stamp the agenda of the fascists that we currently have in the White House. Of the guy who started an illegal war that is now destroying our economy, of the guy who hired a bunch of dangerous ICE agents who are now executing Americans in the street, as well as immigrants in our country, who are racially profiling people, beating the shit out of them, lying in court. Someone who is using the presidency for his own financial gain, him and his family, who got his attorney general to write something that would give him complete immunity from any prosecution. Someone who is committing crimes almost on the daily, violating the Constitution. And this guy is saying, if I don't get my corporate-owned, AIPAC-owned candidate, I'm going to go vote for a Republican who will rubber stamp that agenda. Imagine if this guy was a progressive saying that about the establishment candidate. But yet progressives have been dragged through the mud for a decade because some didn't vote for Hillary Clinton after they totally played games and manipulated the outcome in the 2016 election so that she would get the nomination over Bernie Sanders. So we on the far left, the progressives, we're just supposed to put up with this shit. But when it's the other way around, you get the vote blue no matter who crowd going, oh, you are going to destroy this country. It's your fault that Donald Trump won. You're the problem. You guys are Russian assets. You guys are destroying our party altogether. You're undermining Democrats. You're the reason that the Republicans keep winning. You're the reason everything that happens bad in this country is happening. Where are they when people like this say something like this? Refuse to vote for the progressive and actively say, I'm going to actually vote for the enemy. In any case, we might not need this guy because More Perfect Union sat down with El Sayed and Trump voters. They actually put together a group of Trump voters, and I guess these people have voted for both parties over the years, or some of them have. And Abdul El Sayed won them over. So I have a video for you guys. It's a bit long. The full video, I would suggest that you go watch it. I really encourage you to watch it. It's about 15 to 20 minutes. I put together a clip that's about maybe 4.5 minutes for you guys, just to give you a flavor of what all went down. So take a look.
Question his ability to win against a Republican. I feel that some of his beliefs turn off a large portion of the population. Listening to his comments that he would like to abolish ICE, I have a hard time with that.
I haven't decided who I'm going to vote for sure. A lot of what we hear from Democrats is like a lot of lip service, when in actuality they don't really follow through on anything that they really say.
I would previously describe myself politically as more Republican-leaning. I have voted Republican in the past. I feel like the mainstream media is very biased, and I do respect a lot of the independent journalists, including Tucker Carlson.
Let's begin with Medicare for All.
I want you to imagine that next to your insurance card, you had another card. And that card was your Medicare card. It came to you the day you were born. And it didn't matter if you turned 26, or get married, or get divorced, or get a job, or lose a job, that you could get health care with it. That's what Medicare for All is. This is the question I always get. But doctor, how are you going to pay for it? Just remember, we already pay for it. Every single dollar that goes to the back pocket of an insurance CEO, every single dollar that goes to a pharmaceutical company, every single dollar comes from where? One of our pockets. Medicare becomes the buyer of all prescription drugs on behalf of all of us. And so it can use its power purchasing on behalf of the 350 million people in this country to start bringing those rates down. Here's the other crazy thing about pharma. Almost every pharmaceutical that has come to market in the last decade has had its roots in NIH-funded research. You know who paid for that? We did. Then some private company comes and buys the rights to this thing. Then they get to sell it back to the taxpayer at a ridiculous rate. And that's insane to me.
What would you say to people who are worried that withdrawing defense funding to Israel would make American Jews less safe here at home?
This idea that the things that we're doing with our tax dollars to backstop a foreign government somehow makes Jewish folk more safe here, that doesn't make sense to me. I start from a position of principle, which is to say that Jewish Americans are not the same as AIPAC and Israel, that Jewish Americans deserve to live their lives unfettered and unencumbered by discrimination or hate, and that we have to fight together to build an America where that anti-Semitism is stamped out.
I think we can put ICE to better use to protect our borders and protect Americans. How can we draw that fine line between utilizing this federal agency versus allowing them to go rogue as they've done recently?
Here's the thing. So I've run government agencies, and once they take on a certain culture, it's really hard to change the culture. ICE itself has become a rogue agency based on a premise that is inconsistent with both the Constitution and the ideals of our country. We don't need it. In fact, we didn't have it before 2002. America's a lot older than 2002. So the notion that we can't protect our southern border or we can't enforce immigration policy without ICE is just not true. You get rid of the agency, you fire all the people in it, and then you ask yourself, what would you want to build that actually achieved the goals that we have? To keep a safe and secure southern border, to create a very clear pathway to citizenship for people, right? And in the cases where you have people who should not be here and do bad things, that you are very targeted in your enforcement, rather than making a show out of enforcing to tell all immigrants that they don't belong here.
Did Abdul change your mind on any issues?
Yeah, definitely on the ICE issue.
I think the way that Abdul spoke about Medicare for all, as far as it being a plausible and a tangible goal, was pretty enlightening, and I plan to vote for Abdul.
I think that Abdul did change my mind about what I feel like I can expect from a politician who really believes what they say.
Him taking a stance on something, even if it's strong and people consider it maybe too strong, I think taking a stance means something.
It's an election. Anybody could lose. Haley Stevens could lose. And I'd rather, vote for somebody who I agree with on their policy points rather than somebody who I just think is against Trump. I've got my mail-in ballot at home. I'm going to go home and fill it out and mail it in for Abdul El-Sayed.
The narrative in the media is that El-Sayed's policies are too radical to win. But with these voters, who largely distrust both parties, his ideas broke through.
What do you know? What do you know when a progressive actually sits down and explains their position and explains how things will work and could work under their leadership? It wins people over. It wins over Trump voters, people who left the Democratic Party because they're like, this doesn't work for me. What are they doing for me? Like that guy said in the beginning, all they do is talk. They don't follow through. They don't make anything happen. So again, this nibbling around the edges, oh, we can't do too much. We have to, it takes time to make change. As I've said before, Donald Trump just blew that up. He just proved in this past year and a half that that is bullshit. And people on both sides of the aisle now see it because he used his power for evil. He went out there, signed a bunch of executive orders, twisted people's arms, threatened people, and got them to do horrible things that have been horrific for our country over the past 18 months. Imagine if a Democrat had the balls or ovaries to use that power for good. If they actually gave a damn and didn't care about their freaking wealthy donors and what they were going to think, if they weren't bought and paid for, as he said Gretchen Whitmer is, which, by the way, is not insulting women. It's just a fact. Whether you're a man or a woman, if you're taking corporate PAC money, you're bought and paid for. And saying someone can't string two sentences together, how is that insulting to just women? You could say that about men too. It's all so absurd. And it's so obvious, like, where this is coming from. The establishment is terrified because progressives are finally taking over, and people on the left and the right are starting to see through all the bullshit, all of the lies, all the obfuscation, all of the, smoke that, oh, actually, the far left does have some good ideas. So anyway, guys, there you go. Expect an El-Sayed victory tomorrow. And then, we'll see in the general election. But there have been some polling showing that he loses to Mike Rogers, some that showing that he would win against Mike Rogers. It's all within the margin of error. And I don't know if they're factoring in people like this, people on the right. And you got to figure, okay, this is a small group. what was it, like 5 people or something that sat down with him. Each one of those 5 people has friends and family, and they're going to go talk to them, or their friends and family are going to see the El Sayed, lawn sign and ask them about it. And their neighbors are going to ask them about it. And then they're going to explain to them what they learned in this session. So it's not just 5 people that he reached. Anyway, thank you all so much for watching and listening. Please like, share, and subscribe. Please donate if you can. Love you all. Take care. Talk with you soon.
How's it going, everybody? Welcome back for another episode of Locally Sourced. I am Carter, your host, and housekeeping out of the way. If you like the channel, you can hit subscribe on YouTube. If you want to support the channel, you can head to Patreon or Substack. Links will be in the description. And support this so that it remains editorially independent and not subservient to anyone else's interests. We're just going for it. But I'm really excited because my guest today is Phil Sletton. He is the research director of New Hampshire Fiscal Policy Institute, and I'm going to bring him on now. Phil, how are you doing today?
I'm doing well. How are you?
I'm good. I'm hanging in there. Where I can hear you just fine. We're doing great. So
okay, great.
So you guys do really fantastic work at NHFPI, and what spawned this whole instance of me reaching out to you guys was that the new state budget just came out, and they talk about how they have a surplus. Now, from my perspective, when I read articles that are talking about the state budget and they say they have a surplus, I think about all of the local townspeople that will say, oh, my property taxes are too high, but there's a lack of investment in the schools. At the same time, we're spending too much on the schools, and it sort of gets a little mixed up. And at the same time, I also think about just the general attitude coming out of Concord, which is, well, we want to cut taxes, we want to reduce taxes, and how does that get done? AOT just passed this new cap proposal that has to be on, town ballots, and so I'm just sort of curious as to help viewers who may or have read articles on In-Depth NH, let's say, about the budget. Let's try and demystify that a bit, because when I think about sort of just the overall budget, right, because we can probably start with education, just because the education budget is somewhere between $3.5 to $4 billion every year, right? And a lot of people are very familiar with the concept of downshifting in the state, where we're shifting the burden of those property taxes, which fund education, onto the local taxpayers. But at the same time, that report said that they had pulled over $3 billion for the general and education fund, and so I guess we can start by the direct question of what portion of that money is actually allocated or could potentially be allocated from the state level to education in a way that might provide an opportunity for local property taxes to be alleviated?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's a great question. So stepping back, the most recent data that we just received, right, the data that we received as of the end of June, that is the first, and it's the cash basis, so it's preliminary, but it's the first year of revenue in our 2-year budget. So New Hampshire, the state legislators passed the state budget, the governor signed it back in June of 2025. That budget is in effect from July 1st, 2025 to June 30th, 2027. It's 2 state fiscal years. So in New Hampshire, we have a 2-year budget. 30 states have a 1-year budget. We're in the 20 or so, and I say or so because there's some complications in some states, but we're in the 20 or so states that have a 2-year state budget. So right now we're at the halfway point of the state budget, and we now know we have a better idea anyway, of what revenues looked like for the first half of the state budget. And policymakers, when they're putting together a state budget, it has to balance, right? It's an operating budget, so you don't borrow money to pay for operations. You borrow money to do capital projects, but not to pay for ongoing expenses. Staff and services that are provided directly, and maintaining roads and funding public schools, right? So the operating budget is dependent on what the revenue projections were. And state policymakers projected revenues over the 2-year period. And for the first year of the state budget, it looks like the state revenues for the general and education trust funds, which isn't the whole budget, but it's a pretty significant part of it, about 40%, those were about a little under 6% over what was expected. A big portion of that was one time. There were some one-time dollars that came in, what's called a tax amnesty program. Happy to talk about that more if you have questions, but it's a one-time, basically, pot of money. And that one-time pot of money, if you take that out, then revenues were about 2.7% above what was expected when the state budget was crafted. So what that means is that right now, if spending is going according to plan, which is a different, it's the other side of the equation, right? We don't have as much clarity on the spending side of the equation, but we know about the revenue side of the equation. If spending is going according to plan, then there is a cushion of, right now, it's about $182 million is the estimate at the end of this fiscal year. So again, we're halfway through the state budget. There's that cushion of about $182 million. So what does that mean? That means that policymakers have a little bit of money that they could use for something else. They've already ended their legislative session this year, so they're probably, unless they decide to take something up in the fall, they probably aren't going to use it until the next session, right?
Sure.
So that money then probably carries forward into the next state budget discussion, which the legislature will be doing next year. So February to June of 2027, the legislature will be considering the next state budget. So there's this additional money. And what does that mean in the context of property taxes? What does that mean in the context of funding the overall state budget? Those are all valid questions. I'll take the property taxes one first, since that was and how that relates to education funding. If that works for you, Carter.
Yeah, absolutely. That works great for me. Let's do it. Okay,
great. So the education funding that comes from the state, you identified that, it's about $4 billion overall that's spent on local public education in New Hampshire.
Right.
The education funding that comes from the state is a little over $1 billion of that each year. So last state fiscal year 2026, that was $1.08 billion in what's called adequate education aid, which is terminology the state uses that's in response to the Claremont lawsuits in the 1990s that were decided by the state Supreme Court. So that adequate education aid, which is funded mostly on a per pupil basis, right? Mostly based on how many students are there in school districts, which, by the way, that peaked in the 2002-2003 school year. So it's been a declining number of students in aggregate statewide since then. That little more than $1 billion, that funds about mid-20s, 26% of what state school districts, or the school districts around the state in aggregate, report that they spend on funding students, right? On funding local public education. So school districts report to the state every year, here's how much money we spent on all our operations, here's how much money it was per pupil, et cetera. And where did it come from? So it's a little bit more than a quarter that is funded by the state. There's a little bit of federal funds, 6% or so. There in the last year, there's money that's from students paying for school lunches. There's a couple other local sources, right? But the primary source of revenue that school districts have is property taxes. And those are property taxes that are raised locally from your local property tax base. that is the primary source because broadly, local governments in New Hampshire, they can only do what the state government lets them do in law. Right? So if you're a local government, Carter, and you're saying, I want to raise money to fund a new highway or a new highway bypass, right? If you're in Peterborough, right, you might say, well, like we should make it so people aren't driving through town, right? 202's over on this one side. Let's have a road going on the other side so that people can get to the other side of 101 and not have to cut through town and zigzag through traffic lights, right? So the town wants to raise money to do that. The town can't say, let's tax sales, let's tax soda, let's tax carbon, right? Let's tax red mailboxes, right? Like the town can't do that because it's not authorized to in state law, right?
Right.
But what the town can do, the town can raise property taxes. And that's really the only major tax revenue source that towns have, and that cities have, and that school districts have, and that counties have. It's the only major tax revenue source. There are other revenue sources, but if you're on your select board or your school district board, you don't have control over the money the state sends you or the money that the federal government sends you. You don't necessarily have control over how many people are paying for parking in your town, right, and paying the parking meter. The one that you do have control over is property taxes. So if you have these service needs and only this much money from other sources, that means property taxes are filling the gap. And that's why if there's less money that comes from the federal government, less money that comes from the state government, less money that comes from other sources, all of that puts upward pressure on property taxes.
Sure. So it's really interesting, and I'm glad we're getting into this because I'm just purely from like just observational, trying to make general projections about this. It seems like it kind of puts the towns in a bit of a bind, right? Because you're saying, well, we're going to put all of the responsibility on the towns to provide all of this funding. But at the same time, because they're not allowed to make specific decisions to alleviate taxation in other ways, and they really can only do it through the property tax, it seems like it would cause people in towns to then be sort of frustrated with the town itself for constantly raising this one tax that they already feel like is way too high anyways. And it just, the downshift of it seems to be sort of like there's not a lot of wiggle room there in order to actually create a sense of security or mobility for the people in the town to spread the taxation out in a way that creates a more fair alignment, right? Because property taxes themselves are, I always say that, a property tax is regressive in the sense that it doesn't care about what your position is, right? If you're suddenly out of a job, it's not like your property tax is going to be on hold, right? But if you were, say, paying an income tax, well, you're not going to be taxed on income that you're not making. The sales tax is regressive in the same way, where if somebody's making $30,000, they're paying a greater portion of that tax compared to what they earn as somebody who's making $300,000 a year. You know what I mean? So that shifts the greater portion of responsibility onto the less affluent members of the state. And so, like I always try to go to the example of like, you've got, somebody who's in their 70s, right? And they're living on like the family farm that they've owned for generations, you know what I mean? But they're on a fixed income. They're not able to work anymore. Maybe their particular line of work really heavily relied on using their body. You know what I mean? It's not a desk job. It's not like a work from home opportunity. So they're relying on Social Security, maybe some sort of retirement if they have one. But those property taxes go up. They just continue to increase. And that person who's living on that fixed income may all of a sudden find themselves completely priced out of a home that has been theirs for generations. And that seems to be don't know, that just on its face, that doesn't feel fair. And I don't think that's necessarily a partisan take per se, because I've talked to people all over the political spectrum, and then nobody likes that. Nobody likes the idea of like, oh, you're kicking grandma out of her house. Like, what the heck are you doing, dude? So it's weird because there's this significant amount of downshifting that occurs. And then at the same time, you brought up the Claremont decision, which I think is incredibly relevant to this conversation. But furthermore, we have the Conval case, which also went through more recently, which basically reaffirmed a lot of the results of the Claremont decision. And so the state still is sort of in this position of not adequately funding education by the decision of the courts. That's again not a partisan take. That's just what the courts said. So and I understand that there's a lot of effort in Concord to sort of try and subvert or divert public tax dollars into the education freedom accounts, right? So that people are able to use that money for non-public school opportunities, and under the guise of it's flexible and it's school choice, and you're given better options when your local school is not able to deliver for you. But that at the same time, I can't help but think, well, Jesus, isn't that still diverting money away from public schools that are already underfunded? And that blame seems to be mostly carried by the towns. So it's very much so a way for the state to say like, hey, we didn't do it. You know what I mean? This is just that your town did this. And so I'm just sort of, that's a general take. And I don't know that there's so much of a question there, as it's just like, this is a thing that I ponder, and I wonder from the analysis side of things what the read on that take is for just the regular person looking at this problem.
Yeah, so I'll pull on three threads, if I could, from what you said.
Yeah, of course.
One is that New Hampshire relies more on property taxes than any other state in the country to fund public services. Right. And other than the utility property tax, which is raised by the state directly from utilities, all property taxes in New Hampshire that are true property taxes are raised and retained locally. So there is a statewide education property tax. The state used to actually collect money from that. The state doesn't collect money physically from that anymore. All of that money stays with local governments. So the state requires local governments to raise it, but it's effectively an add-on to the local property tax, which, right, by the way, if you count that all together, that means that school districts are raising 72% of the money that they use to fund their operations, the education of students, from local property taxes.
Right.
And that's, if we look at towns, we look at counties, they're all relying on local property tax bases. And when you get to the municipal level, right, some of our towns are pretty small, and there's a big difference in the fiscal capacity of that property tax base to fund services when you go from town to town, right, or city to city. Do you have waterfront property? Do you have a ski area that people want to have second homes in? Do you have a big industrial site or facility?
Right.
Do you have a lot of commercial property? Do you have a lot of homes that are of high value and that don't have a lot of students in them, especially, or a lot of people living in them, period, right? Those are all things that can affect what the property tax base is relative to what your service needs are. And that, because we are so reliant on local property taxes in New Hampshire and local tax bases in particular, because it's not just property taxes, it is that when you cross the border from town to town or city to town, there's a big difference in the fiscal capacity, or there can be a big difference in the fiscal capacity of those communities. And that can make it, sort of easier or harder to raise property taxes and to raise revenue for services more generally. And that interacts with how do property taxes impact people based on their income. Generally, the lowest income households and middle income households have a higher effective tax rate from property taxes and from state and local taxes overall in New Hampshire than the highest income households. So the modeling from the Institute on Taxation and Economic Policy suggests the bottom 20% of family units, which could be individuals or could be families, but basically tax units, bottom 20% paid in state and local taxes an effective tax rate of close to 9%. And for the top 1% of households, it was an effective tax rate of a little under 3%. So it was about a 3-to-1 ratio relative to incomes. Now, again, that's relative to incomes. That's not total number of dollars, right?
Right.
Because there aren't that many dollars at the bottom 20%, and there are a lot of dollars at the top 1%. But relative to incomes, it reflects that property taxes are really, I mean, they're a tax on wealth. It's wealth that is taxed every year, but wealth is not necessarily reflective of someone's property taxed wealth, I should say, is not necessarily reflective of someone's total wealth or ability to pay in that moment, in the same way that it was 100 years ago, 125 years ago, when we were mostly an agricultural society, right? And most of the wealth that you would have as an individual would show up in the property that you have, that you own, and is physically available, right?
Right.
Whether that's livestock, whether that's, fuel tanks the state used to tax, whether it's mills, stock in trade, right? There's all sorts of things the state used to tax as part of property or business-ish taxes.
Yes.
And now we've shifted most of that to property taxes that are more generic property taxes. And I say now, this was more than 50 years ago. And business taxes that are more broad-based in terms of what are your profits, what's your business enterprise value tax base, et cetera. So what that means is that we are taxing a certain type of wealth that doesn't necessarily reflect someone's income. It can, but doesn't all the time. And taxing that wealth more and more to raise more money at the very local level, and only taxing it based on those small property tax bases. And that results in a pretty uneven distribution of what is the effective tax rate across income groups. Right.
Right. Absolutely. Well, and I would also imagine that the reality that, is we can say that, property is a form of wealth, which is accurate. But there's not a direct correlation to something like, say, owning a stock, right? Where if you own a stock and you're holding it and the value of the stock goes up, you're not actively taxed on that until you decide to sell your shares, right? That's the moment at which you receive the taxation on that particular sale of a stock. Whereas if you own a home and the property value gets reassessed and goes up, you haven't been able to realize the gains of selling that house because you're still living in it, but you are now paying more for it. And that doesn't relate. It's not like you were suddenly able to get a huge raise at work that accounts for that. So that seems like a pretty big snag in the works there. I think it's interesting that you bring up sort of the agricultural roots of the state, where at that particular time, property taxes did actually function much more like an income tax. That was sort of the conception of the idea, was like, we're only going to tax you on your ability to earn, right? Because it was so tied, what you owned was tied to what you could make in terms of money. So I always find it fascinating that it's like, well, we don't want an income tax in this state. If to go back to this sort of like, Mel Thompson and union leader talking point from mid 1900s, it's, yeah, sure, but that's not actually the formulation historically of why we have the system we have. Things shifted. And so I think this has a bit of a dovetail a little bit in terms of there's the general conversation that's happening right now with sort of Andrew Volinsky and Cliff Below's proposal with the 3-3 tax affordability plan. Which I think is interesting, because they're coming out and making a proposal, right? I mean, and they're not even necessarily, it's not legislation. It's not like it's going through the state house in any capacity. They were just like, let's write this up and see what everybody thinks about it. And then all of a sudden Andrew Volinsky's getting death threats, which is sort of ridiculous. But just literally for saying the word income tax in the state of New Hampshire, I think is the darkly comedic. But it's I'm genuinely curious, from just an analysis perspective, looking at like sort of the tax burden and what would make the most sense in terms of long-term sustainability, is there value in examining other broad-based tax methods? Would doing something like bringing back the interest and dividends tax or the estate tax, would stuff like that actually create genuine opportunities to alleviate sort of the imbalance that we're experiencing right now?
So, and I'm glad you brought up the interest and dividends tax, because that was also a tax on a form of wealth, but it was wealth that generates income and then a tax on that income. Right? You mentioned capital gains, right? That is, if you own a stock, which by the way is much more portable and transferable than someone's house, right? And has a very different impact on someone's life if they're selling their stock versus selling a house. So, and that's a capital gains tax, a lower value to upper value, or you might hold that stock and then earn dividends and distributions from it, from that ownership of the company. But those are all forms of income, right? And the property tax in New Hampshire is a form on a tax on certain types of wealth, certain forms of types of wealth. And that is much more likely to impact a much broader swath of the population than, for example, the interest and dividends tax did. At least most of the money, the majority of money raised from the interest and dividends tax was from filers in its latest years, from filers that had $200,000 a year or more in taxable interest and dividend income alone, right? So you had to have a lot of wealth to generate $200,000 in interest and dividend income that was taxable without selling any of it, right? No capital gains involved there. That was just, you had this wealth, and that could be ownership of your own company, right? That's generating that income for you. But it is not something you have to sell to generate that income. That was then taxed. So you'd have to have for $200,000 a year in income, you'd have to have millions of dollars of wealth, or the equivalent of millions of dollars of wealth, if you have anything that's like a reasonable rate of return on either a stock or a distribution. So one of the reasons that the state, to your question about other types of revenue, one of the reasons why the state is not as reliant on one type of revenue source as local governments are, and why people feel the property tax in ways that they don't feel some of the other state taxes or taxes that we have in the state, is because the state has a much broader array of revenue options, right? It has the business profits tax, the meals and rentals tax, the business enterprise tax, the Medicaid enhancement tax, the motor fuels tax, the insurance premium tax, right? The tobacco tax. These are all different taxes on different parts of the economy. And you can adjust them, right? Or the state could adjust them in ways that do not directly impact people as much as one tax, the property tax, that is already relatively high in New Hampshire on a per capita basis. In 2022, we paid more in property taxes than any other state in the country except New Jersey. So they're relatively high here. And that, increasing that further, ratcheting that up further, means that there's that means that people are feeling that pressure point more than they do if the meals and rentals tax is adjusted upward by 0.5 percentage point or downward by 0.5 percentage point like it was in 2021. So that diverse array of revenue sources that the state has is an asset for stabilizing revenues and making it so you're not leaning too heavily on one part of the economy, as opposed to property taxes, which, there's a lot of property, right? It's a relatively broad base, but within the town or city that you're talking about, it's a pretty narrow base because it's only within the borders of that town. And it's a tax that is really your only lever to raise money at the local level from taxation. And one piece I want to mention, there's the three plan in particular. A lot of focus was on the 3% on the income tax side. But the that's the property tax side, the $3 per thousand property tax side. That was proposing, well, and I don't want to put words in either Andy or Cliff's mouths for this, right? But that was proposing basically making the whole state be part of the property tax base. And that broadens it much further, because then the town border, the city border, doesn't matter nearly so much for funding public education, because if you're raising the money statewide with the state as your property tax base and not just whether you happen to have waterfront property or a large industrial facility within your town or not, that means that the statewide property tax base can then raise the money in a way that reflects what a particular property is more, and the value of that relative to the statewide average, as opposed to what a particular town's collection of properties happen to be, if that makes sense.
Yeah, no, definitely. It does make sense. And I think, that's, everybody focuses on the income tax portion of that. And I thought that the actual property tax portion that they were talking about was just as fascinating to me as the income tax portion. I thought it was a really interesting proposal. And it's like, I would like it if people would be able to like entertain it to a certain extent, just because I do see these conflicts where there's so much emphasis on the town level and the school district level in terms of raising the revenue. And it can, it's like, and you have towns like school districts, like, Conval was a good example. Conval's 9 towns that participate in that high school, and the conflict between towns over that money is pretty intense. It can get fairly heated, and it sort of in some ways pits towns against each other, which seems like not a great way to handle things, and to sort of flatten it at the state level seems that it removes some of the potential animosity that would occur or could occur in between, different townships, so that we're not sort of always fighting with each other on the lowest level. And then I think, we've mentioned the statewide education property tax a couple times. And what I think is fascinating about this, and correct me if I'm wrong, but, it's like when I think about it being sort of collected and held locally, but it is a state tax and it's sort of considered a state level thing, but they're asking the towns themselves to be the ones to administer those taxes. That seems fraught to me, because it's a way for the state to say, hey, look, we're doing something, but really the actual onus of collecting and managing all of that money still stays with the towns. And that's, it seems like a neat little trick to sort of take responsibility for doing what feels like absolutely no work. Maybe, and that's, I don't want to mischaracterize. I think that would be, that's bipartisan. You know what I mean? That's, and that's not just the responsibility of one party or another. They're both, the pledge exists, and candidates of both parties will take the pledge. So there's a certain amount of tax prescriptions that are fairly ubiquitous, regardless of what political party you're talking about.
So the statewide education property tax is there was a state Supreme Court case about that last year too, which changed some components of it, some of the wonky components of it, but didn't change the fundamental structure that the money's raised and retained locally by local governments. And it wasn't that way in its initial stages. It wasn't that way in the past when it was created. It was created and set at a rate of $6.60 per thousand, which is much higher than it is now, to basically raise money. And if school districts or really communities raised more than the state owed them through the education funding formula, then that additional money would go back to the state. Some people might remember the terminology donor towns and receiver towns from 20 some years ago, right? And that makes it, I think, speaking to your question about how it's strange that it's administered at the town and city level, that makes it so that all the money is collected locally and then transferred as a block. So even though individuals are being taxed, like the individual houses and businesses, et cetera, are the ones being taxed, it's collected in a way that makes it appear as here's this block of money, and a portion of that is then transferred away, or used to be transferred away, to another community. And that, I think people perceive that as different than, like, why is my town donating as why is my town receiving, right? Or why is this other town receiving? Those are my local property taxes. Shouldn't they be used in my community? Well, there were two changes to statewide education property tax since its inception. One was it was set in 2005 to raise $363 million. So, and that's not adjusted for inflation. So it's a declining source of revenue over time, so to speak, for education funding. And the second is that in 2011, there was a law change that made it so that there was no more sharing between communities. So there are no more donor towns and receiver towns when it comes to education funding, right? That hasn't existed for 14 years. So, so if you still hear that out in the world, that's not the case anymore. It was the case. It was important a while ago, but it's not the case anymore. So, and one thing I do want to note there, if you're a community that has a lot of property wealth, or relatively few students, or a combination of those two, then you may be keeping more in statewide education property tax revenue than the state actually owes you through the education funding formula. And since 2012, or since the law change in 2011, those communities have kept what's called excess swept revenue, excess statewide education property tax revenue, which effectively means that those communities de facto receive more state education aid. I do want to caveat that, yes, they receive more de facto state education aid on paper, but it's not more cash coming from the state because it's all raised locally. Right. It's all raised through statewide education property tax locally. I know this clear as mud, but the statewide education property tax, it is a state tax in that if the state didn't have it, it would have to raise the revenue for the education funding formula that's currently raised for by the statewide education property tax from somewhere else, right? There'd have to be another tax revenue source to fund the education funding formula. But all the money is raised and retained locally, and local governments have to administer it and run it. And this is why it went back to the state Supreme Court, because the Claremont lawsuits, particularly the second Claremont lawsuit in the 1990s, and I should say I'm not an attorney, right? So this is going to be imprecise, right? But that second Claremont lawsuit was focused on the equitability of taxation across communities for education funding. It was less about the dollar amount and more about the inequity between communities for funding public education, and the state had to do something about that inequity. The state Supreme Court case that we saw last year, that state policymakers haven't really responded to yet comprehensively, although the next time they would be in the next state budget potentially. So that'll be next year. They could have responded in 2026, but they didn't do much to respond to it in 2026. So that Supreme Court case was a little bit of a difference, right? It reaffirmed some things from the 1990s, but also said there should be a certain amount of money provided, right? Or recommended that there be a certain amount of money as a floor, as a reasonable floor provided. And then the legislature could provide more too. So again, we'll have to see how the different branches of government interact on this. I don't have a forecast for you on that front.
No, of course.
But it is different in that it was saying not just the state has to supply money to make the funding more equitable from the funding sources, but also saying the state has to supply more money to actually fund an adequate education. That's my quasi layperson's, not an attorney, interpretation of some of the key differences between those Claremont lawsuits in the 1990s and what we saw last year, and that the legislature may decide to tackle next year.
Gotcha. Okay, cool. So, and I appreciate that, because it's, again, like you say, it's clear as mud, and I always think that's so funny, but because I feel like that's like the goal, right? Is to have it be very overlapping and it is, opaque in terms of being able to really understand what's going on, because I would imagine that if you were a bit more, I don't know what the particular word for this is, but devious, maybe is the correct term, about wanting to direct people's ire towards something that isn't you as maybe a politician or a lawmaker. It seems like having these sort of like on paper it's one way, in reality it's another, kind of distinctions creates a layer of plausible deniability where somebody could say, look, like that's not the way we did it. I don't know what to tell you. It's just, that's not how it's written. It's actually this other thing where but then there is sort of a de facto responsibility that's carried in a way that is exactly what people experience, in terms of the, again, to that downshifting point of saying, well, yes, on paper it's state money, but everything is done on the locality level. And I think, my personal attitude towards the term downshifting, which gets used a lot in New Hampshire for good reason, is I think the part of the analogy that people don't always talk about, right, is that you can downshift the cost of something. But if you're thinking about it in terms of like, I'm riding a bicycle or I'm driving a car, the lower the gear you are in, it might be easy to get started, right? It's easy to jump off the line if you're at a full stop. But the maximum speed you can go for the amount of fuel or energy, right, with your legs that you have to expend to go a certain speed is much more costly to you. And the whole point of that is to then shift up, right? So that you've already reached a base operating speed, right? So now you can use a higher gear, which would take more effort if you weren't already moving at the pace that you're moving. And what it actually does is allows you to move faster or be more effective with less energy output because the gear ratio has gone up. And I always think that that's the part of the analogy that people don't think about as much, but I think it's very applicable to the situation that we're dealing with right now, where, to the point about like the sort of the 3% in the tax proposal plan, the tax affordability plan, where it generalizes things to the state level. I think about how if we take this concept of upshifting, right, in terms of energy output, that would actually create a certain amount of relief on a local level, assuming there was some sort of provision that said like, okay, if we do this though, local towns, you do have to lower your property tax rates. Like you can, because that's always, when I hear the sort of the counter argument against an income tax, people will point to places like Connecticut where it's not necessarily bracketed, and they'll say, well, yeah, but it didn't actually alleviate any of the problems, and now they have crazy high tax rates. And like, yeah, but that's also because they never locked in there was no balancing act done to reduce that local level taxation that would have caused relief at that particular level. So it's like, yeah, well, now we're just operating in two gears at the same time. Somehow that seems like it works. And it's, and really the taxpayers are the ones that sort of shoulder the burden of that. And I'm wondering, it's like, I sit here and have this thought as somebody just outside of a lot of the decision making and the experience of it, but I'm wondering if from an analysis perspective on your end, if that actually is that a valid way to look at it?
So when we say it, do you mean the relationship
the
between
state
state and local?
yeah.
Sorry, go ahead. Yeah.
Yeah, is that a valid way to consider the concept of downshifting, the downshiffting or sort of upshifting, and to follow the extension of my analogy here? Is that a reasonable way to sort of try and simplify the concept?
Yeah, so I think it's important for people to remember that, and to help with this way of thinking about it. I think it's important for people to remember that there's strong fiscal relationships between these different levels of government. Like a third of the state budget is funded with federal transfers, right? And then we've already talked about the component of the local government funding that comes from the state, right? We're talking, depending on whether you're counting SWIFT or not as state aid, 20-some%, right? So, if there's more money that's raised at the state level, whether it's through the statewide education property tax and then redistributed, or raised through some other revenue source and then sent to local governments, I think what you're identifying is that there are people who are then concerned of like, oh, well, then, it won't actually lower property taxes, right? It may reduce the upward pressure on property taxes, but if you've downshifted, you're still sort of spinning your wheels, right? And then you're trying to do all the things, right, that are that you're doing at the local level, and you have more resources to do it, but it takes a lot of energy because you're doing it all locally, as opposed to it might be more efficient at a higher speed at the state level. So there's, but at the same time, structurally, right, we're not in a situation now where there's other ways to raise revenue to fund things like you need a new school building, or you need to fix a road, or the health insurance premiums for your police, firefighters, and teachers have gone up, right? There are some costs that communities face that may be outpacing the revenue they get from other sources, which is why that puts that upward pressure on property taxes. So that revenue from other sources, it's, in one community, they might use it to lower property taxes dollar for dollar. In another community, they might say, we have all this deferred maintenance. We really need to fix this mold problem in this building that members of the public are using, right? Like those, so that's also a valid reason, right? And I think everyone in the community would agree, but then it doesn't lower property taxes, right? Because you're using that money for that. So, to understand how the fiscal relationship between the state government and local governments could be structured in a way that incentivizes lower property taxes, I think that incentivizes component is important. The state could force local governments, and indeed, as you pointed out, local governments may have an opportunity to force themselves later to have local property tax caps, right, or more opportunity to do so in the 2026 and 2028 general elections. So, local governments can force themselves to keep their taxes low. The state government could also, again, we're not a home rule state in New Hampshire, so local governments are at the whim of sort of what the state sets out as parameters for them.
Exactly.
And the state could say, you are not allowed to raise property taxes or raise property taxes by this amount or whatever it may be. But then that means that local government that has the mold problem in the building, right? Well, how are they going to raise the money to do it if they don't have other revenue sources, right? So, exactly. And then if you try to freeze it in time, is it right sized for everyone? If you say, okay, where your property taxes are now, that's what they're going to be, or that's what they're going to be plus 2% a year, and we'll fill in more money accordingly, or you're going to have to lower it by 50% and then only increase it 2% a year. Those are all ways that you could restructure that relationship between state government and local governments.
Right.
I tend to think that incentives, that communities get differing amounts of aid depending on what happens with their property taxes and what happens with their service needs, and having a more sophisticated way of measuring what a need is in a community, and also respecting the local control that a lot of people do value in New Hampshire, right? That if you have a hard switch to another revenue source that local governments don't have as much control over too, then that may affect local control, right? I think that having an incentive structure is one of the ways that if people thought about that with regard to property taxes and the state and local relationship with regard to property taxes, it would permit more flexibility than sort of hard and fast laws that would come down from the state, but would also make sure that some of the additional aid, were aid to come from the state, would go directly to property tax alleviation or lowering property taxes. But again, the downside of that is that nothing is guaranteed. Then there's just the incentives in place to help get it to that point.
Yeah, exactly. No, and I mean, and look, when I say this stuff, I'm not necessarily trying to be too prescriptive about it, right? Because I am always of the opinion, there's a bunch of different ways to crack an egg, right? And in that sense, I think the incentive thing is good in the truest sense of maintaining sort of local control over it, right? It's like you can have the state say, oh, you can't do this, and it comes from the top down, and that's sort of like the stick, right? Or you can do the carrot version, which is going to your local, your selectman or your mayor or whatever, and saying, so they've done this, and we would like to see a reduction in our local property taxes, and if you don't do that, then we will put a candidate up, next election cycle that would be willing to do that. And you'll face a challenger. So, and then that pressure is coming from the people. And I think that's a better way to do things, honestly. Like I like that idea a little bit more because that's the carrot, right? In that analogy. But I do think there's a lot of value in looking at different ways to try to create that opportunity. But I do, I wonder if at that point it requires a certain type of messaging in order to make it work, right? Because if you're not sort of letting voters know that that's something that they could even be doing, then they don't, you don't know what you don't know. You can't know what you don't know. So you're not able to act upon that. I think that's maybe a bit of a snag with the carrot option. Whereas if it's just a certain decree by the state that says, hey, we're doing this, statewide property tax, and we are going to collect it. We are going to hold it. We're going to do that, out in Concord, then it's not on the localities. And they say, so we're doing this. So, the state recommends that all municipalities balance their local property taxes in a way that is no longer so burdensome to their local economy. Because I do genuinely worry about this rising property tax that people are experiencing, because it is creating a specific type of resident that can survive in this state. And the people that it generally excludes are the people that are sort of most key to a functioning economy, in the sense that if you're pricing out service workers or you're pricing out tradesmen, then those people that are building houses, that are working at restaurants, that are doing, working the counter at the gas station, whatever, right? Like, those jobs are incredibly necessary. Your ambulance drivers, your, hospital staff that are doing, just filing work, because there's a lot of paperwork that needs to happen in hospitals, nursing staff and whatnot. If these people are suddenly finding themselves priced out of living in the state, but you're having sort of like people that have made a lot of money off of, investing over the years, and they're, say, moving here from New Jersey or New York, and they're like, oh, well, I want to move to a state that's more remote. I want to get out of the big city. And New Hampshire is very friendly in terms of, being a bit of a tax haven, in the sense that we're just not going after those bigger chunks of wealth. So I can buy a nice but modest property, and I can eat the property tax on that, especially if it's in a property wealthy town where they, the rates are maybe lesser or whatever. So I get to live in a really nice place. Property tax is sort of acceptable. And I can just sort of chill out. But it's like, as that population ages, as they need things, as they need services, they need groceries, they need whatever, right? A lot of the grocery stores in my area rely heavily on high school students to do the labor for them. Most of that is very much so like the youth. And if you're pricing families out, then who are going to do those jobs? And that, to me, I worry about sort of a longer term economic collapse, where it's like, if you genuinely put all of your eggs in the basket of like, okay, we're going to make this a retirement community state, who manages the necessary jobs for the local economies? That's my biggest concern there. And sort of just when thinking about this emphasis on property tax, I just wonder, like, what are potential pitfalls to putting all our eggs in that basket?
Yeah, and I want to emphasize not just the interstate comparisons there, but also the intrastate, right? If we go from one community to another, because part of putting all our eggs, or a lot of our eggs, right? If we look at where state and local tax revenue comes from, 63% of our eggs, right, in that local property taxes basket, that means that communities' abilities to invest in themselves and their people is highly dependent on the property wealth, the taxable property wealth in those communities. So
right.
What does that mean, right? Like I just said some funky economic words together, but like what does that actually mean? It means that if you're a community that already has high value houses, if you already are desirable or perceived to be a desirable place to live, if you have a power plant or a big, a couple big manufacturing plants or a big healthcare facility that is a for-profit healthcare facility in this case, if you have a ski area where a lot of people want to have second homes, right, or there are a lot of rental properties, right? If you have waterfront, whether it's on the ocean or on a desirable lake, right? Those are all things that boost property values. And in this case, boosting a property value then means that you have a larger tax base, and you can, in some cases, right, you can raise more money more easily, so to speak, from that tax base. Also, if it's a desirable place to live, then people who have the means to live there are, and this is again between towns. Yes, there's the interstate component, but this is between towns within the state. If you have the means to live there, if you have the income to live there, or the wealth and assets to live there, then you may be more likely to be able to move in, to afford some place to live there, and afford the property taxes.
Right.
And that means that the communities where people can't afford those things are more likely to have, maybe higher concentrations of people who are not able to move to those more desirable places to live, or places that are perceived to be more desirable to live. And as a result, then those communities, which might have lower property values, may also have more difficulty paying for the property taxes that local leaders would need to invest in something like more amenities and educational opportunities at the school districts, right?
Right.
And then there's an intergenerational mobility component, because if we're relying so much on local property taxes to fund local public schools, then people who, and there's a lot of perceptions about school districts, so I don't have any names to name, and I think that there are some school districts that probably serve students quite well that people don't perceive they serve as well, and vice versa. But those school districts that provide more opportunity, more advanced classes, more more after school activities, more enrichment activities, are able to pay their teachers more and attract more teachers who have expertise in the fields that they're teaching and have credentials in the fields that they're teaching. Those communities then provide more upward mobility to their students. And if those communities are already more likely to be the ones that are disproportionately higher income or higher wealth communities, because they can afford to pay for those educational services, then there's potentially a cycle there of communities sort of drifting apart, right? That there are some communities that are able to invest in themselves in that way and able to attract more businesses and more residents, and some communities that won't be able to, or that are less able to. And it's not as bifurcated as, there's half the communities in the state are doing well and half the communities in the state are doing badly, right? It's not that clear of a line, but those are all factors that the current structure of relying on local property taxes for a community to invest in itself through public resources, those are all factors that affect that community's, any community in the state's ability to do that. So there are the interstate movers, but there are also the intrastate pieces that also mean that people who, let's say you're working at a gas station counter, or that you are waiting tables, or that you are working, in one of them, you're providing health services to people who are older adults aging in their homes, right?
Absolutely.
That's, if you're a worker who's doing that, but you can't afford to live anywhere near where your work is, you might still be living in New Hampshire, but you might have a long commute, right? You might have those additional costs associated with it. So these are all things that structurally, and New Hampshire's not unique in this way, but we are the most reliant on local property taxes, particularly of any state in the country on average. These are not things that are unique phenomena to New Hampshire or unique in this period in history, but we structurally in the state have a funding for public services structure that enables and probably exacerbates some components of those trends.
Right, exactly. So thank you. This is wonderful stuff. We we earlier brought up sort of just like the non-tax revenue. And I always kind of want to like ask a little bit about this because, we talk about like fees and expenses and things like that. And I've had people from out of state ask me when they look at it, they're like, well, you guys you do everything with the property tax? It's like, you guys don't do taxes? And I'm like, we have a ton of tiny little fees that pay for a whole lot of stuff. So it's like there's still like, if you want to consider those fees kind of like taxes, then no, we're not really any different than anybody else. We absolutely still just harangue you left and right. And some of those things are absolutely ridiculous. But that is a huge portion of the way that we pay for things. And I think you actually, I'm trying to scroll through. I think there was a pie chart that you guys have, and I'll post a link to this in the description of the video because I think it's really important that people do it. But you guys have a sort of how property taxes are in New Hampshire and how they work. And so I would encourage folks to do that. I'll also put the link to the webinar that you guys did down there too, just so that people can follow along through and check this stuff out, because there's a lot of really, really important information in there. But so I just give us a primer on how, because in that pie chart, it could have sworn that it was more than the property tax. And I'm just wondering how all of that operates, how those sort of non-tax revenues come in and how they work.
Great question. So if you're just looking at state revenue sources, then property taxes are not the majority. It's only the statewide education property tax and the utility property tax then.
Right.
And if you're looking at state and local tax and non-tax, then property taxes are almost, I think they're the biggest slice of the pie, right? About 30%, but it's not the majority, right? If you're just looking at taxes, it's the majority. It's that 63% is all raised and retained locally. So I know I'm throwing around a lot of numbers, but I'll spread it out a little bit more here. So if we're looking at state revenue sources, then there we can see that federal funds are about a third. So about a third of the operations of the state, about a third of the stuff that the state government does is funded with federal funds. And some of those funds are matching funds. Actually, most of them are matching funds, meaning the state has to put up some money to access those federal funds. So those don't just appear, right? They have to be drawn down for a particular program. So federal funds are a really significant component, right? It's the most significant non-tax revenue source the state has. The state also runs the Lottery Commission, or Lottery and Gaming Commission, I should say is the new name, and the Liquor Commission. And the Lottery Commission runs the state lottery and also Keno, sports betting, historic horse racing, overseas charitable gaming, runs the new video lottery terminals that the state has, the iLottery people do on their phones, right? All of that generates to some degree or another revenue for the state, but the Lottery and Gaming Commission also has to pay for its own operations and also pay for winnings, which is why people play to begin with, right? So there's a portion then, which is about a third of Lottery and Gaming Commission revenues, but a portion goes to, that's profit, goes to the Education Trust Fund to pay. That portion mostly pays for local public education. The state lottery, the scratch tickets in particular, has to go per the state constitution to pay for local public schools. The Education Trust Fund pays for a little bit more than just local public schools. It also funds the education freedom accounts, for example.
Right.
But all other types of aid go to public district or charter schools in some form or another. Some of it's tuition transportation aid, some of it's building aid, et cetera. But that comes out of that Education Trust Fund. So there's the Lottery and Gaming Commission, there's the Liquor Commission, which runs the state liquor stores. The profit from that also goes to other state purposes, not necessarily education. Most of it's not education, but goes to other state services. The profit from that on about $715 million in sales and services, it was about $120 million, right? So last fiscal year. So that's a small portion of it, but again, it's a state-run operation, right? It's basically a state-run business where the profits go to serve the rest of the state, but they have to pay for the buildings, they have to pay for the staff, they have to pay for the product that people go to the liquor stores to buy, right? So that's all in their costs. But those are non-tax revenue sources, right? If I don't play lottery and I don't buy liquor, then I'm not only not participating in taxable activity, but I'm not buying those services from the state, right?
Right.
There are fees. The ones that folks encounter the most or are often the most vocal about are motor vehicle registration fees. But there's also environmental permitting fees. There's also fees for, if you're a restaurant, then you have to pay a fee to get the inspections that you have to legally operate, right? There's fees for various types of licenses that you need to get, or certifications that you need to get to participate in certain business activities. There's a pretty wide array of fees that the state has. We, I believe, are still the only state that runs our state parks only on fee revenue generated by the state parks. I think every other state puts some form of general fund money in it from some other source, but New Hampshire just funds the state parks on their own fee revenues. And our fish and game department runs most years on just its own revenues from licenses and fees. So those are significant operations that the state has that are funded almost entirely on fee revenue. So it is in that array. There are a whole bunch of smaller tax revenue sources, and I listed a couple earlier that we have as well. Some of them are pretty significant, like the business profits tax is, depending on the year you're looking at, between $800 million and $1 billion, right? So it's a lot of money. But it is, all of those are dwarfed by the local property tax in terms of what's raised by local property taxes. And fees and fines and these other non-tax revenue sources. Turnpike tolling is another example. When you drive on one of our 89 miles of turnpike in the state, that's a toll, not a tax, right? So again, there are some semantics involved in here. Some people may argue, but it's a user fee basically to drive on the highway, and then those dollars have to be used on those 89 miles of highway. So it's, that's not a tax in the same way that, for example, the motor fuels tax is, that when you put gasoline or diesel in your car, you're paying a certain tax, and that's more diffuse in terms of where it could go on state highway operations. So there's a pretty wide array, and actually in the current state budget, policymakers raised about 125 fines and fees and various other non-tax revenue sources. As well as increased lottery commission, increased legalized gaming opportunities. Those were some of the ways that they offset the budget shortfall that was generated in part by lower business tax revenues and in part by the repeal of the interest and dividends tax.
Right. Well, and I think one little note that I thought was really fascinating was that the revenue generated from gambling specifically, like some of the new gambling and the stuff that came through, it was less than what they expected. And I was like, oh, look at that. That's interesting to me. So it's
the video lottery terminals have not done as well. As
exactly. So it's I mean, I'm not personally against that. I think, look, I'm not everybody can do what they want, and that's totally okay. But I do worry about sort of overemphasizing sort of vice taxing as a mechanism to pay for everything. I don't necessarily think it's the most helpful, because it does sort of it means that we continue to engage in the consumption of those vices, some of which are incredibly predatory, and gambling is one of the ones that I'm very, very concerned about, because it's it's money. You know what I mean? Like, it's you can really you can go from doing great to doing really, really horrible really, really fast. You know what I mean? So there's a little bit of concern that I have with that, but that's sort of just a side note and a little thing that I chuckle about. But I'm curious. So, I mean, I know that people in New Hampshire really love to state their independence. And, but I do think one thing that you brought up, which is really key here, is that the federal dollars, matching or not, are responsible for a third, as you said, about a third of our revenue. And so New Hampshire is actually quite reliant on federal dollars to be self-sustaining, which I think is interesting when you hear just general sort of attitudes that come out of certain aspects of the the political culture of the state. When you hear people talk about wanting to secede from the union, if you're talking about very extreme points, and I always want to say, like, hey, don't know that that's necessarily the safest idea, especially when I hear that that so much of what we do is directly reliant on federal dollars coming to make New Hampshire operate. You know, it's obviously it's not more than half, right? It's not like we're completely sustained by the federal government the way certain states would absolutely be. But 1/3 is meaningful. 1/3 means a lot, and for it to not be there would have massive ramifications for the state economy and just for the quality of life, I would imagine. And so I just, you know, do you think that that sort of self-reliance is maybe a little bit overemphasized when it's discussed as a talking point? You know what I mean? Those numbers seem to reflect a different reality.
Yeah, I think that people aren't aware when they're thinking about, and this is something that I think is common for us when we're thinking about public policy debates, right? What's happening at my town meeting? What's happening at my city council? What's happening at my school district? And that feels very disconnected, even if there are facts mentioned in those discussions, right? That feels very disconnected than what's happening in Concord, right? What's happening at the State House? What are they deciding on doing? And then what's happening in Congress? What's happening in DC? And the fiscal relationship between local government, state government, and the federal government is pretty strong, and pretty strong in the direction of money flowing down from the federal government to the state government, and state government to local governments. So the state government gets about 1/3 of its funding for its operations from the federal government. If you take just Medicaid, which is the single largest program the state operates, and that's access to health coverage for individuals who have lower incomes, limited assets, certain medical conditions such as a disability or a developmental disability, for example. If you're an older adult who can't afford long-term care, right? You spend down your assets, you have low income, and then you're able to go on Medicaid as well. Those are, you know, this is a program that provides access to, the last numbers that I saw from May of this year, about 168,000 Granite Staters. So about 12% of us in the state access healthcare through Medicaid. Medicaid, if you take all of the federal revenue together, which is about $1.6 billion, you take all facets of the Medicaid program and count the federal revenue only. So not the state's matching portion, but just the federal part that's drawn down. That's the single largest revenue source the state has, right? When I'm talking about the state government on its own, right? So this is not including local property taxes, right?
Sure.
State government on its own, it's the single largest program the state has. So anytime you hear something about Medicaid in Congress, right, what that means is that the state might, the amount of money the state gets might change. Last year, with the One Big Beautiful Bill Act, the federal government changed Medicaid laws going forward that will reduce the amount of revenue the state gets to the tune of, according to the healthcare analysis firm KFF, about $2.3 billion over the next 9 years in federal funding that would have been there. That's not going to be, right?
It's a lot of money.
Pretty significant, right? Yeah. And that means then that to fund the same level of Medicaid services, the state will have to raise those $2.3 billion from somewhere else. Right. Well, if the state government has to raise $2.3 billion over 9 years from somewhere else, do you think they're going to have, back to the beginning of our conversation, do you think they're going to have what they consider surplus money available to offset local property taxes or to try to provide more aid to local governments? It's less likely, right? It's less likely that that would be the case. So that's where this fiscal relationship between the federal government, the state government, local governments, I think starts to, when people realize how important the numbers are, right, how significant it is, how it's 1/3 of the state budget is funded with federal transfers, I think people start to realize then what are the ramifications of those federal policy changes and what does that look like on the ground for me as a resident of New Hampshire? Because maybe if I'm not on Medicaid, right, it will affect probably my healthcare costs generally, right? Because the hospitals have to find money from somewhere else and the healthcare providers have to find money from somewhere else. If there's suddenly a whole bunch more people who are uninsured, right? My healthcare costs personally are probably going to go up, and my property taxes might go up too faster than they would have otherwise. So that, when it comes to the reliance or not reliance on the federal government, New Hampshire is about typical in terms of our reliance on federal funds to fund public services.
Sure.
There are states that are on the extremes, and we aren't on the extreme. We're pretty close to the middle on that front. But I don't think people have a good sense. Sometimes people are on Medicaid in New Hampshire and they don't actually realize they're on Medicaid because they're on a managed care organization's plan that has a private sector name, right? But the actual funding comes from Medicaid. So I think that if we were to raise more money locally for our services to offset lost federal revenue, which again, to a certain extent, we're going to probably have to over the next 10 years in New Hampshire, I think people will either be surprised at the services that are reduced or the ways that money would have to be raised, or the pressure points that raising those dollars would only locally have to be, because it ends up being a fair bit of money, especially in the New Hampshire context, if the federal funds were to suddenly go away, for example. And that's what's going into the state budget, not what's going into the broader economy, right? Not Social Security, which was $8 billion in funds to households, right? So people on Social Security in, I think that was 2022 or 2024 rather, was that $8 billion figure. That's not counting Medicare, which is a federally administered health coverage generally for adults 65 and older. That's not counting the $2 billion in defense contracts that come into the state's economy, right? Like there's a lot of other money too, outside of that third in the state budget that affects the well-being of granted staters. So the changes the federal government makes can have a big impact, not just on state operations, not just on what local governments can or cannot do with money that may or may not arrive to them, but also on the state's economy overall.
Yeah, totally. And so you mentioned this earlier because I think it's a little interesting. The tax amnesty program. Yeah, just tell us about that a little bit.
Yeah, the tax amnesty program is something that the state has done periodically. And what that is a program that basically says if you have unpaid taxes to the state of New Hampshire, whether they're business taxes, whether interest and dividends tax, meals and rentals tax, real estate transfer tax, if you have unpaid taxes that you owe the state of New Hampshire and you pay it within a certain window, then we are going to, in this latest iteration, waive your penalties and cut the interest in half. So it's basically as if you don't have to owe as much, right? And it's as if you didn't violate the law by not paying your taxes, right? That's the amnesty component, right? And that we had done it in 2016, or the state had done it in 2016 and raised $19 million that way. In the tail end of, or during the middle of fiscal year 2026, so December, January, and the first half of February of this year, the state also ran a tax amnesty program and brought in $103.8 million, right? So that's a very significant amount of money, much more than they projected in their budget proposal, or in the budget that passed. Of course, that amount of money is, it's not, it's if you were writing a state budget and saying, here's how much we're going to bring in tax amnesty, maybe you wouldn't have projected that much because you don't know what's out there, right? But most of that money came from audits of ongoing audits of business taxes that the state was already conducting that were then resolved by the businesses just paying the tax amnesty amount. So that was a very significant portion of those revenues, and most of it, 96%, I think, of the revenues were from the two business taxes, the business profits tax and the business enterprise tax. There was very little from the other tax revenue sources overall.
Right.
So that's one-time money, and the reason I called it one-time money, yes, if the state did it again in 10 years, would it get another significant amount of money? Sure, that's possible. But if it did it next year, it wouldn't be able to get that much more money because everyone who was, presumably most of the people who were going to do the tax amnesty program did it this year. Because again, the last time that one happened was 10 years ago. And it raised only $19 million then. So it's raised substantially more in the interim. And that is probably a function primarily of both changes to the business profits tax over time and changes to the tax base in terms of how it's calculated, and also that the business profits tax has become more and more important in state revenues as corporate profits nationally have gone up a lot, and the business profits tax has expanded as a revenue source. Even as the rates have been reduced and the tax base has changed, revenues from the business profits tax have gone up most years, not all years, but most years. And we've seen that while revenues have gone up substantially in New Hampshire, they've gone up substantially more in our 5 neighboring New England states and around the country overall. So that's not a unique phenomenon to New Hampshire. And actually, we're maybe behind on that front. And those tax rate reductions that we've seen over the last 10 years probably contributed to us being behind on that front.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Well, thank you for enlightening that, because I certainly didn't know about it myself, but I think that's that's interesting. I mean, it's unfortunate, I guess, in a way that people would consider it super helpful when it is, as you point out, one time. But it is good to know that it's there, and it's something that we can do at some point or another if we're sort of in a bind. And I think it's kind of a win for everybody, where it's like, oh yeah, we've got a big windfall for the state on this one-off situation, and a whole bunch of people who are sort of feeling maybe pinched by their unpaid taxes are able to just sort of get out. And I think that's a good thing to do. Last question for today, and this might be a little bit more sort of like more of a meta question, just as in terms of you guys, New Hampshire Fiscal Policy Institute is nonpartisan. And I think that's one of the most beautiful things about you guys, is that you're not here to pick a side. You're just here to deliver data. But I very frequently see data be used and be presented in such a way that is sort of within an agenda. And I think the most immediate example that I can think of are sort of these like top 10 lists, you know what I mean? Where it's like, you see like, oh, New Hampshire is number 2 or number 5 in terms of like, best, lowest tax burden or whatever, right? And everybody will point to it and they'll be like, look, see, we're awesome. And I always look at those and I'm like, yeah, but that just feels like I know that there's other data out there that really it will very much so counter this point that's not included, but it will be sort of held up for political talking points or whatever. Sometimes the way that data is collected is not necessarily the best way. But it still comes from what seems like a relatively reputable source, but then again, when it's like you actually dig into the methodology on how that data was extrapolated, it's like, well, I don't know about that. Actually, it's sort of dubious. So just in terms of just the general position that you and more broadly New Hampshire Fiscal Policy Institute have is like, how do you guys feel about sort of just the, I don't, maybe this might be a bit hyperbolic, but just sort of like the weaponization of data, as and data points as people use them, another example I could always think of is sort of like, people love talking about GDP, right? They'll use GDP as a measure of economic stability and health. And, but then there's the joke that Elon Musk told and sort of failed in telling when he was on the Joe Rogan podcast about the 2 economists, and they run into a poop in the woods, and and it's they're paying each other $100 each, and and they're like, wait a minute, didn't we just hand $100 back and forth between us? And the guy says, yes, but the GDP increased by $200. And so it's like, and that's when I always think about sort of like mirage data, right? That is, it can tell you something, but whether or not that metric is a good measurement is not necessarily great. And so when it comes to that methodology, like what's your guys' general attitude towards just the utility of data and how it's applied? And then when approaching talking about those data points, is there a strategic and concerted effort on the part of you and NHFPI to use the data that is going to most adequately communicate the correct message to paint the right picture for people, so that they're not being disillusioned by what's actually happening?
Yeah, it's a great question, because we are in an environment where people do use facts to forward their own means, as opposed to facts for facts' sakes. I'm a big fan of facts for the sake of facts. But I'll say generally, we are very careful about the precision around which we present data and how we describe it. So I never want to present something where someone could, where a reasonable person could misinterpret what we're showing, right? What we're presenting. And as a result, yes, we do make lists. We're guilty of making lists too. I'd mentioned before that New Hampshire is the second highest property taxes per capita after New Jersey in fiscal year 2022.
Right.
And I tried to be very precise there. And by the way, that's one measure. Right? One of the things that I would encourage your listeners to think about when they're seeing those lists is the broader the topic is that the list claims to cover, the more methodology has to go into it. So when I'm comfortable making a list saying, here's a specific time period and here's the total number of dollars per capita paid in property taxes, right, in a state.
Right.
Because that's a dollar figure, that's a number of people. Those are both estimates, but they're reasonably good estimates. And then it's just division, right? We're not saying very much there in terms of there's not a complex methodology to get to that point, right? The more complex the methodology is, if you're seeing a list of best states to live in, for example, there's inherently something subjective in there because what I want in a state to live in may be very different than what my neighbor wants or what you want, Carter, or whatever it may be, right? So there's inherently judgment calls that are going to be made there. And then how are those data crunched together? And also, what are the actual differences? What certainty do we have about the differences between the states? If you're getting to this, list of like, is the difference between 1 and 2 the same as the difference between 2 and 3, or 2 and 3 basically tied, right? And they have to parse through down to the hundredths of a percentage point in their modeling, right? So I think that the flashier, if you will, that a list gets in terms of trying to claim a lot, right? That's where I become more skeptical. Or more where I want to dig further in. I'm not always inherently skeptical about it, but I want to dig further in to see. Because there are some very good organizations that put out lists like that try to get to those numbers and try to get to them very honestly and try to crunch the numbers in a way that's very transparent and that people can and make it accessible for folks, but still meaningful. So when we're presenting data, we try to be very careful to make sure that people have a strong and clear opportunity to understand what are those data actually saying, right? This is a number. What does this number actually mean? What is the valuable context for this number? And people use our numbers for all sorts of reasons and to accomplish all sorts of goals. I think that in aggregate, getting good information out into the public discussion is a positive thing. People are going to pick and choose sometimes which numbers they want to pay attention to, which ones they don't want to pay attention to. Right. I always considered a goal here at NHFPI to get the relevant numbers for people out into the ecosystem so that people can, and the relevant data and information and research, right, not just numbers, out into the ecosystem so that people can have more productive public policy discussions and then can work from the basis of fact of, look, like we know to a lot of our conversation today, we know that property taxes are high in New Hampshire and we rely on them disproportionately to fund public services. What does that mean? How does that affect our well-being in New Hampshire? And to some of your questions earlier, like if we have a qualm with that, how do we address that, right? How do we then craft public policy in a way that either makes us less reliant on it or makes the reliance less onerous for example, people with low incomes in the state. So there are always going to be individuals who want to use particular data points for their own purposes, right? Having the data out there and having it be correct is still a step forward beyond not having it out there at all. And that information then leads to a more enriched public policy discussion that will, I believe, lead to a better outcome for everyone overall, at least when people are able to access that complete information. You made a point earlier about things being opaque, in the budget process and how the statewide education property tax works. Yes, the opacity is real. That's part of my job, is to try to help people unpack that. Part of what we do here at NHFPI is to make it accessible to as many people as we can, depending on whatever their starting point is. If they haven't looked at a graph since high school, or if it's their favorite thing to do, right? We want to be able to give them information that's useful for them. But yes, we're in an environment where, because information is so easily accessible, people can select particular things that they want to select. but having a set of reliable places that information can be selected from, and where that's appropriate context, that's what I know I strive for in my work here at NHFPI, is to make sure that people have comprehensive, robust, reliable information about what's going on in the economy and about what's going on with the state budget, with state revenues. We hope to be a resource for everyone in the state who we can be a resource for in that way. It's not always easy work. There's a lot that's, it's not exactly clear what's going on, and we have to figure it out too. And we have to then interpret it for folks. But the more people who know about it and the more people who can access it, the fewer barriers there are to engagement, so that people can have better tools and more tools to create the world that they want to see with public policy changes. Awesome. Well, Bill Slatton, Research Director at New Hampshire Fiscal Policy Institute, thank you so much for coming on today. This was a real pleasure to talk to you, and I've been looking forward to this one. So, thank you very much, Carter. It was great to be here. I really appreciate the opportunity, and thanks for devoting the time to it. Yeah, of course, you got it. And that does it for the recording today. Hope you guys enjoyed it. I know I did. And as always, you can subscribe on Patreon, Substack, or just on the channel below. But those other two platforms help support the channel. So please do that. If you are feeling so obliged, if you can afford a cup of coffee every month, you can afford this channel. So with that, take care, folks, and we will catch you guys next time.
All right. Hey ho, let's go. This is Resistance Radio, where the pathogens don't discriminate, but our policies sure do. We have a full house of stories today. Viruses crossing borders, a suppressed government study that finally made it to print, a Legionnaires outbreak in Harlem that most people haven't even heard about, and cheese that has become a public health villain. But today we're not just cataloging outbreaks. Today we're naming the through line, because every single story in today's briefing is at its core a story about policy, about who we invest in, about who we protect, about who we leave behind when the money runs out, and the will fades, or the politics get inconvenient. So let's go. Let's start with the biggest story in global infectious diseases right now, and that is the Bundibugyo Ebola outbreak in the Democratic Republic of the Congo and Uganda. This week, the DRC officially crossed over 1,000 confirmed cases, and as of just a few days ago, the latest tally was at about 1,048 confirmed cases and 267 deaths. Another 20 cases and 2 deaths have been reported across the border in Uganda. To put that in perspective, picture the largest concert hall or arena in your city. Every seat is filled. Now imagine every single person in that building is a confirmed Ebola patient. That hospital staff treating them has to suit up in full PPE just to bring them water. That's roughly the scale of what health workers in the DRC are managing right now. This is the DRC's 17th Ebola outbreak since 1976. 17th. That number is routinely shocking, that it risks becoming background noise, which is exactly the danger. And here's the equity story. This is the Bundibugyo virus, not the Zaire, the strain that we know. There's no licensed vaccine for Bundibugyo. There's no vaccine. The tools that gave us hope just a few years ago in 2018 to 2020 with those DRC Ebola outbreaks, that recombinant VSV vaccine, the monoclonal antibodies, those aren't the right tools for this variant. We are epidemiologically speaking back to surveillance, isolation, and contact tracing, and throw a little prayer in there. What we do have is an experimental antibody drug from MAP Biopharmaceutical. The U.S. has released doses for compassionate use and a clinical trial in the outbreak zone. That's meaningful. This is real. But it's also a reminder that the pipeline for rare pathogen treatments only moves when there's a crisis, not when there's political will. Now add to this Kenya, which was constructing a 50-bed Ebola quarantine facility near a Kenyan air base funded by the U.S. has halted construction after a court order following community protests. Kenyans said the facility would put their population at risk and strain their health system. Think about that framing for a second. The community isn't wrong to ask questions. Health infrastructure has historically been built near vulnerable populations for political convenience, not with them. The lesson isn't don't build a facility. The lesson is if you want community trust, you have to build community with people, not on top of them. Trust is infrastructure too. Meanwhile, Africa CDC and WHO have launched a 6-month one response continental plan, June through November 2026, requesting roughly $518 million to fund surveillance, lab capacity, clinical care, infection prevention, community engagement, and research across affected African communities. Now, $518 million sounds like a lot, but here's how to think about it. The United States alone spends more than that every 2 days on defense. $500 million to build a continental firewall against a virus that could hop a flight to JFK isn't charity, it's self-interest dressed as altruism. And if we're being honest, it's really the bare minimum. Let's pivot to a story that connects Ebola level stakes to a very American kind of problem. This week, the JAMA Network Open published a COVID-19 vaccine efficacy study that the CDC's own director had blocked from publication earlier this spring. This study was originally slated for the MMWR, the CDC's signature scientific publication. Acting CDC Director Jay Bhattacharya delayed it, citing a methodological concerns. The results between September and December of 2025, healthy adults who got the updated COVID-19 vaccine reduced their risk of emergency department and urgent care visits by 50%, and their risk of COVID-associated hospitalizations by 55% compared to unvaccinated adults. JAMA Network Open published it anyway, and yes, that is a big deal. Here's a good analogy. Imagine your hospital's quality improvement team finds that a new hand washing protocol cuts central line infections by half. And instead of presenting it at ground rounds, administration quietly shelves it because it complicates a budget argument. That would be malpractice at an institutional level. What happened here is the public health equivalent. This matters beyond the wonkiness of peer review. People are making real-time decisions about whether to get vaccinated for themselves or for their children. And those decisions are being made without the best available evidence because the best available evidence was sitting in a bureaucratic drawer. The separate CIDRAP data from June 23rd also tells a similar story. Updated COVID boosters cut emergency and urgent care visits by 26%, hospitalizations by 35%, critical illness by 41% among immunocompetent adults. Think of it as this way. If you have 4 people in a hospital waiting room who are all at risk for severe COVID, one of those hospitalizations with a booster simply didn't happen. One of those ICU stays just disappears, not because we invented a miracle, but because we use the tools we already have and we're honest about it. Let's flip again. Let's move to our third block, the domestic inequity block. Harlem, Haiti, hard cheese, and measles. So let's talk about what's happening in American communities that are already carrying more than their share. First, let's start with Legionnaire's disease in Harlem. A just published report in CIDRAP describes a 2025 Legionnaire's disease outbreak in central Harlem linked to cooling towers, 118 confirmed cases and 7 deaths. One of the cooling towers wasn't even regulated. Legionnaire's doesn't get the attention Ebola does. It's not photogenic, but it does kill people, disproportionately older adults, people with underlying conditions, people in dense urban housing without regulatory oversight of their building systems. Harlem is a community with a documented history of environmental health neglect. This isn't a coincidence, it's a policy outcome. Listeria and soft cheese. The CDC is investigating a multi-state listeria outbreak tied to requesón, a soft fresh cheese popular in Latin American cultures, and soft ricotta, a Clover Hill dairy now recalling all of its cheese products. Foodborne illnesses sound mundane until you know who it hits hardest: pregnant people, older adults, the immunocompromised. Listeria doesn't care about your diet preferences. It cares about your immune status. And the communities most likely to eat fresh, unaged cheeses are often immigrant communities buying it from smaller suppliers, are also the communities with the least access to recall notifications in their language, the least flexibility to miss work for illness, and the least margin for error when a pregnancy does go wrong. Let's shift again to measles and the erosion of elimination. Florida has reported 154 measles cases across 15 counties this year, the highest in 25 years. Across the Americas, there have been over 20,500 confirmed measles cases and 25 deaths in the first 5 months of 2026 alone. Measles was declared eliminated in the US in 2000. Eliminated. That wasn't a gift from nature. It was a result of decades of sustained, boring, unglamorous public health infrastructure, school vaccination requirements, WIC programs, outreach to underserved communities, robust immunization registries. We are watching that inherence be spent in real time. Under vaccination doesn't happen randomly. It tracks with distrust, access gaps, language barriers, and years of communities being let down by the very systems now asking them to trust a needle. Measles elimination is a policy achievement. Losing it is a policy failure. Neither is accidental. All right, let's shift to the global alarm board. Everything else we need to name out loud. All right, while Ebola dominates the headlines, there are secondary tickers running in the background that deserves a few seconds of your attention. Yellow fever, 51 confirmed cases and 24 deaths so far this year globally. Chikungunya, 7,484 cases in Suriname. That's a small county of roughly 60,000 people, meaning roughly 1 in 80 people in Suriname has chikungunya this year. Think about what that means for a workforce, for health system, for farming communities. Diphtheria in Haiti, 1,616 suspected cases, 159 confirmed, 5 deaths. Haiti is one of the lowest vaccination rates in the hemisphere after years of political instability, earthquake damage, cholera outbreaks. Now this, diphtheria is a vaccine preventable illness, full stop. Every death there is traceable to systemic failure, not biologic inevitability. And plague in New Mexico has had its first human plague case of 2026. Plague is endemic in the American Southwest. It's not exotic. It's not medieval. It's here. It's disproportionately affecting rural communities with less healthcare access and delayed diagnosis. And dengue, once a travel medicine footnote, is now a year-round risk flagged by the CDC across multiple global regions with cyclical outbreaks every 2 to 5 years. For clinicians, every febrile traveler is now a potential dengue patient, and our clinical radar needs to be recalibrated accordingly. Each of these signals on its own is manageable, all of them simultaneously against a backdrop of funding cuts, weakened public health agencies, and politicized science. That's the part that keeps epidemiologists up at night. So what does all of this have in common? I want to end with the thing that connects all of these stories, because I don't think it gets said plainly enough. Health inequity is not bad luck. It is not a force of nature. It is not an inevitable byproduct of biology. Health inequity is a measurement of policy choices. The communities dying of Ebola in the DRC die because of decades of colonial extraction, political instability, and international neglect, not because the virus chooses them. The people hospitalized with listeria in the US are disproportionately from communities that face the most barriers to food safety information and healthcare access, not because they were careless. The children losing measles protection in Florida come from communities where vaccine hesitancy was cultivated by misinformation ecosystems that were allowed to grow unchecked, not because their parents were irrational. The COVID vaccine study that got suppressed, the COVID vaccine study that got suppressed during a moment when science became a political identity. And the people who will make worse decisions because of that suppression are not the ones with the most access to information. Every outbreak has an epidemiology. Every outbreak has its politics. And until we treat the politics with the same urgency as the pathogens, we will keep standing here every morning reading these numbers and calling it news. This has been Resistance Radio, where we believe that the antidote to public health failure is not just better science, but better politics, better funding, and the stubborn insistence that everyone deserves to survive an outbreak, not just the people with the best zip code. I'm your host, Mark Allen Derry. Stay informed, stay engaged, and if anyone asks you why you care so much about other people's health, tell them it's because public health is the only kind of health that there is. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to a live edition of this space station. We got two of us today. I know that we got somebody else dropping in a little bit, but Hank, how you doing there, pal?
Hello. Good afternoon. I'm doing okay. Thanks for asking.
Hey.
How are you doing today?
I'm doing good. Honestly, you know what? Had a nice little chill day. So,
Nice.
you know, it's always good to kind of be able to, chill and not think about politics for that little bit. But we're here.
Yeah.
So
Yeah,
we're
I
back.
could use a chill decade to avoid politics for a
Dude.
stretch, but every once in a while I'll take like a couple hours off.
Yeah,
and
well,
that's helpful.
doesn't it sometimes feel like a decade? Dude, I'm not even kidding. I
Yeah.
recently took the weekend off of politics, and it really did feel like I missed like an entire week. And I was just like, this was 2 days.
Yeah, I know. No, it's not healthy though. We I think we need to be kinder to ourselves by stepping out of that radiation zone of this stuff, because man, it's rough. I've done that the same. I've taken a Twitter break for like a stretch, and then I get back on. I'm like, wow.
What up, Carlos? Good to see
Hey,
you,
how's
man.
it going?
We're just
Hey,
talking
Carlos.
about needing a break from politics and being healthy and trying to be
What?
good to yourself, which I'm not sure if any of us actually can practice fully.
Yeah, I don't understand that. You're gonna have
Yeah,
to walk me
yeah.
through that one.
I used to try to fool myself where I'm like, I'm going to go this entire weekend and not look at one political story. Dude, so full of shit by Sunday. By Sunday morning, I'm having my coffee and I'm just like, oh, look, I did it again.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of hard to not do that, right?
Yeah.
It's just the situation where we're at.
Even just going to the grocery store and you see like the digital per scanner, or what do they call it? The price tags that are changing just so they can do like surveillance, like they're going to update. Like
Oh my
even if you
God.
try to avoid it, you go out into the world and you see stuff that makes you mad, and you're like,
I purposefully will not shop at Walmart right now because of that. Our local Walmart just got those, which once you see them in action, they are dubious.
yeah.
Although
What?
apparently there's like this like TikTok movement where they're teaching people how to fool them, where it's like if you set like, because I guess it's run through the Walmart app, and if you constantly buy like the cheapest things, then it will show you cheaper prices for the thing, like for their off-brand or whatever the hell. And so you can kind of make it work. It's just, it seems like that extra step is some BS, but
Yeah, just the constant feeling that the vampires are trying to bite your neck. That's just this whole society. The stuff I'm referring to in my local grocery store isn't so much. I think they're updating the prices real time, but they're changing the scanner. They're changing the tag from like a piece of paper or a sticker to a digital thing, reflecting the
QR?
changes that are. Yeah, or not even a QR, but just like that shows the price. But it's all connected to the impulse to try to mess with people and to raise prices at a moment's whim, or when there's surge pricing, the prices go up. And I can understand kind of the version of the story where it makes sense to change out the old technology of manual stickers and manual little tags to something that's easier to update. I get that, but we know that they're under the control of Wall Street money-addled, power-addicted capitalists who are trying to maximize profits.
Do you
and that
think
they-
if AI wasn't like being pushed as widely as it is right now, that then this wouldn't be as big of an issue?
in terms of the sort of, yes, I do. Yeah, I think so for sure. In terms of the kind of, nonpartisan, that's not really the way to say it, but yeah, it's not necessarily a bad thing to have digital price tags, but the stuff like what you're talking about with Walmart and the apps, I've seen other people doing stuff where they comparison shop one, Amazon or Walmart, and they get the exact same item and they get a different price based on their profile, that surveillance pricing. Cory Doctorow, who's one of my faves, writer, author, writes a lot about technology and internet stuff, was just on Jon Stewart talking about that, about the way surveillance pricing is changing. And they're just screwing over Uber drivers and shoppers and deliveries, all kinds of stuff.
Does Flock play into that at all?
Probably. I mean,
I would have
eventually.
no idea, honestly.
I mean, because
Yeah.
think of it, like they track you going to the grocery store so they kind of know. And I mean, the creepiest one that I saw was the expose about, like, it was like Walgreens or something like that, that had the same tags that we're talking about, where you could see it in real time with the reporter, where she just, like, she had her app open, and then she would, like, look at the prices on the app and how they would be different, and then all of a sudden change as she was walking by that item. And it,
wow,
like, it's scary.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just
hop on in if you want to.
the stuff where it's tracking movements and tracking your face and identifying your personality based on like imaging, in the stores that's happening. But I think eventually Flock will be involved with that. It's sort of the panopticon that is rapidly spreading over the land. It's kind of like the evil consciousness of capitalism wants to run society based on, maximum information and minimum agency for the end users.
Geofencing. Yeah. No, it's scary how much, like, I just looked into how many Flock cameras we have in Chicago. It is terrifying.
Oh,
Oak
yeah,
Lawn
they're
Village
everywhere.
It's literally the entire, like, town of Oak Lawn has Flock cameras pointed at each other.
Right.
You can see like how they're pointed too. It is dystopian as hell.
Yeah. Literally 1984.
Well, and apparently, we don't want to, mince words when it comes to protecting our Fourth Amendment rights, because technically it's not really surveillance if it's just taking a picture of your license plate. That's what they're saying in court, by the way.
Yeah.
Oh, and what's wild is that there's like people that unironically defend this. They're like, oh yeah, flock cameras are used to like, capture criminals. So if you're not doing something wrong, then why are you worried about it?
Oh, absolutely.
I mean, okay, dude.
Did you hear about the cop that was tracking not even his girlfriend, it was a girl that turned him down.
Oh yeah, no, there's like several
tracking her.
stories.
Yeah.
There's several stories of law enforcement using this to do the exact same. There's this other dude, like other cop tracking his ex-wife. I mean, like, it's not even the first one. There's plenty of those.
There was a guy I saw on TikTok. This cop shows up at this lady's house with all this proof he has that she had committed, that she had stolen an Amazon box off some front porch, and based on her truck entering and leaving the city through Flock cameras, and he was completely confident that he had caught the right person. And even to the degree the quotable that came out of it was like, you can't take a breath in this town without us watching, something like that. It's the freedom country where the police can watch you breathe. And then it turned out she had nothing to do with it. She had to go get her own video footage, video coverage of to prove that she was actually not at all close to where she was. She was just an innocent lady. They had misidentified a person, and yet it's caused all kinds of chaos in her life. Yeah, on top of the stalking that you guys are talking about. And
I was about to say, like, the way that they're using it on their private lives too, where
yeah.
And did you also see like the dystopian, like, to add to the dystopia, the fact that they're talking about using an AI to use the Flock data to do like pre-crime stuff?
I've seen stuff like that.
I think I've seen this movie before.
Yeah. I think we all either read the book, saw the movie, and it's.
Have you guys encountered delivery robots yet?
No, I have not. No.
Are
Not
we
yet.
at that stage yet? No.
I have. I live in Los Angeles. I was just taking my walk around my neighborhood, and I'm in a fairly ordinary middle of LA kind of area. And there's this little rounded.
Oh, you mean like the little box?
Yeah,
I
the little
thought you were talking
coolers.
like drones.
No,
Yeah,
not the flying. No, not flying.
Oh,
yet,
yeah.
no. I've only
Like the
seen
DoorDash
video.
ones. Yeah.
Yeah. I saw one where it was a flying drone that dropped a box, but the box was really light, and the downwash from the rotors immediately blew the box into the street. It's like, wow.
Fantastic.
So, don't order things that can break, or, if your t-shirt's not going to get damaged if it's blown
Capitalism
around,
will
but-
breed innovation. The innovation.
Yeah, the innovation.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Yeah. My sculpture, my bubble sculpture, you ruined it. But like, no, this was one of those coolers that has a camera and a thing on it,
Yeah.
like a Waymo on the side.
Yeah, I've seen those. Yeah.
Yeah,
You've seen those
actually,
in your town.
yeah.
I've seen those. Yeah.
You
They're
too,
weird.
Carlos, you've
Yeah.
gotten.
Yeah, I have. Well, not here, but I've seen them like in like the city over there. I think it was ironically, I think it was like a Chick-fil-A bot. It had like red. It was like red, and I think it had the Chick-fil-A logo on it, and it was just like
They have
rolling
their
around.
own? Oh man, yeah, I saw the
they do.
DoorDash one.
So how do you feel about like okay, you're walking down the street and a robot is heading directly for you. I found myself, obviously I'm mobile enough to walk around it, but I'm a human and I have to give my space over to you. Like how
Yeah.
much more, like, it's not the greatest infraction I've experienced in life, but it was still just like, hey,
It's
fuck
annoying.
you. How
Yeah,
about
it's
you go
annoying.
around me?
Yeah.
Or I think they also will ask you to like press the street walk button. So you're
Yeah.
doing labor for the because I've seen a guy that was he was filming himself yelling at it. Because I think I imagine they're AI operated, but there's probably remote monitoring and someone can take over and steer it around.
Do you
But I'm
think?
like, yeah, I think they have to, because there has to be like that. Like, yeah, I believe that's the case.
I don't think so, because Waymo doesn't have to do that.
Well, Waymo doesn't have operators that can jump on it and
From
take
my
over?
understanding, I mean, they claim to, but I have a buddy that was just in LA using a Waymo, and he said that he was just stuck in the middle of a median for like 20 minutes before something happened.
Okay.
Jesus.
Yeah. Well, as far as I understand, it must be possible, but maybe I'm wrong. But my point is, though,
I'll have to ask him if like somebody like did that or if they reset it. But yeah. He was complaining that it just stopped.
Right. Yeah. And there's all kinds of nightmare Waymo stories, but like to me, it's an
Mhm.
intrusion of what's a space for people. I don't want to have to accommodate a robot that's in my way, even though it's obviously easier for me to just step out of the way and let it, keep going. But if I'm pressing the button for the crosswalk for the robot, I'm doing labor. Do I get a portion of that delivery charge?
No.
Give me
No.
my 4 cents. But it's.
I mean, I used to actually,
same.
unironically, I used to do shit like that with Comcast back when I had them. Never use that company if you can avoid it.
Yeah.
Because I would call them and they would be like, okay, so do you know the troubleshooting steps? I'm like, yeah, to the point where you should be paying me during this phone call because I'm doing your labor. And on top of it, you guys are going to fight me on even trying to get a credit. Like, God, I don't miss that company at all.
No, they're horrible.
You-
I did just
Yeah.
recently switch my phone service from Verizon and got a much cheaper company, like one of those low end side companies. I don't know if I should
Was
say
it
the
the one? Was it Noble Mobile?
name. Yeah. I mean, I joined the Yang Gang.
I was about to say, I'm like, wait a minute, Hank's out here getting the freaking. He's got the details on all the the TYT.
They pulled me back in, man. Enter promo code Noble Hank for
The
discount.
funniest one would be like, so I'm dropping this TYT doc, but you know what? One thing that is not a source of contention is their sponsorship with
Yeah.
Noble Mobile.
Do you want to get paid for not using
Perfect
the internet?
service. Perfect segue.
God, it is really dumb. Like, I looked into the Noble Mobile thing, and so
Yeah.
essentially it's just a phone without Wi-Fi.
Yeah, there's like these other companies that use the
Or
main
opposite,
networks.
without network. It only
Right.
runs off Wi-Fi. Yeah.
Well,
Sorry.
no, I think it uses T-Mobile's network, but they limit your if you keep it under a certain data rate, they lower the price. It doesn't sound that I was paying like $100 a month for Verizon, which was way more than I can afford. I should have switched
Yeah.
a long time ago, but I switched
Yeah.
to a thing called Visible, and they advertise that they use Verizon's network, and I have a limit on data, so that's like the main bite. But
That's
it's
nothing new.
it's way cheaper, and honestly, it seems to be more stable connection. I'm very happy with it.
You know what pissed me off? So back in the day when I was working at Radio Shack, we used to sell Boost Mobile, and they would piggyback off of Sprint-T-Mobile's network. And I had Sprint at that point, and it was really annoying to know that the Boost Mobile, they actually had better service somehow. Like they were getting priority on the network, and I'm just like, how does that make sense when I'm paying literally more than half? Like they're paying less than half what I pay.
Right.
Like, how does that always bother the crap out of me? It seems to have never changed.
Definitely not. They're not incentivized to make it good. They just don't want you to, realize that you could afford less somewhere else.
Speaking of TYT docs, I'm looking forward to Sandy's series. What's Sandy doing?
She's making a really involved, I think it's a multi-part series about Young Turks. I know she's been working her ass off on it for a couple of years now. From what I understand, it's ballooned into something bigger than she first intended. So it's taken some time, but she's very thorough. And I'm actually looking forward to that as well. I don't think she has a precise title quite yet, but we should all definitely support that project because she's put in a ton of hours, and it'll be really good to see it get a lot of attention.
Do we have a date on when that will be debuting?
I think within a few months, maybe. Yeah, probably this fall. It seems like, yeah. But I know she's.
By the way,
really
Dieter,
hard.
I sent you a new code, or I sent you an invite.
Oh,
yeah. Apparently, Dieter can't get in.
All right, then.
Might as well
Get in
just,
here, Dieter.
Yeah, we handle this stuff on air. Like, come on. Hank, did you see that? It was about a month or two ago. I went down to your old stopping grounds over by the Hemmons and did a protest over there.
I didn't know that. That's
Nice.
cool.
Yeah. I actually did my first I call it a pep walk, where I showed everybody the Fox River, and they have like this really cool installation in the middle of it now, right across the street from Hemmons.
Oh wow!
It's
okay,
really cool.
I haven't been to that spot in many years.
Oh man, the dam there is it's cool.
Yep, there's that little island. Yeah.
Yep. Yeah, that's where I took them. Yeah, it was cool. I hadn't been there since I was in high school.
Wow. Yeah, my parents lost their virginity on that island.
Oh man, I kind of wish I would have known that one for the broadcast, so I could just be like, and here is the possible spot where
Hank's parents.
Hank's parents.
Yeah.
To
each
Hank's
other,
parents
I
had
hope.
some fun.
I don't know.
And also, hey, these ducks just happen to be having some fun too. Look at that.
Yeah. There's a plaque.
Spot.
We need lost virginity plaques. If found, return to. No.
Meanwhile, you look at the actual plaques that are there, and you're just like, oh wow, what happened? Oh, because it talks about the two firemen that died. Trying to save the dude from the dam. Which, if you know, this is so wild. So this guy was, not doing well, and he tried to take himself out. But then he regretted it after jumping into the dam, and he was stuck. So the firefighters go to save him, and they end up saving him. Like he gets off, and off to safety, and then the two firefighters ended up getting stuck, and they ended up passing.
What?
Yeah,
that's wild.
Yeah, they got a statue and everything devoted to those guys. Like it was definitely an act of heroism. But that's why if you ever see like this big like inflatable, it almost looks like an inflatable truck, but it will roll. That's the reason that they have those damn safety measures now, is because of those two guys.
Okay.
All right, let's bring Dieter on.
How do you
Yo.
Hey.
Welcome on, man.
What's up, Dieter?
Getting broy up in this piece.
Summertime,
bro. Time to pop that collar, fellas. Bro
men
out.
with hats too.
Yep.
Yeah.
Metaphorically,
I'm just too
I have a
lazy.
collar.
I'm too lazy to comb my fucking hair, so that's why I wear hats all the time.
Same.
Yeah.
Same.
It's just a process. I got to blow dry now. It's a big fucking mess.
Oh,
dude.
way.
Yeah.
I don't want to hear it. I have a 15-minute hair conditioning regimen that I have to do, like in the shower. I have to sit there just waiting, just like, oh, sucks.
I dry my hair with a single square of toilet paper.
Nice.
Oh yeah.
That's efficient.
Oh, there you go.
I
That's
just go,
right.
Easy
whoop,
peasy.
and then I put the toilet paper carefully back where I got it from. Dries by the next day.
This guy's out there practicing the ultimate budgeting.
Yeah.
Hey, so I have some haterade for you guys. Someone
that?
that's on my mind, taking up too much real estate. in my mind is a guy named Hutch.
Oh,
you
God.
guys, you see,
Yep.
yeah, you know who he is, right? Pep
I know
Talks?
who Hutch is.
I'm vaguely
unfortunately.
familiar. I think he's a streamer, isn't he?
He's part of the Live and Learn crew with the other guys are Pisco, Soy Pill, who I don't mind so much. Josiah from Pondering Politics is in and out. He's not officially part of that anymore. He like left or something. And then there's one other guy who's also kind of a pussy who has all these mainstream Democratic Party tickets.
They identify as like sock dem
neoliberal.
Like,
well, no, I think
stuff.
they're no. They're neoliberal capitalists, dude. They're not even
They
social
are?
Democrats. Yeah, they're. If they might call themselves social
Yeah, that's
Democrats,
what I thought.
they're
I
not.
thought they called themselves that.
Dude,
Okay.
social Democrats are for Medicare for all. They are.
Yeah, they seem
Yeah,
like
at
establishment
least.
creatures.
So
yeah.
wait, so Hutch isn't? Like, see, I don't watch enough of their.
Well,
their
that's
stuff.
the thing
I
is
just
it's
remember
hard to
him,
tell.
Like, getting in deep, like a big.
That's
like-
right. That's all they do is talk. Their entire analysis is based on speculation. It's all about like, oh well, what would win? It's all this electability angle. They don't have any balls. They don't stand for anything. It's
Yeah.
all just about appealing. It's that age-old classic play to centrism that has gotten us this. That has gotten us where we are.
Oh,
I
actually,
mean, they are the problem. Like fighting MAGA is the real fight. But before we can fight MAGA, we got to get these assholes under control because they're hurting the fucking message. They got fan bases, dude. Hutch has like 1,000 people watching him live when he goes live, and he goes live for a really long time.
Well,
Hates
the
on
thing
Hassan.
is-
They all hate on Hassan. It's
Well,
so
yeah,
fucking annoying.
But, so wasn't.
Oh, go ahead.
So just to give like a little bit of background, isn't Hutch and like that whole side of the internet technically like DGG adjacent, like dudes that started like in the early like 2020s or like 20 teens? Like I feel like he's
Probably.
been in this.
What's DGG?
Oh, like the Destiny fan base where like they're all like Redditors and
Yeah, they're all close. They regularly collab with Destiny and have in
what
the
I thought.
past, and like
Yeah, that's what I
and still
thought.
don't shit on. They don't mention APAC at all. They're on the wrong side of every fucking issue, and it's all just like, the thing. We can talk all fucking day long about politics. At the end of the day, if we can't sell our vision to 51% of the country or more, preferably 60% of the country, then we're not going to get the kind of scale or speed of change that we need in order to recover from fucking baby boomer conservative capitalism. So the point that I'm just trying to get every allied progressive content creator on YouTube to get people who are either apolitical or just apathetic or normies for whatever reason to understand is we are at war. MAGA is waging war on American democracy, and they have been for 10 fucking years.
Yeah, it's getting even worse. I mean, did you see like the whole response from like the conservative spaces, CNN, even and like mainstream media from Abdul winning?
No.
Well, the racism.
Oh, they all
the
flipped the
Islamophobia. Ted,
Oh,
I saw the
yeah.
Ted Cruz bit. Yeah.
Like you
What
don't
is
even
it?
have to like watch a summary. Like I was I can play it here in a little bit, but I have CNN's reaction to it where you like even Harry Etten, on No Sleep is just going like, and here's the polls. They're coming out and they're neck and neck. He lost 17 points, but he's still technically up. But this is bad, folks. This is bad. Meanwhile, ignoring the fact that they were so wrong with the polls that showed him, so far, ahead of Haley Stevens.
Double
Like,
digits, yeah.
yeah.
What have you noticed
Yeah,
about
so-
Hutch? Well, go ahead, Carlos. Sorry.
What?
Jumping on
That's a good question. Like, how is it like that skewed? I mean, like he won, so he won, which is great. But like, how? Because like normally, even polls are usually within like the plus or minus within like the margin of error. Usually a couple points here and there, but to get like double digits wrong,
17 points they were off.
like that's wild.
Yeah.
Well, so I watched Kalinske coverage of this, and he says that the diffusion of that polling number comes down to Republicans voting for Stevens because
Possible.
it's an open
Oh,
primary.
that's right. It's not.
That's a huge.
Not
That's
close.
a huge change, though. That's like 10
Yeah,
points.
I mean, yeah, it might be
That's-
a couple points, but
10?
not that.
No,
I tell you who
okay. So
fucked up.
Kyle actually might be onto something there, though, because I did see, like, at least on an anecdotal sense, from the Status Quo, they were interviewing a guy during their exit poll interviews, and he was just like, "I just went in there and I voted for Abdul Al-Sayed because I think he'll be the easier candidate to beat."
Oh,
That's what he said. I swear to. And then that's where I was that's when I learned. I was like, oh, wait, Michigan's not closed primaries. Oh, this is like for all the bitching I have done as a Chicagoan with closed primaries, I now kind of am happy I have them because I can see the fuckery about like when you don't have that, you know?
Yeah,
Like,
as long as it's easy as hell to register for the party, a closed primary probably makes more sense.
well, once
If
you're registered,
you've
you
got-
can't like I think that you can't register like in the middle or like re-register. Like for instance, if I wanted to vote in the primary for Bernie and then say like I wanted to go vote for a Republican, I wouldn't have been able to do that. I don't think.
Right. Well, they have open primaries out here in California, and it's a bit of a circus. Like the California I know Hank, you're living in Southern California. I was in LA. I was in LA for 10 years.
Oh wow! Congrats on getting out.
Yeah, it was a matter of time, really. I took a year, went to North Lake Tahoe and taught skiing, and did other shit, and then came back to LA. Found my now wife. We moved to another city in California, and now we're in another city. So I'm all over the fucking California coast, man. But the conservatives here are a different breed. They're not. I mean, there are some Confederate flag wavers like in Fresno and Bakersfield, but that's I don't know. I've watched some California conservative media, and it seems like there's an ignorance about what like actually MAGA is to them. Like their definition of MAGA is different from someone in like Arkansas or Texas. You know what I mean? And no, I don't know. I feel like knowing the enemy.
But
is
you
something
argue that
that's-
they're technically like more into it because they actually like kind of do connect with some of the stuff that like, you know, the Republican base is like scared of. Like I would argue that somebody in California has probably actually seen a trans person, whereas someone from Arkansas, you could argue, has probably never even laid eyes on an actual trans person.
Sure, I think the immigrant proximity is probably the most relevant variable. That in California, I mean, people. So, like, yeah, California is a huge Latino percentage, like in terms of the pie chart.
And it's run by like professional hutches of the world, like Gavin Newsom. I mean,
Yes.
the government itself is
My
neoliberal.
congressman is a identitarian neoliberal, and he's a Mexican American immigrant, and it's disgusting the way the neoliberal establishment uses identity politics to sell capitalism to minority groups that have no chance of becoming one percenters. I mean, that's the subtext of all this shit. Like with these guys is like, oh, everybody's got a chance of becoming a one percenter. I don't care about becoming a one fucking percenter, and that's not fucking true. And that's not providing the basics for everybody is more important than preserving the possibility of everyone becoming a billionaire. And by the way, I know a thing or two about wealth. And once you get to $250 million, you're good. Okay? You want honestly, here I'll paint a picture for you as someone who comes from privilege and has dreamed about what if money was no object. You got probably 3 homes max. You don't really need more than that. One winter, lodge up in the ski place. You probably live on the coast. And then, for me, I'd love to have a place in Cape Cod where I'm from originally. That would be sweet, or a condo in New York or something like that. But 3 homes max. Otherwise, there's only 12 months in the year. All right, you don't need more than 3 fucking homes. Then you're gonna, and it's not cheap to own those homes because you're gonna be paying tourist taxes for not living there, right? And then, but once you get to 250 million, you can own a fucking badass home in 3 different places. Then you get if you want to go get a yacht, that's on you. Those things are the most number 1 polluters ever. Unless it's a sailboat,
so
then I
dumb.
respect that. I respect the sailboats, but the power yachts are fucking disgusting.
I don't know. We just had a situation here where a dude killed a lady, literally decapitated her because he had 3 giant motors on a pontoon boat, and he went through a no wake zone at 80 miles per hour, and he literally launched over and took her head off.
That is that
He
is
was drunk as shit,
No,
too.
he was not going 80 miles an hour.
He was going 80 miles per hour. They clocked it
on a pontoon boat.
He had 3 giant motors on it, dude. Like, you should
Where
see
did
it.
this happen? I'm gonna look this up. What is it?
Fox River, Chain of Lakes.
What's the maximum
I got
speed
it.
a pontoon boat can go?
It was his name was something Stevenson. Richard Stevenson was the guy that did it.
Well, Dick Stevenson.
I guess like if you attach big engines, you can go
No, that's
pretty
what
quick.
they are.
Yeah, they have to be enormous. The thing must be enormous.
Pull it up.
Yeah,
must
if
be
it's
an
a-
enormous pontoon
That's
boat.
wild.
Yeah, 'cause
I'm
wait,
still
I
blown
just
away as how you get
did a video
Confederate
on it.
flags in California. I'm still confused about that. Like how where did we
Well,
how did we
separate-
get there?
There's a separatist movement in California that wants to slop off the region south of Oregon, like the northernmost
Yeah.
chunk of California, into its own
Yeah.
state.
Yeah.
So yeah, there's like a lot of deeply rooted white supremacists, because people have, when back during the 1800s, early, like when people fled the east, they had to cross the wilds of the frontier. I'm using like 1800s language, and
Yeah.
and they would land in the enclaves along the coast. So, and that's where a lot of money got rooted too.
All right, see,
Yeah, I'm looking at
that's-
it now. Yeah, it's like 3 200s.
Yeah, and the thing is, this is in the
Massive.
color. This is the colors of his crane company, which Stevenson Crane is pretty actually well known across Chicago. And
So, go ahead.
oh yeah. The mother who owns the company, she actually used to work for the lieutenant governor in like the 80s, the last Republican governor before Ryan. Forgot his name. But I guess she was a lieutenant governor. So she apparently had this boat like registered in the company's name. This is a common practice when you guys own a family business type of thing. She quickly fired him, said that he didn't hold a senior position, and now you have the family from the victims coming out and trying to sue the crane company and the family because of all the ties, which is hard to deny when your boat is literally the company's colors.
Yeah.
Right.
That is
Wow.
really tough to deny.
What a horror
denied,
story.
he was denied bail though.
The PR challenge.
So
Oh, the judge didn't say he's got his whole life ahead of him, and what if going to jail makes it hard for him?
no, because this one had enough public scrutiny where because the other thing is there's so many videos of him hot dogging, and also apparently there's video of him getting drunk at Port Edwards in Algonquin, and then heading out and.
Dude,
you
there
know,
should be a
They
DMV
found
for
Fireball in the
boats.
boat.
There should be a DMV for boats. It's that simple.
Oh,
Yeah.
I mean, Department of Natural Resources is taking a lot of heat for this one because they were like, oh, well, technically, even during the max with this type of accident, he could only face up to 30 years. They're like, that's the maximum?
Yeah.
Like, for reckless homicide, that's the maximum for having a boat accident. Like,
gruesome.
That's like about
don't
the
know.
same amount for as having a box of leftist magazines.
yeah, well,
Yeah.
the
if
guy
that's
in
the case,
Texas.
I'm cooked.
Yeah.
Yep. The guy in Texas, remember, he apparently like destroyed evidence of his wife, wife's correspondence, and he's the one who he's facing, I think, close to that maximum, like 30 years.
Yeah.
That's
That's the police state nightmare, totalitarian.
that dude is a
shit.
fucking menace.
That's fascism. Yeah. I do see those videos of no wake zones on TikTok. The algorithm figures me out that I do like boating mishaps. Slow motion
Dude,
yacht
boats
crashes are always fun.
Oh, they're
but
so entertaining. So, dude, boats crashing into each other, and local news outtakes.
Yeah.
Those are the fucking. When you're in a shitty mood, you go watch either of those two things, and they will be. And I got some gems as like a sports fan. Like for example, watching Seahawks fans lose Super Bowl 49 on that last play. You guys might remember it was intercepted on the 1 yard line. And if there's a compilation you can watch of all of their hearts breaking, I'm like, when I'm in a shitty mood, I go and watch that, and it makes me feel good. I mean, you guys realize the premise of reality TV, like the popularity of reality TV when we were young, like the growth of it exposed like America as like a insecure teenager with respect to our public cognition, because the whole premise of reality TV is I'm so glad I'm not you.
That was Cops. Me and my roommate used to get high and watch Cops a lot.
Cops is
a
fucked
lot.
up.
And
Cops
then
is
now
fucked up, dude.
it's kind of weird because I don't like propaganda. because of that, where I'm like, oh, that was just propaganda. But now I like watching like the Sovereign Citizens. I specifically look up cops arresting cops. Audit the Audit's one of my favorite channels. Like I like the ones where it's like there's usually a good outcome, you know, or at least like Sovereign Citizens, we can all just agree that we can hate them. That it's okay. We can be okay with them getting theirs because honestly, they make it that much harder for all of us.
Yeah,
I can't
I mean,
stand those guys.
the two things that like I think cops could help themselves out with is number one is transparency and training practices. I need
Fuck
to know.
yeah.
I need to know more about what these guys go through to get that badge and gun.
Yeah,
like I need to know at least. I don't need to know everything because I'm sure you got to keep some things under wraps. But we deserve to know that. Is it 2 weeks? Is it 6 weeks? Is it a year? You know, like what's going on here?
Well, I know CPD is usually 9 weeks.
Still not that much.
Yeah, the answer
seems
to
like it
that
should
is
be 6
always not
months.
enough.
Yeah, it should be
Right.
6 months minimum to me.
I know a dude
Did you
in
guys
Chicago.
see
had-
that one with the acorn, like where the acorn fell in the car
Yeah.
and the guy like just unloaded?
Yeah.
Yeah,
He
that
mistook
shit.
the sound of an acorn hitting the top of a car for a bullet.
Shots
And so
fired,
he
shots
started
fired.
Yeah, as one
shooting
does.
at everybody.
As one does. Yep.
Yeah, yeah. What do you expect? A guy to be able to tell the difference between an acorn and a bullet? Come on.
I mean, like,
What is
look,
this,
I'm not
Spain?
like, I'm not the biggest gun guy, right? But I feel very confident that I could distinguish a bullet from an acorn.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
I mean, if you, the second you actually like handle a firearm and you feel the fucking like
power,
the noise from it.
Yeah.
It's that loud. Like, there's
I'm
no way.
anti-gun. I'm very anti-gun because I grew up with guns. I've been around guns. I've been around a gun that went off on an accident once with my dad when I was out hunting with my dad, and it scared him. He was like, "Oh my god, that could have hit one of my 3 children." And my dad gave me a shotgun for Christmas when I was 13. So I grew up in a.
Yeah.
It's not technically in my possession, but I fired a lot of guns. I did a lot of skeet shooting. Actually, quite enjoyed that. I did a little bit of hunting, target practice. But I have absolute respect for how dangerous those things are. They're designed. They serve 2 purposes: kill and intimidate.
Yeah.
That's it. And they are dangerous things, and it's absolutely bonkers that they're so readily available in any society.
Yeah, it's easier to get a gun than it is to get a fucking driver's license in most states, especially the red southern states. I did an episode, I did an essay called Who Are MAGA? Gun Nuts, Desperation, Desires, Unearned Power. And unfortunately, you have to hedge your gun owners because, like, there is just a tradition and a cultural thing about gun ownership that as I've gotten older, I've realized is a cornerstone of our culture. And I think rhetorically, it's just advantageous to put it this way. I got a problem with the gun nuts. I don't have a problem with the responsible gun owners.
Yeah.
Because if you're a responsible gun owner, you should have no problem with stricter gun laws.
Yeah.
They won't affect you because you're a responsible gun owner.
I usually trip people up when I say I'm a 2A leftist. It's like, no, I own guns. I practice, and I respect the shit out of them.
What do you think about a competence test every few years, though?
That,
Like, you have to-
that would be great.
That's fair.
That would be great because I
Like a
know that they have
driver's test.
they have FOID renewal. I know that every time you do your FOID renewal, they kind of go and they rerun your background check.
That's firearm owner's identification for those that
Oh
don't
yeah,
know
yeah,
the
yeah. For
acronym.
anybody that doesn't know, FOID card.
Yeah.
Yeah. I forgot that not every state has those. But yeah, so yeah, I guess like this is where in Illinois, I'm comfortable with it because we also have a 2-week wait period, which I've always appreciated that because of like the mental health aspect of things, because it's not as easy just to go into any gun store and just be like, well, I'm sad,
I'm in a mood.
I'm gonna go buy it. Yeah, I'm in a mood. Exactly, I'm in a mood. Like this one does kind of make you go like, well, at least in 2 weeks I'll know if I'm still in that mood.
I would pile them all up and melt
here.
those
It's
fucking
Georgia.
things into a statue. Go ahead, Carlos. I didn't mean to jump in.
I'd gladly give
it's
them
all
up
good.
if it meant like having more comprehensive gun reform. Like seriously, I really would, because I'm like I hate when like what you were kind of saying. I don't like when people tie their identity to that type of culture. It's stupid.
That's bad news.
Oh, well.
That's bad news.
I think it sneaks up on people. I think like paint a picture. Like you have regular dad with a construction job, guns are his hobby, right? Gets a divorce, Now the guns are become his obsession because he's so fucking lonely. He loses his friends, half his friends because of that kind of shit. Maybe he loses his job. The way desperation goes up, the fucking obsession goes up. Like and those are the gun nuts that we got to get, to target, and with the laws. And at the end of the day, it's like, if you want to get pragmatic with this proposition of like being, I'm down to work with the responsible gun owners, but the gun nuts can fuck off. Are you a gun owner who's anti-NRA? Right.
I'm not part of the NRA.
Oh, 100%. Yeah.
If you're a gun owner, so
1000%.
that's the litmus test. Like, if you're a gun owner who's not a card-carrying member of the NRA, there's hope for you.
I'll be completely honest. When they started defending trans people owning weapons, that was the first time that I even thought about it. Because they sent me something right around that time, and I was like, they are defending trans rights right now. That's kind of fucking weird.
Yeah, but it's only like it's only because of the guns. That's about it. Like they're just like, I just want everybody to have guns.
I mean,
it's disingenuous.
They're defending terrorists owning guns. Like they went out of their way to make sure that the terrorist watch list didn't preclude anybody from accessing guns. Any opportunity to buttress their right to have access to weapons.
Yeah.
Like I see it. I don't think
that's why I can't do it.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, but like it's akin to sort of like a public health crisis, not unlike, well, very much unlike in some ways, but like cigarettes, for instance. Like we have like a 50, 60 year horizon maybe of reducing it through extensive education and warning labels, and obviously that's not going to solve the issue.
It'll be like I think it'll be like alcohol, where it just becomes less cool, and people will just they'll organically just not go do it.
Well, what we need is we need an alternate conception of safety. Violence is safety in America. Violence is safety in colonial.
That's a good point.
Yeah, that's exactly what it is. And so like all the way back to the fortress brain poisoning that's gone deep into the earliest colonialist era, into flow that all the way through the frontier and the expansion of the colonies and stuff into states. It was always meant that we stole this shit and we have guns around to protect the stuff we stole. And when I say stuff, I mean land. And then that creates these cultural things that start to roll through the generations. And we produce a society where people only conceive of safety as a consequence of hurting people or threatening to hurt people, killing or intimidating. So until we change that narrative about how we can access safety, because what they did is they cut off our collective imagination to even be able to conceive of a world where safety comes from the fact that everybody else is taken care of. That we have that amazing education systems, these amazing hospitals, these amazing, nobody's life is all that hard. Somebody might have an accident. And we all come together and help them. That's the source of safety that we need to replace. But instead, here we have someone else has guns. I better get a gun, and I don't even think that's irrational. Like I'll just wrap up. Let me finally land this rant because I know my brain is.
Gotcha.
The thing I would like to do is to make it so that the choice to have a gun becomes less logical. You know what I mean? Like there's a logic to saying if people have guns out there to hurt me, I better get it. It's an arms race. It's individualistic arms race. So if we can create conditions where people say, I don't need a gun to feel safe. I feel very safe because my healthcare is covered. My job doesn't suck. Everybody I know is safe and okay, and but we don't do that. Democrats have never offered that alternative either.
Yeah, but this is the part so you could argue that yes, technically I did kind of have that attitude when I bought my firearm, but I also kind of you're missing the point where it's just fun.
I'm not missing that at all. I shot guns for fun for lots of years.
So you understand, like blowing off some steam. It's a real thing with that one. Like
you feel powerful.
That's not even the power. I'll be honest. Like there's
the power.
No, it's the marks. For me, it's the marksmanship.
But that's the power too. That's just a specific manifestation of the power.
Yeah, but I don't fantasize about taking
killing
anyone
people.
out or any of that shit. But
the noise, the fucking energy that comes out of it by squeezing your goddamn hand, it's enough to make your dick hard.
But it's the same thing that you could argue that you get the same thing through kinetic feel through boxing and any of that kind of stuff. It's just,
but you can't kill someone with a punch.
Yeah.
Unless you're Mike Tyson.
I respect
your point.
The what are they
Really
called?
true.
Biathletes, the skiers that stop and do target shooting in the Olympics. The
Oh yeah, that
cross-country
shit's
skiers.
cool.
That's some serious cardio. Yeah,
biathlon. Yeah,
You have to
it's a
have
great
some good lungs
Dude,
to be able to
the
hold still.
biathlon was in a Bond movie. There was a great action sequence in a Bond movie. I think it was The Spy Who Loved Me, and there's like this guy deviates from being in the biathlon at the Olympics to go out and try to kill James Bond. It's fucking epic.
Yeah. No, I remember that.
As I said,
I don't know
the archery event.
The target as because I've hunted one time exactly. I failed to actually hit the goose, and it was traumatic for me. I watched it sit there like flailing in the middle of the field.
Oh, you got to kill it.
My friend's dad went and took care of it because I literally did the thing where I was like, ah! And then Jess was like, I don't know what to do. And he's just like, well, wow. I was just like, ah! And he was more mad that I ruined it because he's like, well, that one's not going in the shed because he liked to make goose jerky. And I was just like, I don't ever want to do this again. Like, never.
Were you supposed to hit the goose? Are you supposed to hit it right in the heart?
I don't know.
I mean,
I don't know, especially when you're using a shotgun.
I shot a goose. I dropped it real hard. It broke its wing, is what it did. But you can't aim with a shotgun. It's not like you can pick.
You just aim for the center. You just
you're trying to hit it with a blast
bunch of
BBs.
Yeah, like a spread.
Yeah. And then you get a chipped tooth which is just desserts. If
you do the same.
Well, you have BBs in your meat in your game. So but you deserve it. You just killed the thing, and it got.
Why can't you use a rifle?
I mean, you theoretically could, I guess.
Wouldn't it be more humane to use a rifle and get it right in the heart?
There's probably state restrictions on shooting geese with rifles.
Yeah, that might actually, because like
maybe also it sounds like again like I mean I own firearms and I've shot, but it sounds like it would be incredibly difficult and possibly dangerous to use like a rifle. It's precision.
Yeah, that bullet travels a lot farther, and there's stuff about that. But
firing a 30-30 at a goose would probably be a little over,
just a bit.
Yeah,
I use
just a little.
I'm just thinking about what kills the thing as quickly as possible. That's all.
Yeah. Well,
because that's all I care about is like, I grew up fishing, and the nice thing about fish is that they don't have very many nerve endings. So they might be bleeding, but they're not really in pain. They're flopping around trying to get back in the water, but they don't have the concept of pain that mammals do.
Yeah.
So when I think of mammals and I like hunting deer, I know some people from Texas that like hunting deer, like you go right between the shoulder blades to get the heart, and that way they die as quickly as possible. So I don't know.
Red Dead Redemption 2 has a great hunting mini game.
It does.
Mixed in the whole thing.
It does, actually, yeah.
I want to do a playthrough of it soon.
Yeah.
Have you ever eaten goose?
Yes.
So good.
It's okay. It's very
Oh
gamey.
no, in the hands of a world-class chef, goose is magnificent.
I was about to say, world-class chef. No, this was my dude. Like, this was my buddy's dad who, like, hunts first, cooks later.
No, I had it for Thanksgiving dinner at one of these fancy clubs in South Carolina, and it was fucking epic.
Oh yeah,
so
like
good.
Is that what like foie gras is or whatever? Like,
no,
goose
foie
liver.
gras is the liver. Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
And that's far more grisly than you're imagining. If you don't know, they jam a tube down its throat and pump it full of fat. That
you could take your foie gras and your caviar and just do your rich people stuff.
Caviar is actually pretty good though. Caviar is good.
Yeah, I take a bluegill and just.
Am I like okay? What am I missing? Am I like eating it wrong? Because I'm telling you, I've had like the one on the cracker.
The creme
fraiche.
Like, oh! No, you have the creme fraiche and the those little discs that are like they're not crackers, but they're like soft little bread things.
Yeah.
And you
That's
do
what
that with creme fraiche and caviar on top. And if you don't like it after that, you're not gonna like it.
I was about to say I don't think I like it though because I'm pretty sure it had the creme fraiche too. And creme fraiche.
If it had the creme fraiche and the spongy bread thing, then
I'm not gonna like it. Okay, cool.
Good,
then I just don't like caviar. Cool.
Yeah,
I'm glad
you're not missing much. You're not missing much. Don't give up on oysters.
Oysters are rough. I would
It's
try
the
oysters
texture thing,
again.
man.
East Coast oysters are way better than West Coast oysters.
I also had
They're
a
saltier.
very embarrassing moment at a family dinner where I ate an oyster and I just did the thing where I yucked it right. I yucked it right back in and it landed right in the center of the of the table, and my uncle's just laughing at me. He's just like, hey, look at this kid, delicate constitution over here.
Thank you, Pinkerbell, Working Class Media Collective. Our oysters and our
Yes. Oh, yes,
the caviar
yes.
is
The
not salty
caviar
enough.
was actually delicious.
Hey man, everybody's got to taste the good life at some point.
Hey, at least how many times have you had that? Because Dieter, you were talking about it earlier. Like, how many times have you exposed yourself to something that these rich fucks love, and you're just like, this sucks. This is stupid. Like,
I've
Not
also
all.
had
this?
I've been in spaces where there's rich people being served foods and catering type things, or big, larger events type sort of shit. And I've been in some of those. All this talk just makes me want to have lox and cheese. What do they call that? Lox and bagel.
Capers.
Yeah, that is.
I had that for breakfast this morning actually.
Can I move
So
in?
here's your answer to your question, Pep Talks. The biggest thing is private air travel. That's the sexiest thing about being rich, is being able to drive your car up to a jet, get on the plane, and go across country in less than 6 hours. No security, no lines, no nothing. I've done it a few times. It's fucking amazing. And actually, when you have that experience, it actually kind of opens your eyes to the sociopathy.
Oh yeah.
Because you're like, wow, if I lived like this, I really would be completely oblivious to how hard shit is for everybody else.
Well,
Especially if you're doing that internationally. By the way, it's like $10,000 an hour to fly private.
Right.
But that would be what I would say is the best thing about being rich, is the private airline travel. And then obviously the security of, no accident can ruin your life. Like right now, most people are vulnerable to medical emergencies, and consumer debt keeps going up.
Yep.
Medical debt I just said, but student loan debt is always going to be a problem.
That's actually a great point here.
I agree with that. Yeah, that makes sense. And the ability to harvest the souls of other humans using labor exploitation.
They're numbers on a spreadsheet, dude.
Yeah.
I was in corporate America my first year out of college at a very prestigious management consulting firm. Like, you guys have heard of Bain, McKinsey, BCG. Pete Buttigieg is a McKinsey guy. Bain, the firm that I worked for doesn't exist anymore, so I can talk about it.
Deloitte?
It was called the Monitor Group, and it actually got bought by Deloitte. And it was founded by a bunch of ex-Bain guys. And they would just go into the best schools in America, whether it be MIT, Caltech, Harvard, Yale, Princeton, and get these super smart engineers. I was a media major, which made me really, and from Vanderbilt, so it was different. I was the outlier. Everyone else went to these really prestigious schools and graduated in Phi Beta Kappa and whatever. And all they did was, go into a company, and basically the boss would pay you $1 million to give you an honest opinion of how to solve a problem, or come up with a strategic growth plan or a product release or something like that. And it was just the power structure of the corporation. And this is something that I hope I get a platform someday to talk about, because people think of corporations, especially conservatives in particular, as lean, mean, fighting machines, right? That don't do anything wrong, that are pretty close to perfect, that have a 90% hit rate, whatever. They're not. They're convoluted. They're very imprecise. They're very imperfect. And my management consulting experience proved that. And I was only there for a year, and I went into pharma and big telecom and some other shit. But the truth of the matter is that if you can separate people from the underlying cultural assumption of greed in our society, and how we've all been socially conditioned to want to be greedy, that greed is okay. Someone's got to. It's weird to invoke a Christian perspective, but greed is one of the 7 deadly sins, and it's at the center of everything that's wrong with the organization of our society. Because if we're like a drug addict, and we keep relapsing, and we're in a big relapse right now, and we need an AA sponsor. We need a bunch of them. We need a bunch of
I mean, I think of it like dragon sickness from Lord of the Rings.
Yeah.
It's literally dragon sickness.
Sociopathy, conditioned
Expand
sociopathy.
on. Tell us a little more of what dragon sickness is.
So basically, in Lord of the Rings, if a dragon is like hanging on to like a pile of gold, and you touch that gold, you get infected with that dragon sickness. You become greedy. You don't want to let it go. So the dwarves in the story that took over the mountain that had like dragon treasure, the leader of that of those dwarves got dragon sickness. He would not
Thorin.
leave that pile. Yep, he would not leave that pile of gold. So it's the same thing. You know,
That's from The Hobbit. That storyline
Yeah.
is just referenced.
Yeah.
And is that the Oaken Stone or whatever?
Yeah.
That okay.
Well, the arc stone or whatever, but
Yeah.
that's not what's actually causing the dragon sickness. It's literally the gold in
yeah,
the
it's
mountain.
the dragon. Mhm.
Yeah.
I see. Okay.
Yeah, and like if you've watched the movies, I mean, you can hear Smaug say like, "I will not let go of one coin," and
Yeah,
you know, like
yeah.
I'm not letting go of any of this.
Right.
So it's exactly how this society operates, and someone should page those evangelicals about the greed being one of the 7 deadly sins, because.
Well, I've
you know,
I've decided, like, I thought I was going to compartmentalize my Christian knowledge and like it's like I just get it out of my head. I just am so sick of scripture, and like I you know, I've studied it in
ain't going
Sunday school,
nowhere.
I studied it at God camp, and I've studied it in an academic setting. Okay, so
Yeah.
I know the fucking New Testament. I don't know the whole Bible, but I know the New Testament pretty goddamn well. And I have decided that to take a page from Tallarico's book and make a point that actually Jesus was a socialist, and go on the attack with people like Joel Osteen in the prosperity gospel.
Oh, yeah, that's so horrible.
I think that could be a nice little niche for me, because
I mean,
it ruins families. It fucking ruins families.
Yeah.
It's.
I mean, as long as like our underlying system is capitalism, it's always going to encourage, you know, this greed, because you need to be greedy, right? You kind of have to be. Like if we're all going to operate under a system that basically rewards greed and encourages it, then like, yeah, it's just going to be the priority number one. How much can I accumulate? Like your worth is how much money you have. That is it. Like that's all that matters.
And the in-group you aspire to join, the peer, like the in-group proofing that occurs with that too. Like the CEOs, they see themselves as a class way above everybody else. And like someone was saying earlier, what the 1% chance that you'll get to join the upper class is like, no, I don't want to abandon everybody else, even if I had that chance. And if I'm so far below anything, I'm desperately broke. Things are really bad in my life. And, you know, like one of the bright spots in my life is I finally got on food stamps and went through that process, and I feel a lot of shame about that too, and I beat myself up about that, but that's been a major help in my life. And then it lapsed, and there's a nightmare there too. But and I'm just trying to make a fucking documentary about starting a union at a company where they tell the audience a different story than the way they live it, the principles. So not to try to change to that, but I agree with all that. The greed stuff and it all sort of forces back to the same thing of safety is violence in this country, and violence is the engine of ownership. Ownership as a concept, engine's not the right word, but ownership is what is enforced through violence. If you draw a circle around something and say it's exclusive, then you have to defend it using weapons, basically. And the more we can, the way you eliminate ownership is you equalize it. You don't necessarily just say ban it outright. You say everybody owns the electric company now. Everybody owns the food system now. Everybody owns, and then we can reduce the dependency on the greed filter. Because I majored in industrial distribution management in college, and so I sort of always saw things through a systems level. And what I see so clearly is that there's just every single stage of production, from finding to resource gathering to shipping to transmuting into I don't know why I'm using that word, to producing goods,
alchemy,
then selling it. But it kind of is transmogrify. But the conversion from raw material to usable thing, then to trash, of course, which is putting the future in debt. Every single stage of that, workers do the work, and some fucking vampire floats above, using the mechanism of ownership enforced through state violence in order to extract the greed filter. So we have to attack that greed filter.
And
well, I agree with all this. How much of this is also just the perception of like, or not being able to conceptualize when, like you were kind of saying, Dieter, when enough is enough. You know, even outside of like the $250 million, like at some point you have to go like, okay, I have a roof over my head. Even, you know, like maybe this is my Christian upbringing, but my mom was really big about like, she was literally if you don't finish that meal, there are starving kids in Africa that would love it. Like that was my mom. Like 10,000%. So anytime that like, I remember when I first moved out with my roommate and I was bitching about how I had this like really dumpy ass apartment. And she was just like, people, you do understand that like this is the goal for some people. And that could be enough. She's like, and that really did help me kind of conceptualize where I'm like, stop chasing, dude, and start living. You know, start enjoying yourself. And then also it did give me like that ability to start like appreciating what I have and just going, okay, you know what? Every day's Thanksgiving for me. I am, you know what? Fuck it. I'm thankful for the fact that I got the roof over my head. I have the life that I, you know, have and have had the opportunities I have, you know, like, I don't know.
Yeah, but at the same time, you want to stay creatively hungry.
Oh, absolutely.
I mean, I feel
creatively hungry is different than like being hungry for money. Like I would argue that the more times that I've like actually attached monetization to that idea, I get less creative. Like actually, perfect example is when I started paying attention to the analytics on YouTube and like really paying attention to them. Once, like I just had this a few weeks ago. Like people in chat can definitely verify this, where I got a hit on something where like I just saw it happen in real time, and it drove me nuts because it was right after I got a nice little push in the algo, and I was like, I'm finally gonna do this, and then just watching it crater, I was like, no. What did I do? I failed. And then I started realizing, I'm like, dude, you were so much happier when you weren't looking at your view counts, when you weren't necessarily like making it all about that, you know, like at least I was, like at least I was creatively like happy, you know? And ever since I went back to that, my shows have been much better. I'm a lot happier. And yes, I'm stagnating. It's okay. Whatever. I'll break through.
You got to push through those stagnation periods. Yeah.
This is a small enough audience, but like, I always see like, I don't know, you look at Tom Steyer, who had all the money in the world and didn't really have comprehensive videos on his YouTube channel.
Yeah.
And I'm wondering like, why not, man? Why didn't you demonstrate an ability to explain policy? Because that was your whole vibe the whole time, was it's not about me, it's about the policies. You know, why? And his YouTube channel didn't even grow that much. I think he was only ended up with like 50,000 subscribers or something.
Was he focusing on X and TikTok? Because I know that like a lot of politicians have actually kind of abandoned YouTube as a platform.
12.4K. Yeah, I think he has abandoned YouTube as a platform. I think a lot of politicians have.
It's not very viable. Like,
yeah, well, I think if you have a campaign site that uses videos from YouTube, that's probably what you should do.
Right, but unless you're like Kat that's doing live streams, it's also like, what's the point?
Well, I think a lot of the candidates live stream their events and stuff. I think it still fits in with the ecosystem. But it does seem like social media type managers or professionals you might hire as consultants would probably push more for the vertical platform.
Instagram.
Instagram.
Yeah, 1000%.
Instagram's the big one for leftists. Because
I mean, I've been seeing it with
Twitter. I'm sick of
I went back
Twitter.
to
I can't do
Facebook,
it.
guys. I'm just admit it.
Back to
I'm not. I'm sorry. I fucking
Boomer?
did it. I can't.
Going
I
boomer?
can't
back to
stand Twitter.
MySpace.
I just. Yeah. I will. I will go back to MySpace once it's back up, and I will. I will see it. It's like, will this give me what I want out of this? Because yes, Facebook is like the cesspool, but the thing is, it's the enemy I know. Whereas X, I was off that platform for so long, like back when it was Twitter, that I came back and it like hitting For You. I tweeted on X after I accidentally hit the For You page. I was like, this is the worst thing I've ever done. I will never do this again. I literally have my, like the other side of it, my following page, where I just kind of go based on that. If I use anything from X, it's from that. I will never go to the For You page ever again.
Oh yeah, no, the moment Elon was going to take over, like I think the last post I did on X was, I'm out of here. And like that
You're
was
like,
like 2 years ago or something like something
Yeah, I
like
haven't
that. It was
done
like
it in
2 years
years.
ago.
Ugh,
And I just
so
no, I'm not
bad.
posting on that. Like I've
So
opened links of Twitter, but I'm just not posting on X. I'm not using it. Nope.
I wish I had the self-preservation to stay off Twitter. I don't.
Really, man.
should.
Yeah, no,
I
it's
thought I
so
was a
easy for me. Nope,
masochist.
I'm out. I
Yeah.
even deleted the app on my phone. Nope.
Yeah,
I'm
yeah.
out.
See, I
healthy.
haven't done that yet. I do still have to like. There's the occasional.
When you get links, when you get links from someone to X, you gotta, I want to
Exactly.
see it.
Yeah, like
That's
I'll
a big
open
thing.
those, but
Yeah.
But that's it.
I'm
That's
not.
all I do is just if someone sends me an X link, I'm never scrolling X like ever.
Yeah, yeah. No, as
I tried Blue
unfortunately,
Sky. Dude, Blue Sky's been a fucking.
It's painfully bland.
Yeah, well, look
So-
at the design, and
I
it
know.
has the weird handles. Like it doesn't.
Yep.
It's not a clear handle. It doesn't make any sense.
Anytime that you try to promote yourself on Blue Sky, it's almost impossible. You have to do the
Yeah.
.at Blue Sky. Not even Blue Sky. It's B Sky or whatever.
.app.
Yeah.
Yeah. It
Yeah.
sucks. It sucks.
Yeah,
it's like, come
it's
on, guys.
stupid.
Get
I mean-
better like linking.
Plus, it got saturated with liberals too.
Eh,
Really
I
bad.
mean-
incrementalism, man.
I
These
look at
fucking
I don't
incrementalists.
care. Like
I-
the thing is, my biggest thing, like, and this may be just for me, I don't want to bubble myself because bubbling yourself insulates you from the reality that you live. Like this is why I try to even like engage with right wingers on my show. I engage with like my family and friends outside of my show, like just because I want to know what they're thinking. I want to know the vibe,
Yeah.
and I do want to know what I can actually accomplish within my short time that I'm on this earth, and where I'm not wasting my time. You know, like
Well, I was going to bring up Dieter started talking about Hutch and those guys, and at the beginning, and we kind of jumped off it kind of quickly. But that sort of ties into what is the project we're, who are the groups we have to persuade in order to achieve some sort of, goal. My interest is in expanding, universal human dignity throughout everybody's life, and to, those moderates, those liberals that you're referred to, they are in the way because they are definitely. Do they not realize that they're serving the right wing, the fascists,
Not
far
necessarily.
more?
Not
than
necessarily,
anything
'cause
that
you're
they
average-
aren't?
Not
bright.
all of them.
They're not bright, dude. They're
I
not
was about
smart
to say
people.
your average. The thing is, that's your online moderates. Offline moderates are a lot more satiable. I guess is like the word. I think what I'm looking for. Like they're much more open minded than you think.
Yeah, I agree with that. People tend to be very idiosyncratic. Like they tend to have wildly disparate types of positions depending on the thing, and more than likely they haven't delved into the details to a degree.
Oh, I can't tell you how many times people don't even know what democratic socialism actually is. They just know like
Right.
what Red Scare socialism
Dude,
is.
people don't
Most
even.
people,
Dude,
they couldn't
you
name the
guys-
3 branches of government. A lot of people.
I
don't
mean,
in a
that's just a
disparaging
fact.
way, but
Yeah, that's a fact. I mean, Donald Trump can, but so that if our president can't do it, then I'm not necessarily going to denigrate them.
of course.
Honestly, I almost look at it this way: because they are that way, because they are, like, for lack of a better term, kind of malleable. It's easier to kind of get them on board, like.
Right.
At least this is where I see it. This is where I'm not giving up hope yet.
Well, like, why isn't Saturday called Socialism Day? Like, why don't we go for the things, the parts of like the labor movement and the various ways we've had to fight capitalists for the small improvements we've had, like the 5-day work week, converting Saturday into a day off instead of a
liberals
work day.
claim those things, though.
Right.
Liberals claim those things.
We
it
fight
wasn't.
those-
It was progressive. It was progressivism.
Yeah.
I say Bill Clinton.
Well,
killed
unfortunately,
liberalism,
that liberal used to be. This is what I don't like about this, like mincing this stuff, is because honestly, you could go through history, and this is what they do with the fucking Democratic Party back when, or like the Republican Party back when Abraham Lincoln was in charge of it. Like you go back far enough, it doesn't even apply anymore. So like
you're talking about political realignment.
Yeah, political realignment, but also just in general, where it's like, so even my basic understanding, like of what a progressive used to be pre-Trump, is a little bit different than what it is now.
That's
like
really advanced, though. My whole thing is, if you can educate people to the point of Bill Clinton took the party of FDR and turned it into the party of Bill Clinton. If you can start with that, and then they go off and say, oh, okay, I need to know more about FDR. I need to know more about Bill Clinton. Basically, Bill Clinton got rid of the idea that government can solve people's problems and did things like NAFTA, the crime bill, the repeal of Glass-Steagall, welfare reform, and then, of course, the Telecom Act, and which was devastating. and super ironic that Fox News came out of the Telecom Act and vilified his fucking wife. But the other one I'm going after recently that I've been wrestling with because he's just so popular still is Obama. And that's my next essay, is taking down Obama, because, you know, and there's a quote, there's an easy to access. If you YouTube Obama capitalism, it's him talking at Northwestern School of Management, Kellogg. And he's like, there's a reason why I'm here, not the Public Policy Institute. And that's because I believe that capitalism is the best way for developing a equal opportunity society, something like that. And I'm like, we were fucked from the beginning. Like, this
Random
guy.
Question: do you think Obama's actually go to bat for Abdul?
Well, Abdul is not DSA and not a socialist.
No,
he is a
he
capitalist.
came out as a capitalist. That's why I'm thinking,
right.
like,
Yeah, I think Obama will
if
do that.
Obama
Yes.
gives him that endorsement, then I mean, as much as we can sit here lamenting the guy, that's huge. Like that.
Yeah,
that's
I think
that's
right
a huge
now,
boost for Abdul.
I'm fine with right now people doing whatever it takes to win. It's the
We
wave.
have to.
There's a huge wave.
Desperation
coming in
right now.
2028 that will. I think the wave in 2028 will change the circumstantial arithmetic.
Well,
where,
did you watch
where
the
you won't need
More
to-
Perfect Union thing about Latino
Yes,
voters?
Latinos, yes, it enraged me.
I think that was actually a perfect microcosm of not just Latino voters, but where that contingent is going to go, like within our own party, like the liberals. Like it's going to just deepen, but this is where you kind of nailed it, where it's like, no, we can definitely, even if it is a little disingenuous at this point, just use them. Just be like, all right, you know what, fuck it. I'm not gonna harp on you about like the broader points of socialism or communism or any of it. Just like, I'm not even gonna sit here calling you a shit lib, even though I do think you are one. It's just, no, you wanted to do blue no matter who's so fucking bad. Well, go vote for this DSA candidate.
Well, that's it right there, is the blue no matter who shit. That's the fucking thing that I think is driving lefties, particularly DSA people, nuts. And when you see,
it's actually funny enough. Like I was just saying, it could actually benefit us though, because now
if they
it is
hold
pushing
true
him
to
that
it,
way.
Well, look at Abdul al-Sayed as an example. If they're true to their word with blue no matter,
Well, they
who,
might.
they'll
They
get
actually might
behind
be.
Abdul.
I'm gonna let the unity thing happen tomorrow.
Well,
Like,
a major.
if-
Go ahead.
I was about to say, because like with the unity thing with Haley Stevens like coming out, like performatively or not, or if it's performative or not, it is good. Bringing her in and just saying, listen, we do truly need to beat Donald Trump. We do not fight each other on this one. Stop it. Like they're kind of doing that from my understanding. They're literally telling everybody to just stop it, stop fighting. We're going into this general. We need to beat the Republican. We need to stop fighting each other. Which that's one of the rare times I'll just be like, you know what? Fuck it. They're right.
Well, that's always been
like-
the. Go ahead, Carlos.
No, go ahead.
Well, the whole we need to beat Republicans is then the only value proposition the Democrats have offered, in their project is we're not going to do anything really to change anything. We might pass occasional, positive laws here and there, but our main proposition is that the Republicans are so terrible that you'll be forced to vote for us. That's what Schumer promised, and Carville was suggesting at the early 2025 about how we're going to manage Trump 2.0 in terms of how it'll be a success for Democrats. Of course, that means big payouts for the Democratic consultant industry that really runs the Democratic Party. But
they're failing right now.
Yeah, they're freaking out. Yeah. Their ship is being taken over by younger more people who have
listen to Van Jones, and then
principles.
You are getting exactly
Van
what that
Jones
consulting
is
class
such-
is saying.
Yeah,
Van Jones is such a piece of shit.
Yeah,
oh
he's
my
gross.
god, I fucking hate that guy.
He very much is.
I fucking hate that guy, dude. And Bill Maher and all these and James Carville, they can all fuck off because they got us here. That kind of thinking is what got us here. They would defend Bill Clinton, they would defend Obama. And look, my diagnosis
Most people
of
actually
Obama
agree
was
with you, though, Dieter. Like the problem is, like this time, it's not as like they're that far off from where we are now. Like this time, they really do actually see the problems with the Democrats. Like you have more people identifying as independent or just saying both parties fucking failed them entirely. This is why they're willing to give even a more farther left candidate a shot. Like I also was trying to say. When Trump won, I'm like, this actually gives us this is kind of a benefit for us because this shows them just how bad it is to have them in complete power.
But then people like Hutch and then libs, they blame progressives.
Care about them.
But they blame I'm just saying how they think. they blame progressives for not showing up for Kamala Harris as to why she lost to Trump.
Yeah, which is nonsense because we
Yeah, it's
like
nonsense,
that
yeah.
is such nonsense. Like
Which
you know,
just
like
ignores the quality of campaign that Kamala run, because the campaign that Kamala run was crap. Go ahead, sorry, Carlos.
yeah, I mean, like they did a whole autopsy on this thing. Like it was bad. Okay, the problems began before even Harris showed up. Like the problems, like they had there was an article that said that the Biden people knew that Biden was going to lose by like a massive amount. Like he was projected to lose like even the electoral. They were talking about the electoral college because that's what matters. But Biden was projected to lose the electoral college really bad.
Yeah.
Like, and they knew that, and the
They
guy
kept
was
him
still
in the
there.
race. No,
Yeah,
'cause the
until
thing
he
is
finally let go.
But they like going back to what you guys were saying about like the Bill Clinton mentality. It's because of that like James Carville-esque bullshit where incumbency. It's the incumbency. We can't even risk losing the incumbency because that right there that gives us 60% of our platform. It's like it doesn't matter as much anymore. If anything, incumbency like this, and this is refreshing in these latest primaries, has kind of been more of a noose around their neck. Like.
Yeah.
More incumbents lost this primary cycle than I think in 50-something years.
The trend is anti-establishment. I mean, if you're anti-establishment, then you're sexy. You have a chance of getting laid if you're anti-establishment. If you're establishment, you're fucked. Maybe not this cycle, but 2028. Fuck you, establishment, everybody. Because people are going to show up. Presidential year, dude, turnout is so much bigger in presidential years.
Oh, yeah.
And Gen Zers and millennials are only going to unite even better. That's my thesis, is unite those two generations and we can take on the baby boomers and the silent generation motherfuckers that ruined this country. They ruined it, dude. It's generational. Take all that racial resentment, take all that anti-immigrant shit that we all have in us, all that negativity.
I've been doing that.
And just put it on the baby boomer conservative
I've been doing
capitalists,
that.
man.
The thing is,
put it on
I
the
hate
boomers.
to see this, Dieter.
They're like dragons,
it's not
but for
productive,
racism.
and I know this because I like the people yelling at me about it. They've kind of been right, or I'm like, all right, because what are we actually gaining from it? It's the same thing as like
getting younger voters to show up.
No, they're not though. The thing is,
They
getting like the younger voters they're going to show up regardless because they're not getting what they want out of the American experience right now. Honestly, Trump overpromising was our greatest gift. The problem is now they might be going to the military because I am seeing military recruitment is up, which recession indicators, anybody?
Yep.
Yeah. But this is where I do kind of see like we have a momentum here that only we can really fuck up. Like I think Hassan said something similar where it's like only we can really get in our own way right now. It's not going to be the lids. It's not going to be AIPAC because realistically what this Abdul al-Sayed win proved was that no matter how much AIPAC puts into it, people do have they kind of have a brain. I'll say kind of.
Yeah.
You know, like the fact that he won,
I think people lack literacy more than they lack brains, and then but they're also definitely colonizing the cognition.
It's literally on purpose.
The frontier of the data center thing is our internal worlds. That's what they're taking over with.
But they also miscalculated how much that was going to play into this election cycle. I'm not sure if you saw this, but Darren Bailey, the guy running for JB Pritzker or against JB Pritzker, his main platform now is anti-flock, anti-data center.
Yeah, I mean,
but don't you
that's
think
it.
Pep Talks? Don't you think Pep Talks that like issues aside, leadership, right? Like if I was to apply my generational resentment in a productive way, that would be it. It's like no more Chuck Schumers, no more Nancy Pelosi's, no more Hakeem Jeffries and Cory Booker's and Jim Clyburns. Get the hell out. You had your turn. You're done like dinner. But then, these guys defend Hakeem Jeffries. These guys can't defend.
So, what's the actual thing that we need to do to get that to happen? Because isn't it like a majority of the party needs to essentially vote against those guys and like push them out?
Yeah, and I think you got to get rid of PAC money. I mean, that's why, I think this is going to take a while. Like, it's going to take a while for
no doubt.
The left to really mature.
Well, it's going to be state by state. I mean, Hawaii already did it. I know that there's a few other states looking at doing their own.
Wisconsin might be about to have their first socialist governor.
We'll
Which
see.
would be exciting.
We'll see. Don't get too amped up on this one. Like Francesca Hong winning by the margins that she's winning by right now in Wisconsin, it's not what you guys think. Like this is it. I'm scared. I'm actually scared for that one because they're ignoring the fact that Wisconsin's super fucking duper purple, and I mean,
right.
Like there's no guarantees on this one. Just because the Supreme Court thing went the way that we wanted it to, this is scary. Like it's genuinely scary because if it goes back to a Republican, then they're gonna do everything they can to go backwards and fucking they're gonna pack that court. Like I don't know, man. And also they're already running on like her BPD, her fucking I guess she had some incidents where she had mental like episodes and they're gonna hammer that shit, man. And it's just I'm going
it'll
into
be a
this.
good test. It'll be a test of the resilience of the wave that I think is coming, that we all hope.
The thing is, I hope that it is like this. Where I am hoping for that. I'm just being cautiously optimistic or like pessimistic, I guess.
But doesn't that how does that compare with what you said earlier about how we can only fuck it up from here? Like I think we got a lot of forces that are beyond our control.
I would say like because in
fights.
I would actually argue that we could only fuck this up in places like New York,
right?
Where it's
major
like
urban areas with a lot of educated people.
Right. That's and New York is the biggest indicator where it was like, holy shit, this is, I mean, I'm going to just say it for me. I saw that as the start of our official Tea Party moment where I was like, oh, fuck, we did it. Like we actually, we did infiltration politics. We did it.
Right.
We're here.
Right. We have we actually have some power.
We accidentally got way more seats than we thought we would. At least maybe I'm just speaking for me, but I was pleasantly surprised by it. But the way that they're going after Daraliza, I think that's going to be a little bit of an issue because she really has kind of done the other thing where she did say like, no, we need to just abolish prisons. And it's like, God damn it. Like, this is where I keep saying, I agree with you. Just hide your fucking power level on this one because you're kind of in a moderate district with a bunch of Latino voters who could actually go red. Like this is where it is like where I keep saying that's for us to fuck up. And if we do, like I'm telling you right now, if a Republican wins that district, that's on us to reconcile with. That isn't, you can't go blaming the liberals. You can't go blaming anybody except for us at that point because that's our thing to lose. And that's where I'm kind of like, all right, step back and just let's figure out like where we could go. And
So did you have issues with Megan Romer's appearance on Fox News?
She was the
DSA co-chair.
She was okay. No, she was good. I mean, she laid out some pretty well.
ambitious. I mean, she laid out some pretty ambitious reforms.
Yes. Yeah, but she didn't do it. I like the way that she framed it, though, where it wasn't like we must do this now.
Right,
as
it was
much as
long-term. She talked about things being a long-term plan. Yeah.
Right, which that's where like that gets lost in having conversations like
always,
with,
almost always.
And then they do the soundbite bullshit. It's going to be an uphill battle, man. And we got, 18, 19 weeks or something like that?
It's a cliff. It's not uphill. It's a straight up cliff with barrels of flaming oil coming straight down at you at every stage.
At the top of it.
Yeah, exactly.
You're rock climbing, dude.
The institutional bias and the power that the establishment system the engine has for, defeating any kind of, they're paranoid about us even learning anything about, that's why the first and fundamental lesson of Marxism is that capitalists are afraid you'll learn what it is. That's why they lied to you about what it is from the get-go. Not that they even went out of their way to do much of that, just other than imbuing society with anti-red, communist propaganda and stuff like that. And so but just on the whole, I mean, this project has been going on for generations and it's incredibly effective. So we have imperfect people, gaining positions of opportunity, hopefully positions of power, and they're trying to work within the system. And I think they need as much support as we can get. But yes, there's going to be major pitfalls, and it's always going to be taking stuff out of context. Like I saw one of the Pod Save America accounts retweeting or posting the Bernie saying he's not going to endorse somebody, but it was like a nuanced take about his staying out of that kind of race. Apparently, I didn't look super close into it, but like the Hutches of the world, just use an archetype that stands in for that wing of the Democrats that are in the way, are always going to do things that try to undermine progressives. I mean, I guess maybe you could counter that by saying that Stevens endorsed Abdul already and this and that, and there's nuances to it for sure, but America's project of imposing right-wing dictatorships on the external world through foreign policy and coups and interventions and wars and all that shit, the CIA and everything else, that is now being not just now, but that also functions internally in a sense as well,
right?
Like a fascist immune system activating throughout various ways. There's so much nuance to it, but it's a straight up horrible, difficult climb. And the most persuasive argument against the establishment is just how expensive life is becoming and how miserable and sad everybody is. And I think Americans don't even have the imagination to understand a world where they don't, end up homeless because they broke their leg or something like that. Or, they go to Europe or China or Japan, or they experience a society that looks after its citizens much better. And they come back and they're like, oh my God, we're being ripped off here.
You sound like you hate America. You must really hate America, Hank.
I do. I do.
What do you think of like the Elon Musk thing that he was saying, where he wanted we're soon going to be approaching like the post-abundance era, where it's like everything will be, we won't have to have jobs because it will be abundance and AI will create abundance for all of us. He kept repeating that word, and he kept making it sound like it was going to be Star Trek.
That's false God shit. That shit happens.
Sure, dude.
We do that with technology all the time. We did it with TV. We did it with the internet. We project messianic qualities onto new technologies as if they're going to solve our problems and solve humanity's, particularly straight white men's, need for greed, and abusing power and becoming subjected to the narcissism and the evil that power corrupts and pushes us all toward once we have it.
Agreed.
I don't think.
But do you think that it's kind of like Cedar was saying, like once we get rid of the establishment and become the establishment, how do we make sure that they don't just fall into the same cycle?
Right. Structural change in campaign finance. It starts with, I think, campaign finance to make sure that there's actually is integrity in our elections in terms of just like media buys. There should be free media. There should be more debates. There should be kind of a streamlined process that takes, and it should be shorter. That actually, so it gives us longer time to govern. But that's what I kind of wish she had talked about, was like, getting rid of the Senate someday sounds great to me, but like between now and then we have to fix our primary system. Like our primary system is so fucked. And I actually think like demographically, just in terms of the makeup and the power of who has power in the Democratic Party establishment, over 50% of the Congressional Black Caucus takes APAC money. And I saw a black content creator earlier today, and their audience was like, the CBC does not even come out for its people. So, Hassan has made the point that socialism in America requires black socialism. Couldn't agree more. We need a black socialist luminary.
Oh yeah, but you got Al Sharpton fucking out there doing his shit about like against. I mean, I literally just watched it yesterday. Him talking about this shit. It was infuriating.
Yeah, he sucks.
This fucking multimillionaire dude talking about how they're not paying attention to black issues. It's like, wait. But you like I hate to do this, but it's like you are like fuck you, man. Like you abandoned that caucus a long time ago.
And he's on the MS Now crowd, and there's a guy named Eddie Glaude Jr. who's a Princeton professor that's on MS Now that I really liked. But I haven't seen him on there in forever. But like Summer Lee is someone who I think should be given a bigger microphone. I don't know why she's not. She seems really talented. And intelligent, but you see her in contrast to like Jasmine Crockett, and I'm like, come on guys, Jasmine Crockett sucked. Like she did not have the policy chops to be worthy of a long-term career, and she just didn't play the game right. She fucked up her timing.
Strong communication skill, but
leaders.
It's one-dimensional.
He is.
Well, that's what I mean.
Jasmine Crockett, she plays one vibe, and that's all she's got. Like
one good hit.
Yeah, it's like it's cool to like have a core skill that gets you attention. For example, it's called ethos. Like my ethos is being growing up in a right-wing fundamentalist household defined by evangelical Christianity, corporate America, and the military culture. Like, that's where my ethos comes from. But with the other, so anyway, somebody else take it. It's frustrating.
I relate to that.
It's too frustrating to think about.
I was thinking about like what we were talking about, like Clinton and whatnot. I think like a lot of this kind of stemmed from like the Reagan era because of Reagan's like super success, right?
Yep.
Like he was
You got
very popular, and people and the Democrats, instead of learning the right lesson, they learned the wrong lesson, which is to
Let's
be more like
the
him.
Republicans. Yep.
Right. And
That's
like,
exactly what Clinton was our Reagan. Clinton was our Reagan. That's how to look at it.
Yeah, and it's like, yeah, of course, obviously this worked. Look how much like Reagan won, right? He won pretty handedly. So we need to duplicate that, and this is the way.
But there's one rule that binds them all in the world of politics, and that is that voters decide. And the baby boomers became the biggest voting bloc in 1980, and they became president in 1992. And we have, and actually Biden was a silent generation president. He was not a baby boomer. He's that old.
Wow.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah. And so that's what I'm talking about with my Obama essay, is that as smart as the guy was, as charismatic and talented and brilliant and whatever else you want to say, you cannot deny that his worldview was defined by latent Cold War capitalism. And that is where he loses. That is where he's like, you know what? Like, don't come to my Democratic Party convention, man. I don't really want you there. We got to move on. Because there's a lot of people that worked for Obama that still have a lot of power in the Democratic Party establishment.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Like, his lasting legacy is a lot of people in there. Well, Rahm Emanuel is still, like, popular with the establishment.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
That's disgusting.
No,
That's fucking disgusting.
Yeah, I know. And you got, again, you mentioned James Carville. Like, these guys, they just keep recycling the same bullshit. Yeah. And I remember when Carville, even during Obama's presidency, was playing that game of just like, well, he might be a little bit too radical of a progressive for the party. It's just like, really? And now you literally, well, you need to go back to the era of Obama where we don't have any of these, DSA candidates like Hassan Piker.
It's funny that, like, Carville, because I lived in New Orleans for a year, and he's like a classic stereotypical swamp rat.
Yeah.
And like, what does that kind of guy know about mainstream America, right? Like, when I think about mainstream America, I think about knowing the I-95 Northeast corridor, like, Boston, New York, Philly, Baltimore, Washington, D.C., Chicago, like Texas, certain parts of the South. Like, I went to school in Nashville. Like, I think everybody's got to spend some time in the South, and then you got to spend some time in California because that's where our fucking economy is. And the thing about this, what do you guys think about the stereotype of Californians? What do you think is like the Hank? I'll be interested in your perspective. Are you from California originally?
I'm from Illinois.
Oh, okay, good.
Yeah.
So okay, good.
I lived in Chicago for 10 years before.
If you could pick one word to describe what bothers you most about Californians, what would it be?
The sun.
Okay.
No.
Anybody else?
I burn easily. One word.
No, Californians, like the people.
Oh, Californians.
Like native Californians, people who are born and raised here.
Oh, okay. They're prideful of being born and raised in California because they're inundated with transplants quite a lot. But I can't do one word. I'm actually not a great person to.
Well, pride is one of the 7 deadly sins. So you nailed it.
That would say yuppies.
Yeah. So the word is soft.
Ooh, you are being wiped hard in the back there, man.
Yeah, she's pissed.
She got the arms folded.
yeah. Pep Talks says you're pissed, honey.
You got the wife arms. I know that one.
You're saying the answer is soft? Is that what?
Yeah, soft. They're soft. If the slightest one iota of anger, one iota of negative emotions, and they're like, whoa, dude, chill the fuck out. It's like, no, man, it's completely natural to get pissed off when things don't go your way and you did everything right. Like, and sometimes that happens in life. So it's okay. It's like, we just, and this, what's the opposite of soft? Tough. Like, that's what the left needs more than anything else. And I think we miss out on the sports culture a little bit on the left, and we could learn some toughness lessons from that.
I think we took the wrong. I would argue this too, that we took the wrong lessons from the like comedy cancel culture. Because like while we were like, they took what like a good thing and then just hammered it into the ground to the point where it literally lost every fucking effect. Like now it's look at Tony Hinchcliffe. Like he would have been so easy to cancel had they not gone so far the other way, where it's just like, dude, he's being obviously racist. But now we're literally at this point in comedy where that's the new edge.
Bullying.
Like you show up to frickin', Austin using the R word, and then if you really want to be edgy, use the N word, and somehow, some way, that actually gets applause in that in that zone. Like, I don't know, man. Like, I think that we just went so far that we ended up on we literally went full circle. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, there's Ben Burgess wrote a book back during that era called "Canceling Comedians While the World Burns" or something. I didn't read it. I'm not a Burgess stan.
So,
but that might be related. I don't know.
Joe, the goat George Carlin weighed in on this with Dice Clay, because Dice Clay used to do that kind of comedy back in the 80s and early 90s where he'd talk about obese women and like shit like that. And he actually got banned from MTV because because he was such a dick. But George Carlin was like, the problem with his comedy is that he's punching down.
Yeah.
And the problem with comedy for a straight white man is there's nowhere to punch because you're at the top of the fucking totem pole. And,
Right.
And we've talked about this before, how you got to punch yourself. And then you can punch others. But these assholes never punch themselves. Like Joe Rogan never looks inward.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah,
I
no,
talk about,
he's-
there's a great example. There's a great example of capitalism fucking with a guy's psychology. Because I honestly believe he's got some IQ limitations, but I honestly believe that he like went into the podcasting game for the first like few years up until getting that Spotify deal, like legitimately wanting to learn and showcase smart people and be like and connect with smart people and legitimately evolve as a human being. But then once he cashed out and got the Spotify deal, dude, it was just like, oh man, I nailed it. I don't need to change at all. And he stopped evolving. Because he used to crack jokes about Chris D'Elia and Whitney Cummings being so much smarter than him, and so he had to work twice as hard at comedy to be as good as them. Well, he's not as good as them. But the reason why they're better than him, too, is because they are educated, and he's not. Like, a lot of his conclusions early on in his, like, the fallacy of popularity, for example, or the fallacy of ignorance, he would deduce these things naturally just by talking with someone who was smart. He's like, oh, well, that doesn't necessarily prove that, yada, yada, yada. But then when he got the Spotify deal, it's just stroking the ego of the most famous person, the next A-lister to come in and talk to him. I mean, it's a circle jerk. It turned into a circle jerk. Just like in sports pep talks, Pat McAfee has destroyed sports media.
Yeah.
He's ruined it. He's ruined
You
it.
will not find an argument. He also ruined WWE. Yeah, I know. I know.
McAfee.
He's MAGA trash, and he told
sucks.
he told his audience to like fuck off, and I was like, all right, dude, I'm out.
Yeah.
I'm like, all right, man. You know.
Well, I mean, I remember that with Barstool. Like, I used to listen to Spit and
Portnoy?
I used to listen to Spit and Chicklets, and I just couldn't do it anymore because it literally, it would just devolve into like political talk on their end, and it was so weird to be that guy. Like, even being into politics, just being like, guys, they're doing the thing that you guys tell every other sports person, shut up. Like, especially when they're lefties,
stay in your lane.
Yeah. Stay in your lane. Oh, come on, guys. If you did that, I'd still be here. But fuck this. Like, I don't care anymore. I don't respect their opinions. They're all one side. Like, they're super fucking politically.
That's what I say. Pep Talks
motivated.
is the respect. The respect is the problem.
Yeah.
Right. If you're a triple trumper, like that guy from the More Perfect Union video, the Latino triple trumper, any triple trumper, like, unless you're on your knees begging for forgiveness, dude, just don't vote. Just get out of the way. Like, just shut up and let everybody else. There's an expression in business when you want to get a deal done, get the lawyers out of the room.
Yeah.
Well, go caveman with that shit. Get the idiots out of the room and let the smart people go to work. Like, sorry, dude, education level matters. Like, and not just traditional education, but self-education. I've had to educate myself about a lot of socialism, and the fundamental tenets of that. I had to get back into Marx and stuff like that. Like the learning, if you're a real intellectual, learning never ends. You learn something every day, and you want to learn more than one thing every day if you're a real intellectual. But what you're talking about, Pep Talks, is these guys are not intellectuals. They're competitors. They're competitive people who like winning, and apparently because of America's inauthentic, narcissistic social entitlement, which is derivative of my people's WASP culture, everyone's an expert on everything. Everyone's got an opinion on everything. You know,
it's confidence epidemic.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it's insecure little teenager. Here we are again with the insecure little teenager trying to prove something that he can't.
Right.
That's
whenever all of my political meanderings and curiosity, and I try to hold on to curiosity as far more important than confidence. I'm actually quite suspect of people who demonstrate too much confidence, particularly if it's on a topic I know that they're not that educated on. Like if a surgeon's talking surgery, I'll be like, yeah, you should be confident. But most people just sort of replace confidence for actual knowledge and in order to fit into these conformity cults that flow throughout our society. But ultimately, all my things always circle back to childhood trauma and to making the world safe for children and to prioritizing above all else, like the prime directive of Star Trek, which is to not interfere with aliens that don't have warp technology.
Right.
I'm such a fucking nerd. But the prime directive for Earth should be children have a right to safety. And they have a right to safe experimentation of like the world, to discover who they are, to fail safely, to survive the difficulties of developing your social brain and everything else. But we fail children constantly. And because my reasoning isn't just my big, giant, bleeding heart that wants to protect people, has compassion. It's also because I'm selfish. I'm tired of living around assholes who can't be persuaded into anything. Right. And the way you produce assholes, the dial on the asshole engine, on the asshole factory, is childhood trauma. Maladapted childhoods produce maladapted adults.
Hey,
I do.
This is why. Hold on, one more. This is why for
finish.
matriarchy now, and we need to bully men into matriarchy because it's best for everybody. Enough with this apologizing for how bad patriarchy is. We need to be strong about actually living the way human instincts are designed to live.
How does that just happen naturally like it did with me then?
Wait, go ahead.
How does that not happen just naturally the way that it did with me? Like I never get into the patriarchal bullshit. I used to, like, let's put it this way. Anytime that it was between going to mom or dad, I'd always go to my mom.
Yeah,
and like
matriarchy's natural.
Yeah. Well, it was also just, I did recognize that listening to my mom, listening to my grandma, listening to like the women in my life produced me with much better outcomes than listening to my shithead dad. Well, I mean, I love my dad, my pops he's a good guy. It's
not so much that
he's weird,
women, like it's not as binary as women good, men bad, obviously. But although the reason they don't like teaching history is because it's a great argument against men having power. Is there at any point of history you're like, yeah, those men were making good decisions? So yeah, there's some examples, sure, but the exceptions prove the rule. But matriarchy is generally understood as it's misunderstood as females doing to the world what males have been doing to the world. That's female patriarchy. Okay. Matriarchy is centering the health of the community and children first above all else. It's about including everybody. It's actually, from my conception, it's sort of like an alternate version of describing, robust socialist principles too. And actually, the world of patriarchy depends on the unpaid, unwelcome, or not, ungrateful. Let me phrase it rightly. Not given enough gratitude to the women, but like women's labor upholds patriarchy. It's about oppression of men and women. Because it's about hierarchy. That's the whole point of it, is that it privileges those couple people at the very top, the stupid psychos like Elon Musk and he's obviously at the very, very tippy top, yet he still pretends like he's a victim of the system. Yes. The world is unfair. That says the world's wealthiest human to ever exist. It's like, no, motherfucker, you are the system. But my point being, though, that like the sensitivity about patriarchy is just one of the first challenges we need to deal with in order to kind of approach that. And it's not like there's a big switch in some warehouse that says patriarchy on one side and matriarchy on the bottom, like a light switch. We just need to flip it. We need to completely re-alter our entire, cultural apparatus for, who should be, whose lives matter, and the answer is everybody's. And but I actually could make a case against men, and I don't even think that's necessarily the best way to go about it. considering all of history would be my exhibit A through infinity. But yeah, humans aren't just male or female.
Can't see that being like responded to in a very negative way with our current society. Come on, Hank.
No, of course. But like, my whole life has been like, I'm kind of I think I land in the masculine zone of like just my natural disposition. But I've been, and so I've been in a lot of, I was talking about this the other day on my podcast because I was talking about Reacher yelling about the Epstein files. And, I've been in so many spaces around men and around, very masculine where there's zero women around. And I've seen kind of how gross and ugly it can be. Oh, yeah. And not that it's always all bad because but there's
locker room bullshit.
There's a conformity to it. There's a performativeness to a lot of it is all about like that's kind of that joke of the guys that hate their wives but they're like performing maleness for each other.
I literally experienced it every time I went to play hockey. Like when I played for because I mostly play, like I grew up playing intramural hockey, so I always had women on my team. When I played exclusively with dudes, that was the first time I ever got exposed to that true toxic ass locker room culture. It's fucking disgusting how common it is and how it's almost expected. And you're not even kidding about the old ball and chain bit. Like it's every fucking
weird,
time.
Yeah,
it's
that's so
lame.
weird. Like it's so cringe to think about it. It's like, why do you just not like your partner? I'm confused here.
The thing is, no, because the secret is that every dude of that like kind of persuasion, they want the wife, they want the side chick, they want the big house, they want the 3 cars, they want the jet skis, they want to have kids, but they don't want to actually be parents. That's all it is.
Status anxiety.
I mean, Tom Segura is probably the perfect example of like the average toxic man in our society. When you look at the way that he's handling his divorce with Christina P., it's a comedian, famous comedian, Tom Segura, actually in the Joe Rogan spheres, getting divorced from his wife of 20 years. They've built a podcast empire together called Your Mom's House. And it's blowing up in his face because it's all coming out that he's doing it pretty much for the same reasons that any fucking rich dude that loses a bunch of weight, does like the whole like I made the money, and now he's even teasing like doing an OF like partnership with Bert Kreischer where they manage a bunch of girls. Yeah.
Oh, that's a red flag. What?
Exactly. But that's like, but that right there, it's not as like outside the realm of most dudes. I hate to say, like your average fucking chud, that's what they want. And like that's who they're listening to, and that like they look at guys like that. Like anytime that they hear the like, well, yeah, the wife and then the side chick, they're just like, I want that. Yeah, that's what I want, and it's disgusting. They're not ever taught actually to cultivate or love their spouse. Like, and this is our society, man. And I hate to say it, fucking Instagram culture, all the bullshit out there, it just fucking feeds it.
Yeah. Oh, no doubt about it. Social media is a freaking cancer.
Yeah,
well, the toxic media.
The toxic masculinity thing is, I don't know. It is an accurate label, but what does it really mean? It means like treating women like accomplishments, right?
Yeah.
Like sleeping with as many. I mean, I felt encouraged by society to sleep with as many women as I could before I got married. But now that I am married, I don't really care about it. It's not like I don't like miss it, And a lot of guys don't get over that because my second Dieter decree, Pep Talks, you might remember, is just because someone looks like an adult doesn't mean they are one. The type of masculinity that you're talking about is childish.
Mm-hmm.
It's grown men acting like children.
Well, look at Max Miller. Look at the way that he's responding to all of the accusations. Have you guys been paying attention to that?
No,
all right, Max Miller's the guy. He's the Republican congressman that just got busted. They have audio of him being abusive to his wife. They have proof that he was abusive to his daughter. Might have broken her freaking clavicle, which is insane.
And his daughter's the daughter of a Republican guy, right?
It's Bernie Moreno's daughter. That's who the ex-wife is. So Bernie Moreno has been silent about this because Max Miller has come out and said, I have dirt on Bernie, which everybody knows that Bernie Moreno's gay, or allegedly. Like everybody, like he's as in the closet as Lindsey Graham on Capitol Hill. Let's be that way. Like let's put it that way. So it's like nobody's really surprised by these revelations that could be the thing. He swears up and down that that's not the case, that he was just trying to protect his family's privacy. Yeah. But every time that you watch Max Miller, he is the quintessential fucking abusive dude. Literally doing all the Trump denial shit. Here, you know what? Fuck it. I've got to get, because
looks like a creep.
Right, yeah.
Here,
I
I'm
didn't see
gonna
parts of
bring
this.
up at least for like just a few like seconds here, the one with Jake Tapper, because I'm telling you, man, it's, you will see it and you'll immediately be able to go like, oh crap, I think that like I've seen a guy like this. Like you have been around somebody like this, and they're probably the worst dude in your life.
Vibes. Bad
Yeah,
vibes,
here.
What's the guy's name? Miller, dude.
Yeah, really. Okay, here we go.
Three women who have accused you of violent behavior. Politico published a report in 2021 that says when you were in high school, you, quote, pushed a girl out of the dorm of his room and she fell down some
Goes
stairs
back
after
that
he
far.
became enraged when she resisted his attempts to touch her, according to 3 people who were there and many more who heard about the incident in the aftermath. Now, you deny that, but the woman in question told Mother Jones reporter Abby Vasulis just days ago that it happened and was, quote, one of the more traumatic nights of her life. Now,
I
that's...
would love
Now,
for
hold
that
on.
individual to go on the record, because that.
Okay.
Jake, I was
Hold on,
Jake,
because I'm
I
not
was
done with
13
the
years-
list of
I
women
know.
that have accused you of violence. Then there is former White House press secretary.
This is one of the rare times, I hate Tapper, but this is one of the rare times that he cooks this asshole.
Okay, you were young. Then there's former White House press secretary Stephanie Grisham, who was your ex-girlfriend. She accused you of being
Worked for
abusive
Trump,
and
by
having
the
a
way.
violent streak. She wrote in her book, quote, I could do nothing right by him. I would wake up every morning shaking with anxiety about his mood that day. I had seen his temper before, and it had scared me, unquote. She has recently filed a temporary restraining order against you in a defamation case.
Look how
And
bored he
now
is
there
with
are
this.
these claims from your ex-wife, Emily Marino. And I guess the question is, are all 3 of these women who don't know each other, are all 3 of them lying?
Yes, it's very easy, and I can tell you why. Every single time, and people have asked,
No shame.
me, you know, what are you going to do? Are you going to drop out of this race? Are you going to resign? You know, are you going to get out before the deadline? And my answer to you, Jake, is no. And I can tell you why.
Literally,
They never care about.
Yep.
Republicans
In
never care
2016,
about
when
scandal.
No.
They just suck it
President
up. They just
Donald
keep. They
J.
just
Trump
keep going.
Yeah, they don't
faced the
I'll
most
finish this clip real
extreme
quick.
allegations in the world that hit him day after day after day. And people in the
See?
media, very
That was-
much like yourself and others, said that he would have no shot at winning, that he should not be the president of the United States. But
Literally
guess
invoking
what?
Trump
he
winning.
stayed in and he was resilient. And what the American people can see is that they can see that somebody is fighting who is resilient, and that is a quality that the American
Are you guys hearing a denial?
people cherish.
Like an actual
No.
denial
So
in
for
this?
No second am I going to
No.
sit
We said that they
here
were
and
all lying in
continue
the
to be
beginning.
debased by false and baseless allegations.
But wouldn't that continue into like, well, this I have this record of being this type of person, and you know
Yeah, if
what?
you
I
were
know what
innocent.
type of man I am. But then he literally instead is just like, I'm gonna go and invoke Donald Trump in this
Well-
one and just say, well, he look at how this proved his convictions and being steadfast through people accusing him of things.
Well, I mean,
So this-
yeah, but he's right though, right? Like literally, it's like, well, you guys elected a freaking, predator. So like, I don't see
Yeah.
what the problem is with my behavior. I don't know
Yeah.
why we're even talking about this subject.
I got it from
Like-
somewhere else. I don't know what it is, but the 3 Ds: deny, deflect, distract.
That was
When you're in-
freaking what's his face? Cohen. Rob Cohen.
Yeah, Roy Cohen.
Roy Cohen, yeah.
Yeah, deny, deflect, distract.
Yeah, from
Yep.
the freaking Apprentice movie.
Right. I didn't
Yeah.
even see it. I just I didn't I don't know where I got it from, but I must
Well, I
have
know
read
it was in one
somewhere.
of his books, and like I know that's like literally the whole thing behind Trump. Like I remember they did like an analysis of why Trump is the way he is and why he will never admit that he's wrong, and it was because of that. They
Right.
just said he was taught this in the 80s, and you go back all the way to the 80s, you will not find a clip of him going, "I'm sorry." Like it's just not in his
Never.
lexicon.
No.
And that's where like
Well, it's
He's
worked
a
for him.
sociopath, so.
but it's so disappointing to see like just this juxtaposition that we like obviously we're going to be in after the Plantner situation with this, where it's just like, holy fuck, man, they really have no shame at all.
No, of course, you're never gonna
Like, how
you're
do
never
you
gonna
fight
outdo
this?
that.
Yeah.
Like you're never gonna outdo that. Like these people legitimately don't care, and in some cases, maybe the case with this guy, I don't know, but in some cases, it's a positive. Like he literally invoked Trump. He's like, look, guys,
Well, they
I
just
don't
say-
see what the problem is here.
The followers just say it's not true. Like the followers will just be like, yeah, he's telling the truth and the women are lying. It's
Yeah.
that simple.
Yeah.
They just
Yeah.
dismiss it.
It's
They
more
dismiss
proof.
It's post-fact, post-truth era. They
Yeah.
don't care about the truth. They don't care about the facts. They care about getting their little bottle and sucking on their mommy's titty because they're fucking children.
There is such a degree of, this is partially of my childhood trauma thing that I talk about a lot on my channel and stuff. Is it's exactly that though. It's arrested development. It's suffering injustice and trauma in the early stage, and from explicit child abuse, which is far more common than it should be. But there's also the neglect of parents working all the time and people not being around, and communities being unsafe and underdeveloped, and all sorts of other ways that we don't live in harmony with our instincts. Otherwise, loneliness wouldn't hurt. If capitalism was natural, we'd all be having a great time right now. We're not.
Sure.
We're all miserable. Despair is horrible. And but so much of that kind of thing, and especially within but it's also supported by like school systems and child rearing and daycare systems that reinforce the idea that your only purpose is to become a cog in a capitalist machine someday,
Right.
or you can do entrepreneur something and try to do your own thing. And I'm kind of on that stage, on that line of life. I'm mostly unemployable for various reasons. I have an entrepreneurial spirit myself. I have a lot of creative ideas, but I struggle to with all kinds. Why am I getting off on that? See, exactly, point proven. But that stage kids get trapped at in terms of development lasts their whole life. The juvenile, there's a thing on Twitter, I'm sure other places, where that everyone's 12, where people just have this idiotic kind of
My
reaction
dad
to
would
everything.
love you saying this because he'd probably be pointing to me. He'd just be like,
Yeah,
So have
this,
you ever studied
this 12-year-old over here? Yeah.
Have you ever studied narcissistic abuse, like family systems of narcissism? You have. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah.
So great. I do an essay that you should check out
All right, I'll
about
write it
how I
down.
use the metaphor. I'll send you a link.
Oh.
Yeah, but you can find it easily because I don't.
I'll find it.
My only videos are essays. I don't do clips or anything like that. I probably
No,
should.
dude,
But anyway,
I'll subscribe and I'll check it out.
cool. But the thesis is that the Republican Party is like the abusive father who's hitting everybody, yelling, being abusive, and just a very predictable abusive father archetype, right? The Democratic Party is like the enabling wife who lies for the husband, protects him.
Wow.
Yeah, he's a reasonable guy.
Assessment.
No, he's not. He's just got some anger issues. He's working through it. Whatever. The children are the voters, right? Now, here's the insight, real insight. I think both of those things are insightful, but here's the major one. In family systems defined by narcissistic abuse, the scapegoat and the truth teller are the same person because the people in that fucked up family don't want to hear that they're fucked up. They don't want the truth teller being like, George Carlin said, there is something wrong here. There is something wrong. So progressives like us who hate
explaining
America,
my existence.
that's what we do. We call out, like, America's actually an ugly, obese, fucking fat, greed-addicted drug addict. Like, and we need to go to rehab. Like, that's what we're screaming from the mountaintops. And meanwhile, the live and learner guys are like, oh, we just got to win the centrists. It's like, no, we need a plan. We need a 40-year plan. I don't want to win in just 2028 and 2032. I want all of the baby boomer conservative capitalists to be dead by the time the GOP wins the presidency again. Because by that point in time, we'll have universal health care, we'll have housing, we'll deal with guns, cops, criminal justice reform, all that good stuff. But yeah, that's the family. Check out that essay because I thought it worked really well. The truth teller is the scapegoat. And that's what we progressives are that hate America. Yeah, we hate the ugly parts of America because the ugly parts are fucking evil.
And it's true.
Yeah, and it's fucking true.
Yeah.
We have done so much damage in the post-Cold War world. America has done a lot of damage. Hell, it's done a lot of damage in post-World War II. Like, in all estimation, if you know the history, like, I keep going back on this. I used to think it was like Gore losing to Clinton, or Gore losing to W in 2000. Then I thought it was Clinton winning in 92, winning the Democratic Party primary. But now, I honestly think this country, like public conscious wise, has been in recovery mode since the JFK assassination. I think our complete perspective on like what life should be like in America has never been the same since then.
Well, I mean, because there's the underlying thing with the JFK assassination. Like, I know I look at it this way: is no matter how good you want to be to people, and no matter what kind of like good you want to bring to them, there's always the possibility that you will get JFK'd. And that was kind of like an understood thing where they're just like, okay, well, I don't want to upset the system too much, you know. And then Martin Luther King happened, and it's like, oh. I think that we're kind of getting this point proven is that if you're too popular as like an actual voice of change, then they're just gonna
you're a target.
Yeah, especially during that time when they were feeling the threatening, presence of people who had the time to protest, like the kind of knockoff effects of GI Bill and the progressive era benefits that allowed for young people to go to the streets to stand up against something, and then actually achieve some sort of results with the civil rights era, which of course spurred the Powell memo, or I don't know if it was exactly in that order, but like, that's what set up the 70s reactionary rebound into the Reagan era, and we've not gotten out of that. So if you want to keep it simplistic, we're still in that pendulum swing thanks to Obama. Biden especially has gotten especially heinous with this necromancer Trump that comes in, adds a whole bunch of extra madness to the whole thing. But yeah, I had some point there. I talked
but Trump has exposed that this deep, dark underbelly for those of us who grew up in conservative households. We always knew that there was evil in the party. We just didn't want to admit that it was the spine. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And Trump has exposed the spine of the Republican Party as white trash fascism. That's what I say. WTF doesn't stand for what you think it does anymore. It stands for white trash fascism. No one's getting aggressive. What you just described, Pep Talks, is the context of a revolution. Like, people will die. Like, if you stand up to they got all the guns, right? They got all the gun nuts. Well, they don't have all the guns, but they got all the gun nuts. And, it's just, if you make yourself, if you become too big of a figure, and that's why the movement needs to transcend individualism. That's the good news, is that the ideas should transcend the individuals. So
I would argue it is. Actually, Maine is a very good, Maine's a good example of that, where it totally transcended the man.
Yep, that's exactly what I was going to say. Was like, someone came in and replaced Plattner, and the platform basically stayed the same.
Yeah,
and that's good. That's good. Yeah, dude, Plattner
really
was a celebrity
either. Like,
Plattner was like a fucking rags to riches, like, oh, he's an oyster man or whatever. And then you dig a little deeper and you realize he comes from privilege.
Well, that literally comes from what people want, though. Like, I remember being like really dumb before like I started studying politics, and my basic line of politics was thinking like, how come we don't have like a council of elders that like are experts in their fields? Like, I don't know, having a doctor in charge of healthcare, having somebody that has worked in rare earth minerals, doing rare earth, like all that kind of stuff. Where it's just like, how come it's always some fucking dickhead lawyer making these decisions?
Right.
Well, I go to China for that. They're run by engineers and highly intelligent, meritocratic people.
Yeah. I always felt like we were being ruled by businessmen when we should have been ruled by, tradesmen.
We're ruled by
experts. You mean experts?
And experts.
I mean, that would make too much sense. So obviously,
right.
Well, that's one of the things I like about the progressive left in contrast to the neoliberal left, is that we implicitly or explicitly, I explicitly recognize it, and the DSA kind of explicitly recognizes it in its structure. But equal opportunity, equality, those are the goals. The means to achieve those goals, if we are conceding that we are in a wartime context, is not equality. Okay? Not everybody's cut out to be a general. Not everybody's cut out to be a colonel. Not everybody's cut out to be a captain. Right? Like, back to my artistic athletic divide. Like, the artists who don't like conflict, like, find ways to support people like me who are out front begging MAGA to punch them in the face. Like, that's what I want. That I want to get into a MAGA trash bully motherfucker's face on camera and have him knock me on my ass. Then I get up and do it again. And like, that's what's required to expose the bully for what they are. So the Reagan comparison with Trump is ill-founded. It's actually Barry Goldwater or who's the other asshole? George Wallace. Yeah. Those are the paradigms. That's what the GOP really is. It's more than just greed. It's derivative of colonialism. It's Confederate Christian nationalism, white, and that's the whiteness part. We got to bring back the Confederacy, y'all, in terms of rhetorical strategy. This is the Confederacy. The Confederacy lives. The Confederacy lives, and it's called MAGA.
Yeah, you know, I heard, like, I was talking to someone about this, and it's like, how do we, like, kind of just get a unified message about all of this? It's like, we can, I mean, it is fascism, right? We call it fascism because it is. It has a lot of characteristics of fascism, but, like, it's not clicking. It's like, no, we got to use something here. It's from home. This is just a continuation of the Confederacy. That's what this really is. It's like we just never got over that.
Yep.
And
well, they have statues.
That's why we're here.
I'm of the opinion April 9th is Appomattox Day. That's when Lee surrendered to Grant. That should be a national holiday. And then I would destroy every single Confederate statue in the South, just as a fuck you to these people.
We tried
just
that.
as a fuck you. No, fuck them.
Yeah,
No, this is war. This is the culture war. And we go into their schools and we say, you're not, you're going to teach the Civil War history
the
this
real
way.
one.
Yeah,
the real way.
And if you're not, then there's videos, and we can replace you with fucking videos.
It's wild.
Well, the same.
Go ahead. I gotta
Charles.
get out of here, but I was just thinking about stuff that Dieter was saying. Like, the problem is like liberalism, neoliberalism, whatever you want to call it. It's all rooted in capitalism. So you're never going to be able to solve that problem because they fundamentally believe that capitalism provides freedom, and that's what they believe. Like, in their twisted ideology or logic, they think that, well, obviously capitalism is the way to go because that's how we provide the most freedom to most amount of people, when it's not. And and capitalism here in the United States, as a society here, we think of it more of a religion rather than an economic system that can be criticized. Because, like, if you try to talk about, if you try to criticize capitalism, it's not taken well. It's like heresy. You know, it's like, what do you mean? Why this is just the way things are, right? Like, there's no alternative. Like, that's what I've been taught all my life. Why are you challenging these things? Heresy. So it's like, yeah, you have to kind of break that like concept of people. It's not a religion, it's an economic system. And if you really want to understand capitalism, read Marx. If you really want to understand how these things work, then just read Marx, or at least try to have like some cursory like overview of how, because you're not going to understand capitalism by going to like business school. Okay. That, like, literally you're not going to understand capitalism like that.
Did you know Karl Marx's favorite quote from me is, history repeats itself, first as a tragedy, second as a farce. So Civil War repeated as a tragedy with civil rights, because as we all know, civil rights kind of fell short of its goals, and it is now repeating as a farce in this MAGA war on American democracy started 10 years ago. And it lines up. It's the 80-year principle. It lines up.
Yep.
The 80-year principle?
Yeah, it's 80 years apart. 1865 to 1945 to 2025. So you go Civil War, World War II, current present day.
Did that start then?
Huh?
Did that start just at that point, or does it go farther back too?
It goes back to the Revolutionary War too, actually.
Oh, really?
Because,
okay.
Yeah, because 80 years prior to 1865 is 1785.
This is uniquely American then, though.
Is it basically enough time for the great grandchildren of a generation to take over? Essentially,
well,
three to four generation cycle.
Generation dies off, and then all of a sudden their ideas kind of die off with them.
Right.
There you go, man. So that's the revolution.
Carlos was
that's
saying
the terms. Sorry, go ahead.
And I know you got to go, Carlos. So I'm not asking you to stay if you want to just dip out. I'm not trying to keep you. But like you're about the defenders of capitalism. In a lot of ways, that functions similarly to the way masculinity is constructed, which is to say that it's defined kind of by what you're not, rather than what you really are. You know, like I'm not gay, I'm not girly, I'm not this, I'm not that. That's sort of an individualistic part of it. It's a conformity based sort of thing. And then people who get really defensive about capitalism, they know they hate socialism. They know they hate communism. They know they hate anything that's different. They know that they can send some stupid bullshit about freedom or whatever that's not actually true. Because I have toothpaste choices doesn't mean I have freedom. I'm actually quite limited in terms of my freedom due to being a person in poverty who lives under a capitalist system. Comparative to like in China where the retirement age is in the 50s. Do you know how healthy it is for society to have a bunch of healthy 60-year-old people that don't that are like still in great shape. They're still young enough to be part of their communities and to be great, there for their families, there for their children.
Oh, and here we say that like retiring is like a bad thing. Like, what are you talking about? You should work until you die. Like, what?
The boomers didn't mind retiring.
Right.
The
I don't know. Like my dad retired, and then he's working, and like, see, my dad's one of those guys where he's like he was lucky. I mean, he did make it like a business, but then he just went back to doing it. Like he retired, played golf for like a year, and then I called him one day. I'm just like, hey, where are you at? He's just like, I'm across the country, buying a car, gonna sell it. I'm like, why? He's like, I'm bored. I can only play so many rounds of golf. I got nothing. He's like, so this is what I'm good at this. I'm going to do it. I'm like, you don't need to though. He's like, nah, I mean,
he's not being coerced. That's okay. If that's your choice. I think that's reflective of a culture that has,
benefited him.
We're all sort of fetishize work way too much, in my opinion. And all I do is effort. I hate work, but I love effort. I work really hard on all my projects constantly. And but like not even shading on your dad there because he's doing it consensually. Right. He's not greeting people at Walmart because if he doesn't have a job moving carts, gathering carts from the parking lot, he can't afford his wife's cancer medication.
My mom's husband. Like he does that where he lives on his fixed SSI and he had to go get a job at like some factory to just supplement it because he couldn't afford to pay for his home.
I'm looking down the barrel of stuff like that right now with my issues and stuff. I'd be homeless if I didn't have some help from my family. So I have autistic shit that fucks me up constantly, but it's brutal. It's a and they got everybody shaming themselves for not being able to stand on their own individual feet. And because the fact is, human beings are not individuals. We're a distributed computing organism. Like, not that I'm saying you should become subservient to the collective. I'm not for that. In fact, I think individual expression would be greatly enhanced by much more collective ideas and collective dignity and collective liberation. But, they got us all telling ourselves these like self-neuralizing from Men in Black, just like blanc, and we have these narratives that uphold the status quo. The Walmart family doesn't feel shame for all the fucking food stamp money that they're harvesting up every single day from the government.
Right.
Coming and going.
And it's fascinating, right? Like nobody complains about Elon Musk getting tens of billions of dollars in government money. Nobody complains. But like you're somehow meant to be seen as like almost lesser if you take government money, which is like insane because like who cares? It shouldn't be like it's who cares? Like we live in a society. So we should be able to help each other. I'm confused as to why that's like a bad thing.
I'm for a 0-day work week. I think nobody should ever have to work at all. That's where that's my starting point for negotiation.
The abundance link?
You could talk me into 2-day work weeks. I'm just saying that like demanding these little bitty things. Although I do think actually like from a tactical perspective, because so much of what we talk about isn't even feasible in our world in our lifetimes. But the 4-day work week is. Because it's good for capitalists. It actually, all the studies show wherever it's tested, profits go up at these companies. But in my opinion, we could use that against them if we could do a similar cultural shift from the 6 to the 5, from the 4 to the 5 to the 4-day work week, where Friday becomes like another weekend day. Of course, it's more nuanced than that and all this, but people should only have to work like 20 to 30 hours a week to justify anything. But I think if you don't want to work, fine, you get it. Whatever. Here's your food money. Here's your little apartment. That's good. You're still going to push all that back into society. That's how.
But but we know so much about people nowadays with personality tests that you can do. You can find people a good job if you just have them take a couple of personality evaluations and knowledge tests and like what they enjoy learning about. Like
Yeah.
you can find, they did it with autistic kids and data cleaning. Like, there are jobs out there. There are purposes to be served.
Absolutely. And I think the reason I make the case for 0-day work week, not that I think that's actually feasible in our world, is that I trust humans. I don't think humans are just going to sit around and do nothing. People are motivated to help their family. Look how motivated we are to solve our boss's greed. Look how motivated we are to make every day an emergency. The emergency is our boss doesn't have enough money, and I have to act like someone's on fire. I have to freak out because my manager emailed me at 11 p.m. and if I don't get that thing ready by 8 a.m.,
We'll
I'm
just send all the
It's like, F that.
deadbeats to that town in Idaho where all the MAGA are retiring. We'll just
Yeah.
card all the
Yeah.
deadbeats out there that don't want to work. We'll just,
Right,
hey,
right.
They're your new
Really
neighbors.
piss 'em off.
Yeah.
Yeah, and like I don't buy this idea that people are just like naturally lazy because like
Yeah.
we all do work. Like I literally mow the lawn, that's work. I literally take care of like whatever X, Y, or Z. I have to like fix something, that's work. I have to like fix my car, that's work. I have to do it. So like people do work. So this idea like just nobody will work, that's not true.
People want meaning and they want to feel like their effort is meaningful. That's the sacrifice that people are willing to pay. And very few people get to experience that. I mean, some do. People sometimes get lucky. When I was working at the Young Turks, even though I understood how little respect people felt there, myself included, I can't speak for everybody, obviously, but that was the thing there. But you kind of tell yourself a little bit of a story that, yes, the pay sucks, the respect is low, especially in my case, because my situation was at the core of why we started the union, at least the second attempt at unionizing. But like you kind of tell yourself a story that you're contributing to something. This work is meaningful, even though we see it from the inside. I cared about the audience. I came from the audience, and it mattered to me that we were. My devotion to that, like doing a good job as an employee, was really to making the audience, to making it okay for me to feel okay that the company was getting their money. But like that narrative thing, like people want to be a part of something and they want to feel like they belong. And you're definitely going to, not provoke. I don't know the right word, but people who we might encourage, foster, let's say, the sense of being part of something is a great way to reduce that deadbeat factor that you might be talking about.
Well, that's why a lot of people like go to church and stuff too when they start feeling a lack of community. Like I actually have a friend that did that where he's not even religious. He just went to a church because he was feeling like he was lost as far as having like that little bit of a community. And somebody actually said in chat, that's why some people even go back to work that don't need to. Like they'll just go be a greeter at Walmart because they lack that community. Like they all of a sudden miss
They
being
like the social interaction.
Yeah, social interaction. They just do it to kind of I don't know. Like
I'd say we.
So the thing is, the people that say the people
with you, but I also understand the people that kind of like want to work or like want to help. People through service, I guess.
I think the people that are suspicious of people being lazy, the people that think people are lazy, those people hate their jobs. Those people look at work as like a sacrifice, something that they don't want to do but have to do to pay bills. And they think everybody has that attitude towards work, and we don't.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. And work evolved out of with alongside and from slavery.
Yeah.
Like the conceptions of it all in terms
God
of
forbid you like
in terms
your
of
job.
what wages are. We told them they can't have slaves. We didn't really. We just redefined it as prisoners. But and then their solution was to just step away from the goal line of slavery enough to control the supply chains we need to survive, basic human needs. If you can't afford to give a rich person enough for your land and food and water, you'll die. They'll just kill you because you're not supply chain slavery.
Yeah.
This really
so don't
reminds me
forget
of
to
the
pay your
Expanse.
oxygen, Lord, everybody.
I'll just say it like this end goal is literally expansion. That's where when Elon was saying it, I'm like, it's like he just read the Expanse and went, yeah, that's what we should do. Like a global basic income but the thing is in the Expanse, it's 2,000 years or whatever into the experiment. And it works so well that they're like, yeah, we can go out to Mars. We can go out past the belt and into Jupiter territory. But the people that are still on Earth, like the deadbeats is what we would call them. They literally are they're born, they go on basic, and that's it. And like they're used as like a derogatory thing where it's like, what, you want to be on basic for the rest of your life? Or do you want to be an explorer? Or you want to be a space trucker?
Right.
Like,
I'm for that.
Me too, actually.
Create a floor. What the fuck are we doing? What's the cost of all this is that I have to live near people. That's the sacrifice I'm willing to make. You know, we got to live in a group. Why are we clustering up into a little bundle of people?
Never forget how antisocial a lot of conservatives are.
Yeah,
we don't like loners
Yeah.
on the left, and there are a lot of loners on the right.
Oh,
And
yeah.
they're in the gun culture, they're in the white supremacies culture. Like
Mhm.
that shit is dark, and it's
Right.
going to talk about generational. That's the thing that we need. And here's the thing too, like Pep Talks about these fights don't end, right? Like we're never going to kill racism. We can isolate it, and right now you got MAGA at about 1/3 of the voting public. My thesis is that by the time I die, we could get that subculture down to like 15, 10, maybe single digits if we're lucky, you know, in the next 40 years. But you're never going to get rid of it. You're
No.
always going to have those idiots, bullies, and cowards who think blacks and browns are the problem. You're always going to have them.
Oh,
I-
1,000%.
Yeah, I've always made the argument that there's always going to be bad people. Like this kind of goes down to the that simple argument of like, well, do you believe people are born good or bad? It's like it's more nuanced than that, man.
It's
Because
it's social conditioning. It's social conditioning.
I don't know, man.
1,000%.
I just remember being in elementary school and just knowing we had this one kid that was just a fucking problem all through, like literally started in fucking first grade, like
His
cutting
dad probably
people-
yelled at him.
cutting people's hair. Actually, no.
Maybe his mom was fucked up.
No.
He was
he
just
actually
mental?
had a really good like support system. He had a sibling that they got along, and she was also kind of a piece of shit. No, they were
bullies.
just pieces of shit. They were just bullies.
bullies. Yeah.
Like
Wow.
naturally bullies, and that's the weirdest part is like his mom would always kind of even like apologize to my mom, like, oh, it's just kids being kids, and my mom was even like, not really. Your kid's kind of awful. Like he's gonna end up not having friends. Turns out, literally.
Oh, my dog bites everyone.
Yeah,
Right.
yeah.
Don't worry.
Yeah, but that's
bites
actually another
everybody.
person where it's like that's proving where it's just like sometimes you got people that don't even see it. And then it like because like it's easy for us to look at that and go, oh, they must have a bad parental
Right.
unit.
Well,
They
it's
must
usually
have a
is
bad
the
home
case,
life.
right.
It's not always that simple.
Not always. Not always. That's true.
The
You know,
only
some people
goal
just suck.
The goal of society should be that every single human being dies of old age. There shouldn't be any premature deaths of any sort. Right?
How will Valhalla fill
I mean
up?
that
What
in
the
like
hell?
in a calculus kind of way. Like that's the end goal limit. It's impossible to reach because you're going to have accidents. There's going to be boaters and skiing accidents, and like so. Then what are the other categories? How do we chip away at the things that cause early death? Right, childhood things that cause
Nutrition.
infant mortality. But yeah, nutrition, stress, access to emergency
mostly
care,
nutrition, isn't it?
society. Well, I think that's
Nutrition,
that's absolutely enormous. Walking, getting out of these chairs that I'm
exercise.
glued to my whole life. But
Yeah.
I'm saying that like every single person that doesn't die of old age is a tragedy. That was a person who was cosmically failed by this planet. Even if you died of diabetes in your early 70s instead of 78, you still lost that 60. And using numbers makes it sound kind of awkward, but I'm just saying every people who end up as bullies are a tragedy. I have compassion even for the soldiers in these wars that are committing these crimes. Not that I spend a lot of time dwelling on that, and I believe in justice. I believe in very severe justice for stuff. But people
I have
who make
compassion up
choices
to a point for it.
Well, I don't
Up
spend
to a
my points on it, but it still means that they were conditioned into something that that didn't have to go that way. Obviously, I have far more for the victims of these people, and things can be clicked into different stages or different categories, of course. But anyway, I say that it's sort of like intentionally extreme, just to sort of think about the concept that we have we can manipulate factors to reduce the risks of stuff. And I don't mean making the world a safe, soft, padded corners everywhere. I just mean that people can, take risks, like the wingsuit community. They die pretty fast. But you still deserve health care if you crash into a mountain on a
some of us
dressed up like a
skateboard.
squirrel.
Well, used to.
Yeah. But like my point is, like we make daily our boss's greed is the emergency we have to solve, and that's that's what's fucking sick. It should be our neighbor's dignity and our neighbor's peace. We're parched for our neighbor's safety. That's the thing. That's how I see it. We don't even have the imagination to think about it.
Well, I know that you guys said that you needed to jump, but I'm down to hang for a little bit if you want to continue the conversation, Hank. Because
I could do another. I'll go till 5 p.m.
Okay,
California time.
Yeah.
Peace out. Thanks for having me, guys.
Yeah, guys. We will catch you on the next one.
Never
Bye,
forget,
guys.
you don't get change in America by asking nicely. So
Oh
stop
wait,
asking nicely.
plugs.
True. Dieter
Plugs.
McBusiness. That's I'm on YouTube. You find me. Never forget, you don't get change in America by asking nicely. Thank you.
See you, Dieter.
Awesome. See it.
A Difficult Truth everywhere. Twitch, YouTube, and here every Tuesday at 7 p.m.
All right, man.
Oh, also, before I go, to your point, Hank, about matriarchal society, a lot of, a significant chunk of like indigenous societies were set up the way you were describing it.
Yeah.
So that'd be a good blueprint to kind of like expand on that to like see
Totally.
how that would actually work in practice. Yeah. Like how indigenous societies were set up is basically what you were talking about. It's pretty cool.
Yeah, I think it should be a deranged white guy who's a shut-in, making everything. That's me. No, I'm joking around. I'm saying those are absolutely the what we should do. You know, things
Yeah.
that are rooted to land and health and safety and humans. I'm ignorant about it, but I totally agree with you. I'll look.
That's really cool.
More soon.
More soon.
Yeah.
We got to bully the world into matriarchy.
Exactly.
That's it. Yes.
Exactly.
All
Gotta
right.
be big old meanie bo beanies.
At least to the dumbasses that I can maybe persuade.
Take care, Carlos. We'll catch you on the
No
next
offense to my audience.
All right. See ya.
Bye, Carlos.
one. All right.
Oh, we solved it. We solved the world's problems. Nice and easy.
Hey, that's what we're here for. That's what this space was made for. Like,
Damn
little
right.
did you guys know that we were going to be solving the world's problems on a smaller platform over here, but it's
Yeah.
happening.
Exactly.
I do think that we actually have like the proper mix of, discourse here and just, I all joking aside, I don't necessarily think that I'm solving the world's issues. I think that if I can change one person's mind, then I've done more than a lot of people. So I kind of look at things that way where I'm like, okay, if, as long as I can kind of like steer people into the right direction, that would be nice.
Right.
But this is where like, I know my place in it. Like,
well, what compels you to do this, to want to be a public communicator or, a speaker? Or
I wanted to do this as a kid.
Podcasting.
I wanted to do this.
Where do you think that comes from?
I don't know. I honestly, like, I remember listening to 101.3 FM when I was a little kid. And there's this guy like Keith something. He had like a really deep voice.
Mm-hmm.
And I remember listening to him talking like back and forth, just doing the normal morning zoo stuff. And I was captivated because I was just like, oh, there's lots of people that hear this guy's voice every morning. And like, I wanted to do that. Like, it's as simple as that. It's literally so childish. And then I did it. Like, I got the you've done it. You've gotten that instant feedback in a room, making people laugh. Like that's addicting as hell. That's something they don't tell you about trying stand up, where if you can command an audience, it really is like there's no drug that can beat it.
Agreed.
Ever. Yeah. And that's why like here I kind of get like a mix of that where I'm living my dream ish, like I don't, and like the other side of it is I'm living the side that I really wanted to do was no program director or like any of the structure that would hinder me, working for a Sirius XM or working for like a local radio station. Like I love the freedom that I have to do this, and I'm just happen to be a political junkie, so that's why I even do news and politics.
Sure.
So that to answer your question, I kind of oopsied into the
well, let's say this. Let me put the question this way, because I share a lot of what you're saying. I didn't really have the impulse to do things quite publicly. I was in a play as a kid. I always had artistic and creative impulses from a young age, but as a communicator who uses my voice, I didn't even really click into even thinking about it till my late 20s. It didn't occur to me to do stand-up because it just seemed like something like being an astronaut, like like that's something I know people do that, but that's not me. That's crazy. Like as opposed to a lot of people who, such as yourself, who say I knew since I was a kid, or I loved all this comedy, something, and when I was in high school, and then I wanted to be a comedian when I was 18. For me, it was later, but I still had those creative impulses and stuff. So I think about this notion though, is like, say it's before broadcast technology, or mid 1800s, early 1800s or something. Would you have been a writer? Would you have been
likely?
Maybe, yeah. Like you still would have wanted to scratch
more
this
philosophy. I mean, I would love to think that, but like, actually, I just went to Ren Fair and I just released a video for all my members on my channel. But yeah, I went up to Bristol and
cool.
It was kind of cool because I started thinking about it, and like, you see everybody wearing like the knight's armor, and like, I just went with like simple rogue costume, knowing that this would be me. I'd be just a commoner, random dude. Maybe I would do like the jester stuff. Probably not. Like, I hate to say it. Realistically, I'd probably be shoveling shit and making a few people laugh that I work with in the stables, and they'd just be like, "Oh, that's Pepper fella. He can bring a good hingery do and make us laugh every once in a while."
Yeah, a guffaw from that bloke. A good guffaw from the bloke.
Yes,
he smelled like shit, but we all do.
Hey, we at least get the meat pies at the end of the day. We got our favorite cart and everything. They come over here just for us, bring us a little bit of oil.
Look at those horses. Those horses are having X. They're having X together. Get something in me mug.
I do hate to say it though. Like, I put some thought into it, or like, I probably, like, if you go back that far, I don't think I would have any grand fucking purpose. Like, I don't even think I have a grand purpose now. Like, I would love to be a bigger broadcaster, but I've said this so many times that if I got too big, I'd probably be uncomfortable.
Yeah, there are definitely those sorts of things. I'm not against trying it out to see what life is like when you can actually like have money and like not that it's only money.
That's like the goal here. Is what I've been saying. Is I would love to make enough money where I do not have to work. Like my normal fucking job.
Yeah.
Trust me. And I don't think that's a bridge too far. And honestly, like, we're getting kind of close. If you guys haven't already subscribed to Pep Talks TV on YouTube, please do. Getting close to 3,000.
Oh, that's great. Good job. Yeah.
Thank
you. I got bumped up over 3,000 after Cam James expose this earlier this year, and then I didn't really do much for like 5 months. I was just distracted with other stuff, and then now that I've been posting a bunch in the last couple weeks, the subscriber count's going down. But that's normal. That when you get a big boost, there's always going to be that, oh wait, well, this is really
there's the dip. The one that hurts is when you like might have said something and you're just like, oh, I bet that pissed off somebody. And I just like, I remember it was the Grand Platinum one where I said something and I was just like, and there goes 6. It's just like, damn it.
That's all right though.
But
people consider their subscription with different levels of intensity. Some people think it's like a sacrosanct thing that if they're subscribed to you, it's a holy writ. But some people don't think of it that way. It's just a thing they click on. They don't care.
I remember when I first started watching live streams, like outside of TYT. TYT was like my first, and then I started getting into, Majority Report. I actually listened to Majority Report years before they started on YouTube when they were doing it with Janine Garofalo on Air America. They would simulcast on Sirius XM. So I was listening to that until they just stopped the show one random day. And then years later, I remember seeing Majority Report with Sam Cedar. Wait a minute. Dang, he took it over. And then got introduced to Michael Brooks and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
But it was really kind of cool, like, to see like the way that like leftist media had progressed. But like I remember seeing guys like Vosh and like this like single off guys, and I had that attitude of like, well, I'm a subscriber with TYT, sure, but they feed me your stuff through the algorithm. I don't need to do like, and then I'm like, you have enough, and then like not hitting the like button, and then it literally took as a simple call out from another streamer, Xander Hall. I got to give him some credit here. Xander Hall just put it bluntly, where he's just like, yeah, if you guys can't do like the free thing where it's just hitting the like and subscribing to, and if you like this stuff, he's like, you're kind of an asshole. And I really appreciated that candor, because I'm like, he's right, So now I've changed my entire approach to that. I like and subscribe stuff that even like I passively am enjoying, where I'm just like, throw it a like and I'll move on to something else.
I try to click on the like button just because I'm there. Who cares? I'm clicking all kinds of
Radical
stuff.
Radio in Chicago, WCPT AM. I was not aware of that. Where do you happen to know where they broadcast out of? Here, there's still Radical Radio in Chicago. Huh.
I used to listen to Roe and Gary. They were pretty big on 890 in Chicago.
Yeah, Steve Dahl was like
Steve Dahl.
That was like our guy. Me and my
I
dad.
remember
Used, Eric and Kathy were huge.
They were big. B96, Q101.
Fucking Eddie and Jobo. Hell yeah.
Eddie and Jobo.
Eddie
in
and
the morning.
Jobo. Hey.
Yeah.
No, those are the days. Actually, Chicago broadcast is pretty strong, it was strong, and then Mancow had to get syndicated on Q101 and ruin it for everybody.
Yeah, I couldn't hardly tolerate the guy. Just barely ever listened, just because what the fuck? This guy's an idiot. I don't get it.
Yeah. Unfortunately, I had ties to him through just doing some stuff with my my broadcasting school.
Sure.
It sucked. It wasn't great when you're just finding out. You're like, wait, so what opportunity do I have? WLSA for Eric Mueller.
That's
his name.
Oh, okay. I didn't know that.
Eric Mancow Mueller. That's when he was he went over to WLS, did right-wing political talk radio, trying to rebrand himself in the vein of Tucker Carlson because he couldn't get a job being a shock jock anymore.
I see. Yeah. He must have made his bones and then probably wasted a bunch of it. I don't know.
Probably.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know if he's even still doing. I think that he is though. Like I kind of remember seeing that he had rebranded the show and that he was on the Chicago station. I was just like, oh no, that means he's getting paid. Dang
Likely, yeah. There was a kind of a period where like Brian Quimby, you're familiar with him, right? That's Street Fight Radio and now Guys.
Yeah.
But I see you and him probably, you and Brian, I'm saying, compared to me, I listened to some of the stuff, but I'd never tracked these careers and things. And I sort of ended up onto the podcast early into the podcasting world because I was running a fish tank service and I was listening to podcasts 12 hours a day, like my radio, but I would download them off the internet in 2005, 6, 7. That's why I got onto the TYT stuff pretty early too, in 2007, 8, around that time. But all those radio shows, they were huge. Radio industry was massive obviously for from decades, but in the 90s and in the 2000s.
Yeah.
But then there was that transitionary sort of phase where podcasts started to ascend. Radio kind of died off. I know it's still around, obviously, but some of those guys made the transition onto the internet successfully, but not all of them did. Is that a fair assessment?
That's very, very fair. I would argue, because even the shock jock guys, I remember when Joe Rogan came on to Opie and Anthony, he's like, I'm starting a podcast. And they were like, oh, that's cute. And he's like, oh, I'm actually doing it. You guys inspired me to do this. And then I remember seeing how many, at one point, it was within a year, he had reached over 2-something million subscribers. And I was like, holy shit. And then I saw his live counts. I was like, oh, he's dwarfing them. Because Sirius wasn't giving numbers, but you could kind of guesstimate where it's maybe a couple 100,000, per show.
Yeah.
And then you were seeing the output from their YouTube page and the small bits that they would do, and you're just there's no way. This is the new wave of doing things. Joe Rogan is going to succeed in this, and sure as shit, I mean, he became the guy. As much as I hate the guy, I have to admit, it's the trajectory that he had was super fucking organic because he was the first person to kind of show this industry can be different. And this is where I kind of believe that we can do the same thing to normal broadcasts television media, CNN and all these other news networks. It's already kind of happening. You're seeing the way that they're kind of shifting into doing, podcast vibe shows. Did you ever see the Jake Tapper one where he's literally in a closet with a whole bunch of political propaganda stuff behind him?
That's that's his little office with a little silver microphone on the corner of the table.
I'm in my basement. I love politics so much. I'm in my basement. It's just
they abandoned that fast though. That was 2 days or something.
Because everybody like me was making fun of him because we were just come on, man. That's a little much.
What are you acting? You're fronting.
Well, then they started doing the lamer thing where it's because they see the interaction with the audience and they think that it's basically having the rolling chat is the appeal instead of actually engaging with the chat. So like they would do like the text conversation, and it's just a bunch of interns in the back just going like, "These people are on point. I love Jake Tapper. Dana Bash is the best."
I just had a vision of like a Black Mirror episode where that happens, but they have like animatronic robot dolls doing the audience, just fake humans, like that school teacher that got fired last week because she was a robot.
Yeah. Well, I mean, in all seriousness, I don't think they're going to make it that far, because realistically, you're going to see a lot of talent come contract time swapping out, because no matter what, even if they are lockstep with like the messaging of the Adelsons or whoever the hell is buying them, then like they're not going to get paid. They're not going to get offered. Like they're either going to have to take pay cuts, or they're just going to, like, we have to recognize that the era of the fucking political pundit is almost over. It's kind of the same with the, like, what we were saying about consultants. That's the writing's on the wall for them too. Like, every American is sick of being spoon-fed a bunch of political bullshit that they can never identify with. And realistically, like, whether it be on the right or the left, or I would actually call liberals, they're always feeling like they're being spoon-fed bullshit, was kind of my broader point.
Yeah.
Where it's just like, we're sick of this. We'll take anybody that talks to us like a fucking person. That's why I said this on my own show. Like, this is why Trump did resonate with them. It's something as stupid as, like, he said a bad word and he didn't apologize for it.
Right. Like, the real power of Trump is that the people around him are uncomfortable, kind of. It's like, that's the signal that they pick up on, is that this guy seems to be breaking all the norms and doing it in everybody's face, and he's not apologizing. And somehow they're able to, he conveys honesty while lying. It's like he's so thoroughly, he's got George Costanza himself. Like, it's not a lie if you believe it, even though I doubt he believes it anyway.
Can you believe this guy? Like, can you say? Like, but then in his accusations, he's literally accusing himself. You know what I mean? Like, every time that he accuses somebody of lying, I'm like, oh, you're lying about this. You know, and then you look into it, or you don't even need to look into it 90% of the time. 2 days later, it'll come out. It's just like, there it is.
Yep.
Like the Pete Hegseth stuff today. Everybody was saying, oh yeah, Pete Hegseth got yelled at at the meeting. It's like, apparently he erupted on him. And then everybody for the last 2 to 3 days has been like, fake news, fake news, fake news. And then it turns out, nah, not fake news. Their own aides are coming out. And then they shifted the narrative, going like, well, Pete, you know, the deputy secretary, it was his fault.
Okay.
So they're eating their own at this point. Like, we will see if he ever fires anybody, because I'm getting tired of the Josiahs and like the Kyle Kulinski saying, oh my God, or actually Maya's Touch is even worse with this. I'll be fair. But like, I'm so sick of he's going to die tomorrow. Oh, wait a minute. Okay. No, maybe not. Oh, you know what? He's failing and his polls are erupting. He's going to, you know, he's just, or actually the best way is to do the Ben myself is the Donald Trump is panicking as his world is crashing down around him. And it's just not like, and then he literally comes out. He's just like, what are you talking about?
Right. It's necromancy of some kind. Like, there's some sort of unholy magics operating. I don't actually believe in that shit precisely, but just like, the
good way of putting it.
the commanding like seductiveness of runaway selfishness, and it just sort of bamboozles everybody. People just kind of go, whoa, this thing is just like, you lose your bearings. I'm not saying that it occurs with me every time, or you, or you know, we're also used to it for this point, but that like loyalty that people have to display, that's sort of, it's almost like I think that what they're trying to do is set up a religion. Like, if we could live for 500 years, there's going to be some weird religions built around Donald Trump that'll be like weird odd Christian stuff / Trump shit. That's the symbology, that's the iconography. That's
I go to my deathbed and that guy has that kind of power. Ugh.
Well, it'll linger for some time, because of that level of sort of devotion. He made people feel validated and heard in a system that makes them feel
but how many people did that with FDR and other like this is what
people will put FDR's portrait on the wall too.
The thing that's and actually, weirdly enough, my mom had JFK's. Because she even said, she's like, she was 10 years old when he got shot, and she felt like, you know, that ignited her interest in politics. And but also, let's be real, it was such a captivating moment in pop culture that, you know,
The assassination, you mean, or his whole presidency?
No, the assassination, like that, like it, I didn't want to be mean to her, but I was like, it's almost like your first memory. You know, it's like 10 years old. Like, I mean, yes, I remember some, like most of my childhood as far as like going back to 5 years old or whatever. But like realistically, something as pivotal as that, like I could argue 9/11 was mine. I was in freshman year
Of high school?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I was a freshman. And like, that was like, I knew at that moment, everything changed. And then all of a sudden it was just like, no, we're never going back. It was just so weird to see the ignition though of like the raw patriotism. And like when he was talking about starting the Iran thing, I was just like, oh, he's gonna fail because he does, like, they think that they can do this the Bush way, but they can't because there's no appetite for this. We're 20 plus years removed from that, and we just had those 2 wars that none of us felt were justified and we didn't win. So like, this was just doomed to fail. Like, take all the political bullshit aside. Like, your average American was like, wait, what? We're doing what? And then the gas prices went up. Wait, what? Why? This is why I do try to go based on like some vibes politics sometimes, where it's just like, nah, like take all the consultants, take all the fucking Fox News, CNNs, all of it out of there. Go based off just these people that I work with saying, I can't wait for this motherfucker to be out of office. And they're not engaged in politics really. Like, they're sick of the gas pump, you know, or the gas prices. They're sick of like every day is something with them, which that was another thing, that it wasn't just COVID. It was his tweets. It was the fact that people were so exhausted of his bullshit that people were like, yeah, you know what? I'm way more motivated to fucking go to the polls now. Like, you remember that first midterm? Like, after he became president, how motivated people were to just be like, all right, we got to shut this motherfucker up.
Right.
It's the same shit again. And he knows it's coming. That's why he's dude. I've been saying this on my own show. I might be being an alarmist, but I think he's going to rig the election and people are just going to accept it.
Why would he not try? I mean, that's the whole thing. And there's going to be likely, well, depending on how aggressive the prosecution system kicks in, but there should be major investigations and prison sentences for people all throughout his entire administration. The amount of laws that these people are breaking is unbelievable. There probably won't be because of ruling class impunity. And I think we'd be better off if he had just stayed in office. If he had defeated Biden in 2020 and it would be 8 years through a Trump thing, it'd be a nightmare. It'd be done. But that interstitial where he got to regroup and they reorganized, and then the Biden's genocide and, you know, this whole thing kicked off, and it just like, so now it's like worst case scenario. The brakes are off. Like the brakes have come off. There's no guardrails anymore. I'm trying to find the right metaphor.
I mean, I would say that if the courts failed, this is where I do try not to go full doomer and just recognize that it's like, nah, the courts have kind of upheld. If anything, it's almost hilarious how ballsy the Trump administration is, because they're 0 for 21 for their fucking challenges to states' voter rolls. So, you know, that's something that's, you're not going to see it because it's not sexy in the media. And on top of it, you're not going to see it from the right-wing media because it doesn't benefit Trump. Like, but anything that this is what I've been noticing, is anything that will calm down the masses and just kind of like, just make us chill. At both sides are just like, fuck no, we need you engaged right now. Like and subscribe and watch everything that we put out there, and be scared, be very scared, because you don't know what's going to happen tomorrow.
I think they're preying on people's lack of agency. They're just natural. People have a natural instinct to want to feel like they have some say in their circumstances, if not total control, but at least a vote, right? The smallest amount of a consensual saying, okay, I voted, it didn't work out. At least I got to have my say. But imagine a government like in what's happening in New York right now. Now I'm kind of I'm not making this up. I've heard people talk about it, but I'm also not a New Yorker, so I don't want to speak for people where I'm not. But the way that Zoran is operating, the way that he is producing results and he's fighting, and he's not been perfect. I know people can have some criticisms too, but the vibe is apparently completely different there. And imagine that you voted for that, and then the guy follows through what that level of feeling of like, oh, I not only did my vote matter, but it impacted the world that I live in directly. And that's changing all kinds of good, positive feelings there. To have that roll out globally, or beyond New York City into more of the country, would be wonderful. But there's so many forces aligned against that kind of thing all throughout this whole system.
Well, I mean, part of it is this is where I was saying, like, some of it is system, some of it like is some people just don't want to be saved. Yeah.
The devil you know versus the devil you don't kind of stuff, where you're just sort of you can survive what you got, or you're defensive of the status quo. That's where I sort of, all my kind of political viewpoint always kind of comes back to that sort of bit, the childhood stuff, of course, as far as the big picture things, but is this upholding hierarchy, or is this threatening hierarchy in some sense? And generally when people's lives improve or their stress levels go down, like things get a little bit easier for them. Like the child tax credits, or those, that one thing that reduced poverty by childhood poverty by 50%.
Shit, I'll just say this:
those
not having the stress of Trump in office daily.
Yeah, that alone
was substantive. Like
Absolutely.
when people, and that was also what I think was so annoying about these assholes for the 4 years that he was the president, where it's just they never shut the fuck up about it. Like they made up so much bullshit too, where I hate to say, like it was, we should have been a little bit better. I don't want to say that we should have been defending Biden, but realistically, it would have been good practice for what they're doing now, because no matter what, we can sit here being like, they're going to call us communists and we know what they're going to do, but not enough people are going out there doing the or like the pushback against that messaging, just saying these guys have literally called every Democrat for the last 20 plus years a communist. I have a spreadsheet here of every time they did it, and just like pull out a fucking CVS receipt. It's so easy, but nobody does it. And that's just infuriating. Even the DSA candidates aren't doing that stuff, where I'm like, guys, like, this is easy.
About the pointing out the communist history of using that as a scare tactic.
Yeah, like I would say that Abdul, funny enough, is the one that did it the best, where he just came out and said his full name. He's like, what is it? Okay, so it's a big scary name that you can't say. Well, you know what you can say? Affordability. Like,
right. He does great with that. Yeah.
Well, and this is the only reason I bring him up, is because I saw some pushback because he wouldn't commit to the DSA platform. He did call himself a communist, or not a communist, a capitalist. And I was like, okay, so now we're like, just not gonna, like, now we shouldn't support him because he said something that you find kind of objectionable, but realistically his platform is still solid. Like, that's where I kind of threw my hands up and went, man, if that makes you not turn out, then like, I have this big thing where it's like, if you're that hot and bothered about certain issues to the point where you can just disconnect from actually voting for somebody, then I think that at that point, why even follow politics? Because you're not looking at the reality of like the harm reduction side of things. Like, yes, the blue no matter who is annoying, but like, people just forget, where it's like, okay, so if I don't vote for them, then the worst case scenario happens. Yes, it happened with Trump, and like the Kamala, this is outside of the Kamala race, because I do think that was such a clusterfuck. It's kind of like, no, that's on you guys. That's on the DNC. But there were things that could be learned from it, where it's like, all right, guys, like, this is why I think we're in the position that we're in now, because it kind of showed your average layperson, it's just like, the Democrats suck just as much. They are just as bought and paid for. Look at Hakeem Jeffries. Look at fucking Cory Booker, Chuck Schumer with the Gaza issue. Like, it really was almost like it did more for us than it, than Kamala winning would have. And that's painful for me to say, because I'm admitting that I was wrong about that, because I was saying that, like, if Kamala had won, she would have been an easier opponent, but I don't think we would have had the grassroots movement behind it.
I can't agree with that. I don't want to misunderstand what you just said. You think that in terms of motivating grassroots organizing, Trump motivates better than Kamala?
Motivates the left to actually do action instead of just planning. Because I think that if if we had Kamala as a president, I think that we'd just be in the planning stage. We wouldn't be as fighting as hard. I don't think we'd be gaining as much in the. I think honestly, it would be the opposite. MAGA would be getting their resurgence through fucking being able to be like, look at what Kamala did. We need checks and balances. The debt.
Oh yeah,
that's the only time that matters.
You would, of course, yeah. They don't care about that at all, unless it's Democrats in charge trying to lower the debt. Yeah, I agree. I agree with the idea that the urgency factor shifts a bit with Trump instead of Kamala. Although I just don't agree that we're better off. I think that so many people are harmed, and the years and years and years are going to take to repair.
I didn't mean like substantively, like in our lives. I meant politically, just as far as like a movement, like as far as like being the farther left in this moment. I think that Trump actually kind of did us a favor.
I understand
by fucking up and doing that.
I could maybe concede it's a silver lining in terms of that goes, but yeah, I would much rather have organized against Kamala, and like I voted for her, but I also want her to go to prison. Like I consider votes not an expression of my personal virtue, but a responsibility to people who don't have my privilege. Like I voted against Republicans. I think women dying in parking lots outside of hospitals because the doctors are afraid they'll go to prison if they provide care for their pregnancy until they reach a certain stage of dire emergency. That sort of thing absolutely fucking enrages me, to take away bodily autonomy from people, and to the point that it kills people or they imprison people who have miscarriages.
Oh, literally, yeah.
Like that's what I was voting against. And so, but yet I would have loved to have seen Kamala Harris arrested for war crimes in the middle of her acceptance speech on the standing at the podium outside the Congress or whatever. I know that's not going to happen. Never would have happened. But like I think she's a war criminal. I think she was involved in a government that did genocide. I would imprison every single cabinet official. I would imprison every politician, at least the top brass, who took money from APAC. You were in a government that did genocide. You're fucking guilty. I don't care if you didn't run the genocide department, but you ran other departments in that, and you didn't try to stop it. You had a
duty. Think that the
duty.
world police even has like a place on the world stage anymore? Like every time that I brought this up about how war crimes is just a word now because there's no way to enforce it anymore. Nobody's going to the Hague.
Right. No, that the International Criminal Court should have more teeth than, but the United States and Israel vetoed. So I'm going to sound like an idiot if I try to.
Yeah, but that's the thing that I don't understand is how that could even happen. Like, I get it. Like, we're a superpower within it, but how are we going to have checks and balances when we can dictate to them? No, you can't. Too bad.
Yeah.
Like, well, that doesn't seem to make sense.
That's empire. I mean, that's the tragedy of having, and I don't mean that flippantly, but like the United States gets to call the shots, and this is still just a mature phase of the colonialist project to, mug the world and scrape all the resources out so that billionaires can throw their victims off the side of their yachts. It's like it's all just a sequence of violence begetting ownership, begetting violence, begetting ownership, in order to exclude people from their own dignity and having lives where where they have enough safety and leverage to push back against the bosses. Yeah. But as far as an international community, I mean, what does it take to actually get rid of borders and stuff? Like get rid of these states that we call countries, nation states. They're just clusters of people.
Oh, trust me.
Clusters that are meant for managing labor and resources. Billionaires don't follow the same maps. Billionaires look at a world, and yes, they do understand there are countries, but they don't have to navigate the same porousness of countries. Their porousness is very, very different than the rest of us in terms of where they're allowed to travel and what sort of what their expectations are from different parts of the planet.
I would also argue that like that's what one of the scariest parts is right now is like with that attitude that now they have unfettered access to our natural resources. Last week we watched that Great Outdoors clip. Like that was a perfect summary of everything, where it's just like they see it as exploitable capital instead of just our nation, which I hate to do this, but even going back to Bush, they couldn't conceptualize fucking drilling in our national parks. Like we had some ghoul ass fucking motherfuckers in our government during then, like Donald Rumsfeld and all these guys. But even they weren't that ghoulish. Right. Now we're literally at the end stage where it's like it's absurd. It really is. Like we're out here letting them just, kill our wolves again for reasons I still can't wrap my head around that one. Where they brought that back. Did you see that about how they're leaving those poison pills out? And
that sucks.
like the reason that they even got rid of them is because there was a kid at a state park that fucking didn't know what it was, got hit by it, and it killed his dog.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
That sucks.
Yeah.
Jeez.
Now they not only brought him back, but they're just like spread him out all over. And now they're talking about letting these billionaire companies come in and fucking start exploiting our natural resources because now we have so much untapped crude oil. We got to go up to the Arctic. We have to get our Greenland. That's why we need Greenland.
Yeah.
Like
it's madness. It's completely irresponsible. That's one thing I always think about with powers. Power is authority without responsibility. They get to do everything they want. They get to have authority, but they don't have to pay the price. They can always move away from they're always going to have air conditioning. Eventually, though, this thing is going to tap out. There is a limit to how much a plant. It's physics. It's not just economics or ideology. It's literally physics. That's the major factor here in terms of what the pace of progress versus revolution. Climate change is going to force that to change completely. And I did just want to reiterate though what Carlos said about indigenous practices and cultures. And I have to confess how ignorant I am about that. I know there's a lot of really wonderful voices and people's perspectives that I want to make. Well, I'm not pledging publicly like I can prove it or something, but I do occasionally think like, I need to include more of that stuff into my perspective. I think that would be really healthy and important. I am going to jump though.
That's cool.
You're
I
good.
just realized what time it is.
Yeah. So good hanging out. The space station. We got to do the space station. Needs its own playlist on.
Yeah, I was actually. I'm working on it. I'm working on getting some music for this place. We'll figure it out because the guy who made my my song, he offered, but he's very spotty as far as getting a hold of him. So.
Sure.
But yeah, hopefully we'll get that figured out. Either way, it is fun. Hank, you want to give your plugs?
Yeah, sure. Check out tellthetruthjank.com for information about the documentary. I'm very close to starting to work on the final push. Going to be trying a fundraiser of some kind. I get exhausted once I start talking about it. But podcasts on winners and losers on the apps, on YouTube. You can watch me play video games on Suck Professor. I do want to do a Red Dead Redemption 2 playthrough. That's a huge time commitment because I'm a slow player. I just had Knowledge Fight's Dan Friesen. I don't know if anyone's familiar with that podcast. He just did my show. It hasn't been released yet, but that'll be out probably on Saturday this week. He's got a huge show. They ended the show, but it was the Alex Jones podcast. Chicago guys. So
cool.
Yeah, that'll be fun. And that's it. Thanks for checking out. Yeah.
All right. Well, hopefully I'll see you next week. If I don't, I'll catch you later.
Yeah, man. I'm around. I'm clicking off now. Bye, everybody. Thanks a lot. Take care. Bye.
All right, guys. And I got you. Okay. All right, guys. That was a lot of fun. So here's the deal. For any of y'all that want to come and hang out, I am going to be going live, but I got to take a little bit of a break. Got to reset. So I'm going to start my show at 8. It's going to be more of a chill hang. Don't know how long I'll be on, but keep your notifications on. You guys can follow me at Pep Talks TV on YouTube and Twitch. I'm also at Pep Talks TV on Twitter, which I've been pretty open about how I barely use it, but yeah, come and follow. So gotta pee. That's what's happening. I gotta pee. 8 is 9. 8 is 9. Yes, that's right. I forgot. I'm Central. So, yes, my 8 p.m. is your 9 p.m. Central. So, my channel. I'm going to be on my channel. So, I will see you guys there in a little bit. And again, thank you for hanging out. On your way out, please hit the like button and subscribe to the channel if you haven't already. I don't know what you're doing. But all right, guys, I will catch you guys on the next episode of PEPAGANDA on Tuesday. And I think that's the end of this space for the day. So everybody take care of yourselves. Like I said, please hit the like button on your way out. Makes you a better person. All right. I see you. All right, guys. Good night.